Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the 2026 New South Wales State Rowing Championships. It is a beautiful morning here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre in Penrith. There's a bit of humidity out in the air. It is expected to get quite warm, but as you can see on the screen, the conditions are lovely and flat. Before we kick off, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Darug people as the traditional owners on the lands on which we meet and compete today, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are here with us and also watching on the live stream. My name's Stuart John. It is fantastic to be here in Penrith for this event. Joining me is the man who keeps stealing my shampoo, Rob Glendenning. Good morning to you, Rob.
Good morning, Stuart, and yeah, what a great morning. And yeah, you only use quality shampoo for our collective bald heads. Yeah, so look, it is a great day out here and a big morning of racing. And we're just at the start line now. We have the race 59, which is the first race of the day, and it's the Para Single. And in that race, we have in lane 2, Uni of Queensland's Wallace Russell. In lane 3, University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning. Lane 4, Radford College's Isabel Egan, coached by Oscar Willink, Claudia Kendall and Gordon Marks. In lane 5, Mercantile's Susanna Lutz. In lane 6, Community's Bronte Marshall, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Robin Smith. And in lane 7, Drummoyne's Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hexel. And they're away.
Yeah, this is, well, it's some big numbers in the para. So we've got the heats and the finals for the women's para single sculls. I think we've got 8 or 9 in the men's PR3 single sculls, which we'll see a little bit later on today. And then for the double, it was originally going to be heats and finals for the doubles as well. But we have had a scratching, and it does mean that these women in particular were going to have, I think, 4 races within 4 hours, which is not a lot of fun at the best of times, but at least so now they're down to the people who go through to the final. There'll be 3 races for them. It's top 4 to go through to the final, and it's going to be a fascinating race, I think, this one, Rob, because every single one of these rowers has a good story to tell. Isabel Egan was national champion last year at the Australian Rowing Championships. We didn't get to see her in the interstate, but she then went and competed for Australia at the World Under-23 Championships. She finished second in that race there. It was the first time they'd run the PR3 single sculls at the Under-23s. Susanna Lutz is a Paralympian from the Paris Paralympics. Wallace Russell is new to the para scene. Her brother Mac Russell will be very familiar to everyone. We'll see Mac racing a little bit later on in the men's event. Georgina Browning is the National Universities champion, so she won that up at Lake Wyaralong in Queensland back in September last year. Bronte Marshall, she's represented New South Wales a number of times. I think she finished 2nd or 3rd at one of the interstate regattas, the definition of a pocket rocket. And Steph Walker, who's been around for a long time as well, so from Drummoyne. So there's plenty of interesting stories going along here, and as they're coming through the 500, it does look like Wallace Russell is ahead of Susanna Lutz in 2nd place. And then we go back a little bit further. Isabel Egan, the reigning national champion, sitting in 3rd ahead of Georgina Browning in that final qualification position. Not too far behind her is Bronte Marshall, and it is back a little ways to Steph Walker from Drummoyne.
Yeah, certainly Wallace Russell will be fronting up with Mac Russell in the double a little later on. So that must be interesting dynamics in the boat, knowing Mac fairly well. I'm sure Michael, their dad, keeps a good rein on that one. Georgina Browning, yes, had a couple of good rows yesterday in a pair with Katrina Reynolds, and then in a 4 later on in the day. So she's been down the course a few times already. But certainly Wallace Russell, and I think Wallace Russell, I'm fairly sure, was rowed at Sydney University for a while, and not quite sure what her classification is. So we'll find out that during the course of the day, and let everybody know. But at the moment we're following
rowers in the middle, it looks like. So we've got Georgina Browning and Isabel Egan. And one thing that we may see with these rowers, given that we have the final coming up a little bit later on, we've got the double sculls as well. As we mentioned, it's still 3 races in 4 hours. It is still a hell of an effort to be able to go through. So what we might find, and you can see there, Isabel Egan front of screen, and then behind her you've got Susanna Lutz. Izzy just keeping the rate nice, not too high. She's not trying to overdo things. And I think what we'll find is that unless you're sort of sitting in 4th position and you're being challenged from 5th, that most of them will just keep off the power a little bit and try and conserve energy as much as possible. So, yes, I think it's. I think there might be a little bit of foxing, and you can see there Wallace Russell from the University of Queensland just holding off a little bit. And it's going to be Russell and Lutz going through the 1,000. Wallace Russell just ahead of Susanna Lutz. They're both looking out at each other, both taking it very easy. Isabel Egan from Radford College. She's sitting in 3rd place, just ahead of Georgina Browning of the University of New South Wales. And then we'll get a bit of an idea as to that gap back. So what's on the screen, Susanna Lutz is between, Wallace Russell, yeah, there we go. It's now back up. There's a lot of things going on, but I think it was Wallace Russell leading out. Susanna Lutz, Isabel Egan, Georgina Browning, and then we've got the community sculler, Bronte Marshall, and Steph Walker from Drummoyne. So these increased numbers, there's been a big push, I know, from Rowing Australia to try and identify rowers that have eligible impairments. It is worthwhile if you do have some kind of an impairment, particularly to your legs or, like myself, to your hands, then you can get in contact and have the discussion as to whether or not you are eligible for para rowing. And speak from personal experience, it's a fantastic community of para rowers. Everyone's always very friendly. We all know sort of how it is to go through with these races, and how it is to go through and just not so much struggle, but have to adapt. And so it's, definitely well worth having a bit of a look as we see Wallace Russell there really just lowering that rate right down. Conserve the energy because there are some big races still to come.
And of course, Stuart, in this classification in Australian rowing, we have both the II, or intellectually impaired, and physical disabilities racing against each other. Once they get to a World Championship or Olympics, the II drop out, but they have their own set of World Games, and I think they're coming up next year. And I have an idea it was Egypt or somewhere like that. So there's a few of these rowers certainly will be vying for a place in that team as well as the para team.
Yeah, the Virtus Global Games for athletes with an intellectual impairment. Wallace Russell still sitting just ahead of Susanna Lutz. I don't think either of them are really trying to flog themselves too much. Isabel Egan sitting in 3rd place, and then back to Georgina Browning of the University of New South Wales. She has come on in leaps and bounds, particularly in the last 12 months or so. So looking forward to seeing Georgina in the final. As things stand, there are 1, 2, 3 and 4. Russell, Lutz, Egan and Browning, with Marshall and Walker towards the back of the field. But you're right, and the other impairment that's included in the para and also the Paralympics are the visually impaired. So Jess Gallagher was a visually impaired athlete that rowed for Australia at the Tokyo Paralympics in the 4, as well as I think in the cycling as well. So very, very talented athlete. So it is worthwhile getting on the Rowing Australia para page. If you go to rowingaustralia.com.au, and then you can see the info there, as we just see Susanna Lutz staying in the lead. Isabel Egan's just moved ahead. No, she's still a little bit behind, sorry. So Susanna Lutz, Wallace Russell, Isabel Egan, Georgina Browning, and then back to Bronte Marshall and Steph Walker. There has been recently a big para camp that was hosted, and a number of athletes had the opportunity to go down, to get classified, to sort of be within that national environment. They now have the Para National Training Centre, which is based down in Canberra. Christine McLaren doing a lot of work with that, following on from the success that she had with Jed Olschwager and Nikki Ayres at the Paris Paralympics, when they won the first ever Paralympic mixed double scull. So we're just seeing a finish coming here from Wallace Russell. I think it's the first time that rating's got about 22. Just a few big strokes to make sure that she qualifies in first place. And as they come up towards the line, it will be confirmation of the win for Wallace Russell from the University of Queensland. She'll go through to the final, where she'll be joined by Mercantile Susanna Lutz. Coming through in third place will be Isabel Egan from Radford College, just a little ways off the pace for the national champion. And then a bit over a boat length behind her will be the University of New South Wales' Georgina Browning. So there are 1, 2, 3 and 4. Our next rowers to come across the line will be Communities Bronte Marshall and then Drummoyne Rowing Club's Stephanie Walker. So a nice, I won't say a gentle row there, Rob, but certainly, again, we mentioned 3 races, 4 hours. There's heat, there's humidity, trying to conserve your energy as much as possible.
Yeah, look, I think that for those four athletes, it has been a very good morning for them. It gives them that warm-up, a nice warm-up down the course. They've got a bit of thrown in a few bursts on the way to get the rating up, get the heart rate up, and just get the feel of it. And certainly that will be pay dividends when they front back up for the final and those rowing in the double. And as we see Stephanie Walker now into the last 100 metres, Steph's taking a look at the grandstand and is now turning on the grandstand finish. So Steph's been a long-time competitor in para rowing, and certainly is a regular at these races. So that's completion of that race. So they just confirming that Wallace Russell, Susanna Lutz, Isabel Egan and Georgina Brown progress to the final, which is in race 77, so not too far off, an hour and a little bit. We move on to race 60, the second heat of the para single. We've had a couple of withdrawals. We've had Roseville's Lucy Ryan and Lake Macquarie's Lisa Greisel pull out. I know Lisa was at the training camp in Canberra last week, and so we can only assume it's fatigue or injury that Lisa would have pulled out. So in lane 2 we have Nepean's Fiona Jackson, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4, Gleb's Mika Kelly. Lane 5, Radford College, Catherine Austin, coached by Oscar Willink, Claudia Kendall and Gordon Marks. In lane 7, Banks Rowing Club's Ella Marshall, and in lane 8, Twong's Katrina Reynolds. Mika Kelly, you might notice on the course, the umpire's boat or an umpire's boat will follow Mika Kelly. She has as Stuart mentioned earlier, a sight deficiency, and so she will have a umpire's boat following her with just making sure that she stays within her lanes.
Yeah, they've got the visually impaired athletes, so if you're ever down at the start and you can hear people sit there and say, for the starters, for the para events where you do have a visually impaired athlete, they'll actually say red light, then the buzzer will go, as opposed to just having the red light go on and then the green light and then the buzzer go off to acknowledge the start. So that's something you'll see, and you'll see that at all levels of rowing, just so as that the athletes do know when they're about to start the race. And then the visually impaired athletes, particularly here in the single sculls, not really in the Coxed events, obviously, because in the Coxed 4, but in this single, they'll have the boat following them down. Now, the person in the boat, they've got connected through they've got a little headset, so to speak, or little earphone, and what that means is that they'll be able to say hard on bow, hard on stroke. They're able to give information of where they are relative to everybody else on the course, but they are unable to say, okay, do a push now, give me a few big strokes. So you can't actually coach them, you can just give the information that would be available if you weren't visually impaired. So Ella Marshall, part of the National Training Centre, originally from Tasmania, now rowing for the Banks Rowing Club. So again, someone new to the para rowing scene, and it's very exciting, I think, to see so many people coming through. We had a PR3 double scull at the World Championships last year, where Lisa Greisel and Sam Stunnell won bronze for the Australians rowing through the Brits with about 500 metres or so left to go. meant that Lisa became the first Australian mother to win a World Championships medal since Sarah Tate back in, I think, 2010 or 2011 or so. And it was just a beautiful moment. She came onto the course, and then her kids raced down from the top of the grandstand where they were trying to stay out of the heat in Shanghai, and gave her a big hug. So that was a wonderful thing to see there.
Yeah, and Stuart, just just on about Lisa Greisel still, it's great to see the involvement her family has in with the children, and in her quest to get to the World Championships and to the Olympics, which obviously she has done. I think the timekeepers were, yes, they've adjusted them now, are a bit generous through the 1,000 metre mark, because Ella Marshall from Banks Rowing Club certainly has a commanding lead and looked to be going easy, which sets up for a great battle later if she can hold this to the finish. Katrina Reynolds second through the 5,000 metre mark, followed by Catherine Austin, Mika Kelly and Fiona Jackson. And as you can see out there, the conditions on the course, just the ever so slight breeze coming across the course at the finish, but that won't have any effect whatsoever on these rowers. For those, once again, that as we come into the side of the grandstand or on the live coverage, you will see that umpire's boat is lagging behind, but certainly following Mika Kelly's progress down the course. But no problems whatsoever for Ella Marshall. She is out to a commanding lead now. I'd say that 19 seconds at the 1,000 metres will have extended quite substantially by the time the second two rowers stop across the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, as we say, new to the para-rowing scene, had been rowing a number of years down in Tasmania, and then discovered that she had an eligible impairment, so was able to get classified, and as mentioned, is now based in Canberra with the National Training Centre for the para-rowers.
Just to help on that, Stuart, it's a 10% impairment, is it? The way it works on the...
It depends. So for people with a physical impairment, and I'll talk in general terms about my experience. I think that's probably the easiest way. So when I went through, so I have a hand impairment. I only have up to the first knuckle on every finger on my left hand. I only have 2 full fingers, basically. And so it is that they'll do a point system. So they'll go through and they'll, take out bits. So for example, for me, the bits that are obviously missing, the strength, what's the strength, what's the range of movement, all that kind of thing. They'll give you a number of points, and then for para classification, you do need, I think it's 10 points in one limb or 15 points across 2 limbs. So in my particular case, my left hand, because it is missing, because it only goes up part way on each finger, then I think I got about 12 points on that one, and then 4 points on the right hand because I do have the full amount. So I qualified in both scenarios. But that's a little bit different for me because missing bits, although asking the doctor to get a medical certificate was a bit interesting, as we're just seeing the bright pink suitie of the Banks Rowing Club, Ella Marshall, coming across the line. So she'll win heat number 2 of the Women's Championship Para Single Sculls. And then, as you say, it is a bit of daylight, and we do have a bit of a stop in the water from Katrina Reynolds from Toowong. So I think she might have just had a crab. Oh, there's something going on there. I think there might be an equipment issue because she has come to an absolute dead stop. So she was sitting comfortably in second place. She's got about 200 metres or so left to go. What that has meant is that Catherine Austin from Radford College is sitting in second place. So the head coach at Radford College is Gordon Marks. He was the head of Australian Para Rowing for a number of years, so obviously knows about eligible impairments. And so we saw Izzy Egan come through last year, and now Catherine Austin joining her in the para ranks. So she'll finish in second place in what I believe to be her first para event. We've still got Katrina Reynolds still sitting there, and what this does mean is that she's only got about 150 or so metres left to go, but I think there's clearly an issue there because she's moving very, very slowly. Now, Mika Kelly is starting to come up on her, and so Mika Kelly was already sitting in 4th place. We had the 2 scratchings, Lucy Ryan from Roseville and Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, which meant that basically to qualify for the final, don't finish last. Now, Mika Kelly is about to go past Katrina Reynolds, and behind her, Fiona Jackson from Nepean Rowing Club is also in there as well. So we've just got the BR rowboat just coming to check on Katrina. Hopefully everything's okay. She's moving very, very gingerly at the moment. Mika Kelly is just coming up towards the line, and is a bit of a gap back to Fiona Jackson. So they're just having a check, moving very slowly. There, Mika Kelly's just coming up to the line from Glebe Rowing Club. So she's going to qualify in 3rd place. And she'll be going through to the final a little bit later on today. As you mentioned, Rob, it's not too much of a distance between the heats and the finals, and then again through to the double sculls. And now Fiona Jackson from Nepean Rowing Club is just about to move through ahead. And yeah, Katrina Reynolds has come to a complete stop. We just don't know what's happening.
No, we don't know what's happened. She's certainly, they've obviously been attended to by the umpire and the safety boat, and has obviously signalled that she's okay to continue rowing. And I'm thinking...
Well, Fiona Jackson will come across the line in 4th place, which means that she'll qualify for the final as well.
Right.
And so Katrina's just having a look out. So the boat's moving okay, but it is quite warm and humid conditions. So our qualifiers for the final from Heat 2 of the women's single sculls will be Ella Marshall from Banks Rowing Club, Catherine Austin from Radford College, Mika Kelly from Glebe, and Fiona Jackson from Nepean, as we just see Katrina Reynolds cross over the line, just having a look around. So it didn't look like it was an equipment issue, so hopefully she's okay there.
So we move on to race 61. It's the Championship Women's 8, under 17 8. We have 2 heats in this event. First 4 going through to the final, the rest are eliminated. So I'll just do a quick roll call because they're well underway now. Furbank Grammar in lane 2, Pymble Ladies number 1 in lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4, Geelong College in lane 5, in lane 6 Commercial, in lane 7 Loretto Normanhurst, lane 8 Torrens, and lane 9 Loretto Kirribilli.
Yeah, and through the 1,000 metres, it was Commercial leading out Pymble Ladies, Loretto Normanhurst, Furbank Grammar, Geelong College, Loretto Kirribilli, Canberra Girls Grammar, and Torrens. So it's a lovely spread here. We've got Commercial from Queensland, Furbank Grammar, and Geelong College from Victoria, Canberra Girls Grammar from Canberra, and then Torrens from South Australia, as we're just seeing. Great view from love the view from the BR rowboats that we get here in Sydney. And you can see that the 2 crews in the middle of the course, it's still Commercial and Loretto Normanhurst, who are out in front at the moment, and then a little bit across from them, Loretto Kirribilli as well. So top 4 to go through to the final as they come up to the 1,500 metres. We'll get a bit more of an idea, but Commercial Rowing Club, I think here in Sydney, we've seen Mossman Rowing Club with their junior program really come on in leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. And one of the things that Commercial has done up in Brisbane is really put a lot of effort into their junior programs, and particularly for rowers from Brisbane State High School who are part of the GPS competition up there. So it's we're seeing a revival of the Commercial Rowing Club from Brisbane. That's certainly the case here. Boat length lead between Commercial and Loretto Normanhurst in second, then back to Furbank Grammar, who've moved up into third. Then anyone's guess, Geelong College and Pymble Ladies within half a second of each other. Then Loretto Kirribilli, Canberra Girls Grammar, and then back a little bit further to Torrens.
Yeah, certainly Commercial have done that very well, Stuart. We've all struggled, all clubs have struggled to get that and maintain a program. They certainly had great success at the Nationals last year and again here, and it's great to see program getting those who don't have rowing at their school exposed to the sport and doing well at it. But coming into that last 250 metres, it's quite a battle on here. Remembering that only four of these crews go to the final. So at the moment we're looking like that Commercial is and Loretto Normanhurst fairly safe, but a fair bit of work going on over in lanes 1 and 2 with the Furbank Grammar and Pymble Ladies College crews battling for the position, as well as the Geelong College crew, and over on this side Loretto Kirribilli. So it's going to be a ding-dong battle for that 4th position, but Commercial now just putting the hammer down, and they're just going to consolidate their position out the front of this field as they come into the last 200 metres. Going with them to some extent Loretto Normanhurst, but they'd have to watch out what's happening from that Furbank Grammar crew over on the far bank, and they are certainly coming home very, very quickly.
It's anyone's guess. It's anyone's guess for who's going to qualify. We know that Commercial should qualify. They're out in front at the moment. Next to them, we've got Loretto Normanhurst sitting in 2nd place. Furbank Grammar made a push towards the end, but then it's Pymble Ladies and Geelong College who are battling it out for that 4th and final qualification position. Commercial are going across the line in 1st place. 2nd place will go to lane number 7, Loretto Normanhurst. 3rd will go to Furbank Grammar, and then it's going to big push right at the end. Geelong College going through just ahead, half a boat length ahead there of Pymble Ladies, and then back to Loretto Kirribilli. Canberra Girls Grammar just crossing over the line now, and then a fast finishing for the South Australians from the Torrens Rowing Club. So great little race, that one. It's the first really exciting one that we've had of the morning. Commercial beating out Loretto Normanhurst, Furbank Grammar and Geelong College.
Yeah, looking for like a great final in this event. We now move to race 62, the 2nd heat of the Women's Championship under 17-8. Once again, a reminder, first 4 through to the final. In lane 2, we have MLCQ, Eloise Spinks, Taya Dixon, Harriet Slee, Anna Demortia, Lily Fowles, Holly Collette, Isabel Egan, Chloe Poore, Abby Bourne is their cox, and coached by Matt Wilson and Emily Montague. In lane 3, Queen Woods, Penelope Rolls, Nyla Russell, Gemma Wirrell, Virginia Dixon, Arabelle Line, Isla McMillan, Bronte Hanna, Chloe Grimmond, and Juliet Yardley is their coxswain, coached by Adam Ling and Zoe Keating. In lane 4, Kinross Rolleroys, Anna Orr, Charlotte Williams, Paxton Buckfield, Alexandra Karash, Ruby Hilda, Andy Zinger, Matilda Whiteley, Miller Hellier, and Sophie Carroll is their coxswain, coached by Benjamin Watt. In lane 5, Commercial Rowing Clubs, Polly Pickford, Philippa Steer, Angus Hooper, Dominique Inarella, Lucia Granger, Abigail Sexton, Molly Gorge, Zara Lyons, Audrey Hewitt is their coxswain and coached by Gary Townsend. In lane 6, Fremantles, Vera Rafferty, April Bruton, Mayo Ono, Frankie Champtaloop, Emmanuel McArdle, Lily Offer, Lily Duke, Olivia Kelly, Isabel Duant is their coxswain and coached by Jack Sharif. In lane 7, St Catherine's, Miller Bell, Gabriel Griffin, Stella Copeland, Charlize Morgan, Ingsa Dive, Ava Jamison, Georgia Love, Delphi Walsman, and Anya Ruffali is their coxswain, coached by Sophie Costellas. And in lane 8, Loretto's Turax, Luca Tomeski, Emma Lynch, Emily Ralph, Annabelle Blythe, Maisie Start Butler, Eliza Schafferl, Cordelia Postel, Camilla Jones, and Ava Charles is their coxswain.
And it is Loretto Toorak in the lead, just ahead of St Catherine's, MLCQ and Kinross Walleroy in those qualification positions. We've got another crew from Commercial. They're sitting in 5th place, and they're a boat length ahead of Fremantle Rowing Club in 6th, and then Queenwood back in 7th. So just the 7 crews in this race. So this one just a little bit more defined, our top 4 versus our bottom 3. Loretto Toorak, St Catherine's, MLCQ and Kinross. It's a gap back then to Commercial. 6 seconds between 4th and 5th place. So our leading crews now coming up to the 1500, and again that great view from the BRO boat. You can see there, looking out, looks to be out to the leading two crews from St Catherine's and Loreto Toorak, going stroke for stroke, and not very much to pick between the two of them. So as they're coming up now, you can see the 1500 metre timing point. That's always that hut that you go, yes, I am 3/4 of the way through this race. And certainly the side-by-side racing, there's no doubt that they're not mucking around. Both St Catherine's and Loreto Toorak both trying to qualify in first place. It is Loreto Toorak, though, who have extended out to about 3/4 of a boat length head of St Catherine's, who are now getting caught up by MLCQ, and then not too far back to Queenwood, and then Kinross Walleroy now sitting in 5th place. So Commercial back in 6th. And then back a little bit further then to the crew from Fremantle. So things have just started. It was 6 seconds, I think. There might have been someone that was missing from that 1,000 metre timing point. But it's now 5 crews pretty much in a line, all coming up with just over 250 metres to go. And it's only 4 spots available in the final of the women's under-17 eights.
Yeah, it's very close between those 3 crews on the other side, MLCQ, Queenwood and Kinross Walleroy. But it looks like Kinross Walleroy had all the speed there, but we didn't get them on the 1500 metre timing, so not sure what happened there. But they look like they've come through the other 2 crews. It does, though, look like Loreto Toorak just pushing out maybe a little bit further on the St Catherine's crew next to them. But it's going to be an absolute ding-dong battle over on the other side, and we have the 3 crews vying for that 4th position, although they're coming up on St Catherine's now. So St Catherine's over on this side is in real danger of getting overtaken here as they come down to it. It is an absolute line across the course, and all crews coming back at Loreto Toorak. There's about 100 metres to go. It's stroke for stroke. It looks like MLCQ may well have just got about a half a bow over the other crews. Loreto Toorak on this side looks like they may hold on for the win in this event, but there's nothing in it. St Catherine's also just drawing level with MLCQ coming right down to the line. It is going to be so close. It will be St Catherine's and MLCQ and Queenwood just take it from Kinross Walleroy in an absolute cracker of a finish by all crews. What a great race.
Yeah, only about a boat length between 1st and 5th there. We're just seeing the Commercial crew coming across the line. They'll finish in 6th place ahead of Fremantle in 7th. But it just looked like Kinross made their move, came up with 1,500 metres or so left to go. And then I just wonder whether or not they made that move just a touch too early, because it looked like with about 100 metres or so to go, as you were calling that, Rob, they just fell off the pace a little bit. Yeah,
absolutely. They just, it looked like they just couldn't go on with it, but they had done a great job to get where they were. So, and we're watching it now as they go across the line, literally a metre. They've missed out on that 4th place by. So very close racing, and augurs well for a great final.
And speaking of heats and finals for eights, we've got some more big boat energy coming down the course with heat number 1 of the men's under-17 eights. Again, top 4 through to the final. In lane 3, we have St Ignatius, the number 2 crew. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College. Lane 5, Scots. In lane 6, Kings. Lane 7, Brighton Grammar. And lane 8, Shore. So it's our leading crews now. You can see there the viewers, they're coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark. It is not a lot to pick between them. We've got the 6 crews in the race. 2 are going to drop out, and there is going to be a humdinger of a battle to try and avoid being the crews that drop out. So coming up now, you can see here it is the crew in lane number 8, Shore, who have the lead, and they're sitting nicely about a boat length out in front of lane number 5, Scots. And then it's anyone's guess as to the rest of it. St Ignatius, Prince Alfred College and Brighton Grammar, all within about a second of each other. Nothing to pick between them. That's coming up through the first 1,000 metres or so. But Shaw, our leaders, and anything else other than that, Rob, I don't think we could pick.
Yeah, I think a bit too early to pick this one, but isn't it great the progress that we've made in this under-17, these eights at both a state and national level. The competition in these is absolutely tremendous. So that step back from the GPS or the Schoolgirl and Schoolboy eights, but they are generating so much speed these days.
Yeah, and it's always fascinating with these eights races, you know, the tactics that are used. Do you go out hard early and try and put a distance and make it so as that everyone's sort of trying desperately to catch up, or do you save your energy and get ready for that big run towards the end? We know that Shaw are in the lead, but do they have the energy to go through right into the very end of it? So as our crews are coming up to the 1500 metre mark, and Shaw still holding on to that lead, but it does look like it might just be cut down a little bit. So it was about a boat length between first and second at the start. We've got Scott sitting in second, and then in a line, Prince Alfred College, Kings, Brighton Grammar, again, all within about a second of each other. St Ignatius are sitting in sixth place. They look like they're out. Shaw look like they're in. Scots, Prince Alfred College, Kings and Brighton Grammar now coming down with about 300 metres or so left to go.
Yes, it's an absolute sensational race here, and we've got the St Joseph's crew over on this side. Really look like they've found some speed, and certainly as they're coming down to that last 300 odd metres, the crew in the middle of the course.
So Scots and Kings in the middle of the course, so it's still Shaw holding on to that lead, but the push now is coming from the South Australians, from Scots. They've moved up into second place. Next to them, we've got Prince Alfred College. Well, they're going to be battling it out nicely for the win there. Trying to get through to that qualification position. I just think Brighton Grammar might just be a little ways off the pace. They're just slowing down just that little bit further. It's Shaw still holding on to the lead. Scots are sitting in second place. Prince Alfred College and Kings in third. But here comes the push again from Brighton Grammar. What have they got over the final 100 metres or so? It's Shaw leading out Scots. Scots have got themselves, though, out in front. Perhaps it's into the final few strokes. It is neck and neck for first and second, neck and neck for third, fourth and fifth. It is going to be Shaw who go through and take the win. Scots will go through in second place, and then it'll be 4, 6 and 7. So that is Prince Alfred College, Kings and Brighton Grammar missing out by half a canvas to qualify for the final, the men's under 17 eights. My word, I'm looking forward to that final, sitting back. And then we've got the crew from St Ignatius finishing in sixth place. There were nothing in those margins.
Absolutely great race again, and they just keep coming, Stuart. They just keep coming.
As we move back down the course, heat number 2 of the men's under 17 eights. So we've got Kings 2 in lane number 2. So that's Monty Douglas, Harley Collier, Digby Huggins, Henry McDonald, Charlie Cullenward, Edward Thompson, Henry Slipper and Henry Hunt. Coxed by Hunter Vickery. In lane 3 from Shaw, Ollie Hamilton, Jack Gilligan, Luke Bolfin, Finn McIntosh, Cooper Sparks, Harry Rorsheim, Angus Edwards, Oliver Wilson and Owen King. Lane 4 from Newington, Ethan Van Asperen, Owen Charles, Tom Dunstan, Ali Dehennen, Henry Evsgerd, Jack Carroll, Lachlan Trethui, Ollie Cooper and Harry Cooper. Lane 5 from St Ignatius, Arthur Roach, Charles Holt, Hunter Harris, Hudson Shaw, Charlie Cheheen, Charlie O'Halloran, Xavier Dynan, Darcy O'Day and Dax Cooley. In lane number 6 from Melbourne Grammar School, we have Callum Wade, Marcus Hunt Smith, Joshua Lofts, Henry Reith, David Canty, Rory Messam, Ollie Kingsford Dowd, Freddie Tomlinson and Kipling Griffin. In lane 7 from St Joseph's, James Irwin, Clancy Woodbridge, Xavier McClay, Arlo Benjes, Nicholas Huntington, Sam Negleen, Connor Furness, Angus Sieve and Christian Harris. So they're our crews, and you can just see them coming up towards, you can just see the BRO's hand in front of the camera, just pointing out to the crews, making sure that they're all going through. It is the crew in lane number 7 who has the lead at the moment. So that is the St Joseph's crew ahead of St Ignatius, and then back a little bit further, Melbourne Grammar School, Newington, and then Shaw sitting in 5th place are about 3 seconds back, and then a little bit further back to the second King's School crew. So We've seen it though. We saw it in the first heats, and we saw it in the women's under-17s as well, where the crews that were in the lead through the 1,000 metres weren't necessarily the ones, well, they might have been a commanding lead through 1,000, but they certainly weren't uncatchable.
No, certainly not, Stuart. And as you said, there's different race plans. You know, the fly and die as opposed to just sit back and get into your rhythm and carry it through is all coming into play. And it comes into play in this third 500. It's the championship 500, as we always say, where races, most races are won or lost. Bit of steering issues happening over there, and it looks to be the Melbourne Grammar crew, maybe, or St Ignatius. One of the crews is just a bit skew in their lane, but they seem to have regained their composure and straightened back up again. Yeah, it does appear that the St Joseph's crew and the St Ignatius one are the crews to catch at the moment. Certainly sandwiched in between them. Melbourne Grammar also look to have some good boat speed, so certainly that the fight for that fourth position, Newington, Shaw and Kings, will be where it's going to happen. The crew over in King's number 2 crew does look to have slipped a little bit, like they've struggled a little bit over that 500, as the crew beside them, the Shaw number 2, which is expected. Their number 2 crews, they seem to slip back a bit, but certainly still in it, and the race will be on between Shaw 2 and Newington. The first 3 do look fairly well clear cut now, with St Joseph's, Melbourne Grammar and St Ignatius looking to hold those first 3 positions. So the race, as I said, for that all-important 4th place into the final, all happening between the Shaw number 2 and Newington. And it does look like, as we're saying that, the Shaw number 2 crew has found some speed, and they're coming back up onto the Newington crew. So Newington will have to respond if they see themselves in this final.
St Ignatius and St Joseph's, our 2 leading crews at the moment. Melbourne Grammar School sitting nicely in second place, about a boat length ahead of Newington and Shaw. And I think, Rob, as you said that, it's a commentator's curse. It's because Newington saw Shaw start to put a little bit of burst of speed on, and then themselves have put the motors on. So they've kept that lead over Shaw out to a boat length, and even possibly just a little bit of clear water at the moment. The run for first place, though, this is going to be fascinating. St Joseph's closest to us at the grandstand. St Ignatius in lane number 5 and in the middle of the course, and both of them are going stroke for stroke. They'll want to get that top qualification position, and it does look like it is going to be the boys from St Joseph's who will hold on to take the heat win in heat number 2 of the men's under-17 eights. They'll finish just under half a boat length ahead of St Ignatius in second place. Third will go to the very distinctive shell of Melbourne Grammar School. And then 4th place will go to Newington, and then they'll finish ahead of the Shaw 2 crew in lane number 3. They'll finish in 5th, with the Kings 2 crew finishing in 6th place.
Yeah, Stuart, this, if the timing is correct, this race was about 7 seconds faster than the previous heat. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the final. Race 65, the Schoolboys Championship 4. And we'll do a quick call because they're coming down to the 1,000 metre marks. In lane 2, it's St Ignatius 4. In lane 3, St Joseph's 1. In lane 4, St Ignatius 2. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar 1. In lane 6, Kings 2. Scratching from Caulfield Grammar in lane 7. And Scott's number 2 crew in lane 8.
And it's the boys from Canberra Grammar School who have the lead ahead of the number 2 crew from St Ignatius. St Joseph's are in 3rd, the 4 crew from St Ignatius in 4th, and then Scott's 2 and King's 2. So it's a real opportunity here for the Canberra Grammar crew. Canberra Grammar do a lot of sweep rowing, and then down in the ACT, it's more crews do the sculling rather than the sweeping. So it's the first real opportunity, particularly in 2026, the Canberra Grammar have had to be able to get out and really test themselves up against some other school crews. So they're leading quite nicely through the first 1,000 metres, ahead, as we say, ahead of St Ignatius 2, St Joseph's 1 and St Ignatius 4. It's top 3 to go through to the final.
So at this stage, it does appear that the Canberra Grammar, St Ignatius 2 and St Joseph's 1 will go through. Although the crew over in lane 1, St Ignatius 4, are certainly not totally out of it yet, and they've got a bit of work to do if they want to catch back up to these leading three. But the race certainly is on up the front, and it's a great battle between the St Ignatius 2 and Canberra Grammar crews. Canberra Grammar holding that slight advantage as they came through the 1,000 metre mark. So as we come up to the 1,500 metre mark, we can see they're still holding. It may well be that the St Ignatius crew has now just got through the Canberra crew. Not by much, though. There'd be absolutely nothing in it as they go through, and that is right. St Ignatius 2 has now crept up and holds a 0.6 second lead over Canberra Grammar, followed by St Joseph's number 1, and a little bit further back to St Ignatius 2. They're only 2.5 seconds out of it, so with a good final 500 metres, they could actually come up and challenge for the third position. But at the moment, it does look like the race is really on between these two, Canberra Grammar and St Ignatius out in front. Just off to their right is St Joseph's number 1, and they've made a bit of a comeback, but they'd be watching on there to their right-hand side with that St Ignatius crew now really wound up over that coming down to the last 300.
Yeah, it's St Ignatius leading out Canberra Grammar, St Joseph's, and then next to them the St Ignatius 4 crew, and closest to us here on the grandstand side, the Scots crew just a little bit further away. It's hard to tell sometimes with the Parallax. Kings sitting back in 6th place as they're in now to the final 250 metres. It's been a well-judged row from St Ignatius, and they've got themselves out in front now. Canberra Grammar are in trouble. They've got St Joseph's in lane number 3 and St Ignatius in lane number 2, who are starting to make their move, and just some rough strokes there from the boys from Canberra Grammar. St Ignatius, it's been a well-timed, well-executed row from them. They're now boat length out in front. It's between Canberra Grammar, St Joseph's and St Ignatius for that for the second and third qualification positions. They're into the final few strokes. St Ignatius can just start to wind it down a little bit. The other crews certainly cannot. It is St Joseph's and Canberra Grammar potentially just ahead of St Ignatius. St Ignatius 2 take the heat win. Second place will just go to the crew from St Joseph's, who have turned and finished about a canvas ahead of Canberra Grammar. St Ignatius 4 just missing out on qualifying for the final. Scots will finish back in 5th place, and then Kings back in 6th. Another great little row, that one, Rob, and we can't stop because it's heat number 2 of the Schoolboy 4s.
And in this race, we have St Ignatius 1 in lane 2, St Joseph's 2 in lane 3, Canberra Grammar 3 in lane 4. We've had a scratching from Caulfield Grammar in lane 6, Shaw in lane 7, Scots 1, and in lane 8, Kings 1. And through the 1,000 metre mark in race 66, we had St Ignatius 1, followed by Shaw, Kings, Scots, St Joseph's and Canberra Grammar. So really, it looks fairly well clear cut for the top 3 when they came through the 1,000 metres. But we're looking through, coming down to the 1,500 metre now, we'll get a better picture of where things are at. But it does appear that the St Ignatius number 1 crew has a commanding lead at the moment.
So St Ignatius, no, we're still, so that's heat number 1. So it's Shaw leading out St Ignatius 1, Kings 1, St Joseph's 2, Scots 1. This is through the 1,500 metres. It is a bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th that we have on the timing system at the moment. So it is lane number 2, St Ignatius 1, and they're moving across the field. We've got the Shaw School sitting in first place, sorry, St Ignatius 1 sitting in 2nd place, and then closest to us, the King's School sitting in third. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. It's only really Scots who are able to make up that ground, but that with the last 250 metres or so, it would be a heck of an effort for Scots to make it up on Kings over Clearwater and then some over 250 metres, and a Schoolboy 4 would be, I think, would be talking about it for the rest of the day.
I think so, and a little bit of too much steering in that Scots boat's not going to help their cause, but certainly no trouble for these two out in front. That's the Shaw and St Ignatius 1. And it looks like that Shaw will just hold a slight advantage over St Ignatius 1 coming into the last 100 metres. Doesn't look to be like there's too much happening, although Shaw just lifting over the last 10 strokes just to consolidate their position in first place. It will be Shaw crossing the line in first to take out this heat, followed by St Ignatius 1. The King's School in lane 8 coming down to the line. And Kings now crossing the line to take third place. It will be Scots taking the fourth place, and St Joseph's crossing the line now and a little way back to the Canberra Grammar School.
As we move on to heat number 3 of the Schoolboy 4s, again top 3 through to the final. In lane number 3 from Scots, it's their 4 crew of Teddy Alvarez Garcia, Jason Jiang, Nick Phillips, Tennyson Bors and Jordan Dubov. In lane 4, the 3rd crew from Kings, that's Nicholas Walsh, Massimo Fitzsimon, Jock McGrath, Charlie Jones and Oliver Forrester. Lane 5 from Shaw, Charlie Glancy, Rupert Forrester, Ryan Doherty, Ed McDonald and Alex Galbin. In lane 6 from Scots, we have Thomas Irvin, Eric Johansson, Hugo Duplessis, William Porter and Ardi Chan. In lane 7 from St Ignatius, we have the 3 crew of Oliver Eisenhower, Archer Love, Samuel Barry, Henry McRae and Samuel Keane. And then lane 8 from Canberra Grammar, Oliver Lysing, Fergus Whiteside, James Wilson, Lucas Windle and Tristan Nope is their coxswain. And we can see them just up here on the screen at the moment, and it is the Shaw School and St Ignatius, our 2 leading crews. And interestingly, from that last heat that we had, Rob, we've just been informed by Chris McCarthy that that's the first time St Ignatius have been beaten in 25-26 in the Schoolboy 4s. So they'll be out for a bit of revenge, I think.
They'll certainly be redressing that over the next couple of weeks, I'm sure, as they come up to their head of the river. But through the 1,000-metre mark now, and it is that St Ignatius crew holding the ever so slight advantage over Shaw, number 2, a little bit further back to Canberra Grammar, and then back to Kings, Scots, and Scots 3 and 4 in 5th and 6th. So the race certainly on up at the front. Little bit of a gap back to the King's School, just out of the places at the moment, remembering those top 3 going through to the final. But it does look like the crews out in front, the Shaw and St Ignatius crews, looking quite comfortable there coming through the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, it's sitting in a nice lead. Yeah, they're sitting in a nice lead, as you can see, and it is that crew there in lane number 5 from the Shaw School that are on the screen at the moment and sitting quite nice. The conditions still fairly pleasant. It's sitting at about 22, 24 degrees at the moment. There is still a bit of humidity in the air, so it is important that all athletes do make sure that they're drinking enough water before and after, and also making sure that they're well protected from the heat when that really starts to kick in a little bit later on. Our top 3 looking comfortable at the moment. There is a bit of a push, I reckon, that might come from the Kings 3 crew over in lane number 4, so we'll keep an eye out as to how they're travelling. But it is Shaw 2, St Ignatius 3 and Canberra Grammar 2, our leading 3 crews as they come up to the 1,500, and that's exactly how it is at the moment. So Shaw, St Ignatius, Canberra Grammar, Kings sitting in 4th place.
Yeah, certainly a lot of work to do by Kings if they're going to get back up onto the into those top 3 positions. But the 2 crews out in front, as we mentioned earlier, looking very comfortable. It does look like the Canberra Grammar School, or the Shaw School, sorry, has just done a bit more of a push here. So they're it's coming down with about 300 odd metres to go, and Shaw certainly looking like they've got the goods at the moment. interesting, the crew over here on Canberra Grammar now coming up back on the St Ignatius crew, so it's going to be very, very tight for those positions. And a bit of a flyer from the King's crew. They have come back a long way, Stuart. So they've made great inroads into this lead, but looks like they might just have faltered a little bit in their chase for that position. But certainly the Canberra Grammar crew has a lot of boat speed over here in lane 8, and they are creeping up on the St Ignatius crew. St Ignatius crew, though, looking fairly comfortable, just a tad up on the rate as they come into the last 100 metres. Shaw crew looking very, very strong as they come down towards the line, and they will be very happy for this win. And no, they're working fairly hard to make sure that they're going to get into this final, but I think they're fairly safe at the moment. The big move has come from the Canberra Grammar School to cover that King's School over in lane 4, and looks like they have successfully done that. As they come down towards the line, it will be Shaw School just ahead of St Ignatius, and followed by Canberra Grammar. It then will be the King's number 3 crew after a great row to try to come back to that 3rd position, followed by Scots College number 3, and a little way back to Scots College number 4.
And I think the King's 3 crew were really starting at about 1500. They started to put the push on. Canberra Grammar had to put the foot down to try and make certain that they, number one, held off the King's School in lane number 4, but also tried to catch up to St Ignatius, really make sure of that qualification. So always those fascinating battles, race within a race, and then, yeah, all it takes is one rough stroke, and just takes that momentum away, and then they'll conserve the energy for another day. No conserving here, though. It is heat number 1 of the Schoolgirl 8s. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane number 2. Next to them, that's Negri, Perrott, Sofra, Rasmussen, Grant, Speller, Perrott, Ross and Roberts. Lane 3 from St Catherine's, the number 2 crew of Lloyd, Corker and Tink. Ollenderrick Smith, Elliott, Smith, Tumaho, Campbell, Sherrard and McGregor. Lane 4 from Furbank Grammar, that's Nichols. 5, DeToro, McLean, Morgan, Cairns, Haller and Schenfeld and Barwood. Lane 5 from Loretto, Kirribilli, Reeves, Crino, Willahan, Ronan, Fallon, Holt, Dunstan, Orth and Warren. Lane 6 from Caulfield Grammar, Abbott, White, Manly, Maskill, Conan, Embleton, Chesnow, Neal and Eldridge. Lane 7 from Pimble Ladies, Murphy, Norton, Landgrebe, Wyatt, Phillips, Ollison, Cullinan, McLaughlin and Solomons. And lane 8 from Geelong College, Bennett, Laidlaw, Shakespeare, Hutchins, Nadorp, Dorr, Henderson, Alston, Vorath and Ashton.
And certainly in New South Wales Schoolgirl rowing, the Pimble Ladies College number 1 crew has been on form so far this season, and they've carried that through the 500 metres and now through the 1,000 metres. So it's Pimble Ladies College going through in the lead over Melbourne Girls Grammar School. About 3-second advantage there. Back to another second back to Furbank Grammar, Loretto Kirribilli a little bit further back, followed by Caulfield Grammar, Geelong College and St Catherine's number 2. So not a lot in it. Once again, that progression is first 3 to the final. So at the moment it looks fairly safe, with a little bit of a gap back from Loretto Kirribilli behind Furbank Grammar, and so the top 3 looking safe at this stage.
Yeah, PLC, Pimble Ladies, they had a blistering time I think it was a couple of weeks ago now, on the Sunday here at the IGSA Regatta. I think it was one of the quickest times that a Schoolgirl 8 has gone down the course in Australia, certainly here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So it's unsurprising to see them out in front at the moment. They're in lane number 7, second from us here on the grandstand side. And then just looking across, we've got the crew over in lane number 2. That's Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And then a couple across from them, Furbank Grammar. They look like our 1, 2 and 3, with perhaps Loretto Kirribilli lurking, trying to see if there's a mistake. And, you know, all it takes is that one foul stroke, and then it means that it gives those chasing crews that little bit of extra momentum, that opportunity to try and make their way through. As we're coming now to the 1,500 metre timing point, it is still the crew in lane number 7, Pimble Ladies, who have the lead. It's about a boat length between them and the crew over on the far side of the course. So that is Melbourne Girls Grammar School, with Furbank Grammar sitting in 3rd, But we do have that bit of a gap then back to fourth place that you can see. So plenty of clear water between third and fourth. So we've got Loretto Kirribilli 11 seconds back. So our top three looking fairly comfortable. We then go back a little bit further again. We've got our next few crews just coming across the 1500 metre timing point. So Caulfield Grammar sitting in fifth place. And then not a lot to pick between our next two crews from Geelong College and also the second crew from St Catherine's.
Yes, and this Pymble Ladies College crew looking very, very composed as they come down to the 250 to go. You can see the work getting carried out in the Geelong Grammar over on the far Melbourne's Girls Grammar over on the far side as compared to the composure in the Pymble boat. So they're rowing well within themselves, I would suggest. Certainly the Loretto Kirribilli crew, Furbank Grammar crew, also holding their own. It's a long way back now, about 3 or 4 lengths. So these crews, as said, with barring disaster in the crew, they will go across the line in first, second and third. Good rows by the chasing pack, but certainly don't quite have this speed. And the Melbourne Grammar School, they're going to try to pull up and take this lead, but the Pymble ladies really just cruising at the moment. They've just stepped it up a couple of points, just said, well, we'll show you what we can do. And they've gone across the line, I'd say fairly easy in the end to take out that first heat.
So about 3/4 of boat length between Pymble Ladies in first and Melbourne Girls Grammar School in second place. And then Furbank Grammar coming through in third. So there are 1, 2 and 3. They'll go through to the finals of the Schoolgirl Eights. Finishing in fourth place will be the crew from Loretto Kirribilli in lane number 5. And then in behind them we have the crew in lane number 6. That's Caulfield Grammar, who are just coming towards the line now. And then our final couple of crews will be St Catherine's 2 in lane 3 and Geelong College in lane 8. So just confirmation there of Caulfield Grammar. And then in the battle for the final place, it will just be the crew from Geelong College, finishing about the width of the bow number ahead of St Catherine's back in 7th place. As we move back down the course for heat number 2 of the Schoolgirl Eights, in lane number 2, Geelong Grammar, O'Connor, Barrow, Fitzgerald, Griffin, Sonego, Taylor, Sanderson, Baker, Reed and Dobson. Lane 3 from Kinross, Walleroy, Grace and Georgia Tancred, and then Grout, Jarek, Dimmock, Legio, Wise, Reedy and Bruce. Lane 4 from Pymble Ladies, we have Bazina, Murphy, Simpson, Alexander, Clifton, Tubbenschlag, Curtis, Kinneberg and Bartrup. In lane 5 from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Edwards, Jane, Bell, Anthony, Barnes, Rosudis, Davies, Hayes and Rowe. Lane 6 from Loretto Turak, Critikides, Kennedy, Bear, Fay, Eagleson, Forster, Capriliogo, Quick, Jordan and Grave. Lane 7 from Queenwood, Ferguson, Kennedy, Doku, Fainganuku, Veach, King, Hood, Gassman and Home. And lane 8 from Wesley College, Evans, Welbury, Ross Handler, Horsley, Millard, Schmidt, Kirk, Ryan and Da Costa Alves is their coxswain.
Yeah, and through the 500 metres, Kinross have had a bit of a flyer from the start. They're about a boat length up going through the 500 metre mark. Very tight after that. So whether Kinross can keep that going, we'll wait to see as we come down towards the 1,000 metre mark. But certainly looking like they have given up none of that lead at the moment. As we come through the 1,000 metre mark, it will be the Kinross Walleroy crew going through with a clear water now over the chasing pack, which is Geelong Grammar, followed by Loretto Turak, and a little bit further back now to Queenwood, Pymble Ladies, Wesley College. Coming through the 1,000 metres, so certainly a clear leaders coming at the 1,000 metre mark were the Kinross Walleroy crew, and they certainly have got a lot to prove. I'd say probably hadn't had their greatest rows over the last couple of regattas, and we know what they're capable of. Always a very, very strong rowing school, so they certainly would have put the work in over the last couple of weeks. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out for them over the next day.
Yeah, Kinross, and we saw them last year as well. I think they'd won every single race in the Schoolgirl Eights right up until, I can't remember if it was head of the Schoolgirl, but certainly down at the national titles. They were one of the favourites for the Schoolgirl Eights down there, and then the final, I think they finished at about 4th or 5th out of the medals. So a number of the rowers in this crew backing up from last year's crew, so unsurprising, I guess, to see them out in front through the early stages. Looks like they might just be getting caught up a little bit by a couple of the other crews. So we've got the crew there from Geelong Grammar and also Loreto Turak just starting to make a little bit of a move. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. It is top 3 to go through, and our top 3 were looking quite comfortable as they went through that 1,000-metre mark. You can see Kinross on the screen at the moment with their distinctive light blue shells and looking nice at the moment. So Kinross Walleroy holding on to that lead, and in fact they're just extending it out a little bit. It was just over a boat length between first and second through the 1,000, and now it is Loreto Turak and Geelong Grammar who are about 5 seconds back. So plenty of clear water, and then plenty of clear water back to Pymble Ladies in 4th place. Wesley College and Queenwood, they're just sitting in behind them, and then it is a little ways back then to it looks to be the second crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. They're back in 7th place.
Yeah, certainly a good row by this Kinross Walleroy's first crew, and they have extended that lead slightly, although the other crews now coming back. Loreto Turak had switched over the lead with Geelong Grammar and taken over Geelong Grammar coming from that third 500, and they look like they may have extended that as well, but still fighting on hard at the Geelong Grammar, remembering that the first 3 of these go through to the final. Be a great race if it was 4 going through to the final, because there's nothing between the 4th, 5th and 6th, the Pymble Ladies College, Queenwood and Wesley College for that 4th position. I don't think they are going to have enough time in this race to be able to overcome the Turak or Geelong Grammar crews, but certainly no trouble at all out in front for Kinross Walleroy. They've backed it off just a touch now, and the crews are caught back up a little bit. It does look like the Geelong Grammar crew are trying valiantly to get over Turak again to get that 2nd place, but now Turak responding, and certainly it will be these 3 crews going to the final.
So Kinross Walleroy, traditional rigging this year, no triple bucket. They're going to go through and take the heat win in heat number 2 of the championship, Schoolgirl Eights. 2nd place will go to the crew there in lane number 6, that's Loreto Turak. 3rd and final qualification position will go to Geelong Grammar. Now in the battle for the other placings, we do have lane number 4, Pymble Ladies, finishing just ahead of Wesley College in lane number 8, and then in behind them Queenwood just a little ways off the pace. You can see there it's taking plenty out of the rowers as they cross over the line, and then our final crew to cross the line will be Melbourne Girls Grammar School 2 crew in 7th place.
And the times in those 2 heats are only about 3 seconds different. This one about 3 seconds slower than the other one, but I'd suggest that the other one was probably a little bit faster. So it'll be interesting to see how we get on in the final.
Move back down to heat number 3 of the Schoolgirl Eights. Again, top 3 through to the final. We've only got the 6 crews in this event, in this race. So MLCQ in lane number 3, that's Jackal, Ward, Shen, Marriott, Fusitano, Tian, Wilson, Blake and Kusnanda. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland, Carroll, Kent, Moore, Davies, Wang, Baxby, Preston, Pettigrew and Brosnan. In lane 5 from St Catherine's, we have Orange, Innes, Lynx, Hennessy, Borthwick, Dodwell, Rupnik, Williams, Innes and Hunstead. In lane 6 from Geelong Grammar, McLaughlin, Wright, Conway, Barber, Osmond, Spinks, Johnston, Hanbury and Jaiswell. In lane 7 from Geelong College, Bryce, Gray, Dennis, Halbone, McCann, Hines, Agar, Tyrrell and Kemp. And lane 8 from Commercial Rowing Club, we have Gundlach, PT, Quarterman, UN, Stafford, Kendall, Becker, Skipper and Claire Ross is their coxswain.
Yeah, through the 500, Stuart, we had the MLCQ crew holding an ever so slight advantage over Uni of Queensland. A little bit further back then to Commercial, Geelong, St Catherine's, but obviously very early in the race. From our vantage point up here, it does look like a pretty much straight line across that course. We were talking points of a second across all crews coming through the 500.
As they're just coming across the 1,000 now, and is the University of Queensland leading out MLCQ. There are 1 and 2, and you can see there's plenty of clear water between those. Then Commercial have moved up into third place, just ahead of St Catherine's. Geelong College not far behind them, and then Geelong Grammar sitting in sixth place. So we'll keep an eye out on that run between Commercial and St Catherine's. It's the top three to go through to the final, and Commercial and St Catherine's only a second between those two crews as they went through the 1,000 metres, coming up now with 750 metres or so left to go. Our leading two crews are the University of Queensland in lane number 4 and MLCQ in lane number 3. So they're furthest away from the grandstand, and then Commercial, sitting in third place at the moment, are closest to us here on the grandstand side. The St Catherine's crew that are sitting in fourth place at the moment, well, they're also away from the grandstand, so we'll keep an eye out on those ones. So it's still University of Queensland and MLCQ battling it out for that lead, coming up now into the 1,500 metre timing point. You may be wondering, it's a Schoolgirl 8. Why have we got Commercial and the University of Queensland? And here at the New South Wales Regattas, you do have that ability. They all must be from the one club or the one school, but you can have these clubs putting in the entries, which is why we're seeing the two visitors from Queensland, University of Queensland and Commercial Rowing Club, and both of them looking good to qualify for the final here in the Schoolgirl 8s. It is the University of Queensland still holding on to that lead in lane number 4, and they've just extended it out a little bit from MLCQ. Let's have a look now, Rob, for third and fourth. It was Commercial leading out St Catherine's, and it is now St Catherine's, and in fact there's still nothing to pick between the two of them into the final 500. It's back then a little bit further to the crews, look to be the crew there from Geelong College ahead of Geelong Grammar. Third and fourth is on.
Yes, certainly the race there between Commercial and St Catherine's is going to be riveting as we come down to the last 300 odd metres. The crew from Queensland Uni and the crew over in lane 3 look to be fairly comfortable at this stage, but the crews from Commercial and St Catherine's are really vying for that third place into the final. Would be an important race for all of them, and notably for St Catherine's being the only New South Wales crew in this heat. So
not against it.
No, they have up against it just a little bit, but their race is stroke for stroke between these two crews, St Catherine's and Commercial over in lane 7. It will be a fight right the way to the line. No trouble whatsoever for this Uni of Queensland crew. They look to have backed up just ever so slightly. MLCQ thinking they're pretty safe too at the moment with about a length over the following crew, but the race is absolutely on here for Commercial and St Catherine's as they come down to the last 250 100 odd metres, and it is stroke for stroke as we come towards the line. Both crews pushing hard now, getting the rating up. It is still nothing in it, absolutely nothing come down the line. The University of Queensland crew goes across the line, but it is stroke for stroke, St Catherine's and Commercial. If you're having a look out the side of the boat, it looks like Commercial might have the slightest of advantage, and they will take out third position over St Catherine's in an absolute ripper of a race. It will be the crew from Geelong College coming over the line next, followed by Geelong Grammar. What a great race, Stuart.
Yeah, those two crews, Commercial and St Catherine's, raced the entire way down the course. And unfortunately for the St Catherine's crew, just unable to go through at the very end there. Every time they picked it up, Commercial were there waiting. They had their own push and they were able to hold on. So confirmation there, it is the University of Queensland in first, MLCQ in second, and Commercial going through in third. As we move from the Schoolgirl to the Schoolboy 8s, this is the first heat, and again, top 3 through to the final. Lane 1 from Sydney Grammar, we have Lee, Snow, Hall, Lanigan, Stumbles, Dalton, Holland, Wagner and Beera. In lane 2 from St Joseph's, the two crew of Spork, Fredrickson, Gordon, Reinhardt, Campbell, Densley, Cossins, Spies and Bellantonio. In lane 3 from Shaw School, the number 1 crew of Crowther, Scammell, Faulkner, McCutchinson, Roxburgh, Bauman, Robertson, Paris and Gundy. Lane 4 from Scotch College, Buscombe, McCool, Davison, Lewis, Abbott, Speed, Fortuna, Bennett and Downs. Lane 5 from Geelong Grammar, Yenkin, Thompson, Onley Walker, Church, Lee, Hinkfuss, Mills and Law. We have a scratching from Kings in lane 6. Lane 7, Geelong College 1, Radin, McCall, Bennett, Manderson, Flanagan, Hart, Connor, McArdle and Neat. In lane 8 from Scots, the 2 crew of Green, White, Carmody, Little, Perry, Anderson, Prout, Dinapoli, Long and Sperring. And lane 9 from Southport School, the number 2 crew of Cameron, Palmer, Peacock, Rogers, Holt, Arthur, Noon, Attow, L and Trimble.
As we come down towards the 1500 metre mark, through the 1000 metre mark though, it was Shaw holding a slight advantage over St Joseph's 2, followed by Geelong College, Scotch College and the Southport School. So that's how they've gone through there. We're coming down to the 1500 metre mark now, and it does look like to be a very close race across the course. Only 3 of these crews going through to the final at race 108, but it does look like it will be the Shaw School going through in holding down first place, followed by St Joseph's number 2. It's a little bit further back then to the Scotch College, and over on this side the Southport School, and that's where the race is on at this stage. But it's still very, very close. As we look across the course there,
I think there's a missing crew in that timing point as well, because there were 2 that went across. It was Scotch College going through at the same time as another crew, so we'll just keep an eye out on that one. It might have been Geelong College in lane number 7. So we're into the final 250 metres. It's top 3 to go through, and there is just about a straight line across the course. It's Shaw leading out the St Joseph's 2 crew, and then Geelong College sitting just ahead of Scotch College. You can start to hear the cheers from the grandstand now as they're into that final 250 metres. It's still the Shaw School with that lead, holding on. Can the St Joseph's 2 crew hold on to go through to the final? That will be an upset if they're able to get through over Geelong College and Scotch College. Their number 1 crews. They're into the final stages now. Shaw still holding on to that lead. St Joseph's still in second place. Geelong College, they've started to up the rate. Have Scotch College got it in them to be able to get through as well? We're in now to the final 20 metres or so. There is nothing in this battle for second and third. Scotch have moved ahead of Geelong College. It is going to be a win for the boys from the Shaw School. Second place will go to St Joseph's number 2 crew, and it's going to be third to the Scotch College. They'll finish just under a boat length ahead of Geelong College back in 4th place. 5th place will go to the 2nd crew from the Southport School, who in turn will finish ahead of the 2nd crew from Scots, and then back to Geelong Grammar in 7th place, and then the Sydney Grammar crew looking like they may have been an issue there in there somewhere. So by confirmation of the win for Shaw, 2nd place to St Joseph's 2 and 3rd to Scotch College.
And moving up to race 72, and I think we might have just got underway in that race. Quick roll call in lane 1, Wesley College, Bear, Crozier, Arkeveld, Camilleri, Hinton, Kirk, Shepherd, Roylance and Robinson. In lane 2, Geelong College, Waycott, Brady, Bufton, Wettenall, Mitchell, Kuczynski, Chen, Olsen and Mahavithna. In lane 3, Melbourne Grammar, Negri, Mitchell, Mayo, Thomas, Callard, McLennan, Adkins, Glover and Harris is their coxswain. In lane 4, St Ignatius 1, Christie, Taylor, Roche, Bryant, Brown, Carr, Coble, Walker, Stack. In lane 5, Newington number 2, Gillespie Penny, Downing, Stelmarker, Costa Thane, Robertson, Allen, Byrne, Mitchell, Smith and Haar. In lane 6, St Kevin's, Falloon, Simpson, Swartz, Burrell, Foran, Evans, Sunnerman, Keller and Hannon. Lane 7, Scott's number 1, Crawford, Tyson, Marr, Lowe, Merion, Beck, Milling and Berkeloo. And Cameron. In lane 8, Southport Schools, Hill, Woolley, Sten, Smith, Evans, Hugh, Greenup and Hewitt. And in lane 9, Caulfield Grammars, Hartung, Crockett, Here, Farmer, Quick, Moon, Smith, Thompson and Jones.
So through the 500 metres, it was Melbourne Grammar School who had the lead ahead of the Queensland champions, the Southport School. Scots sitting in 3rd place, and then they were just ahead of St Ignatius And it's got Scots down again, so that can't be right. And then we've got St Kevin's, Caulfield Grammar, Newington and Wesley College. So they are our leading crews through the 500, and then we'll get a bit of an idea as they come up now towards the 1,000-metre timing point. The picks for this race in the official preview were from Chris McCarthy were Shaw and St Ignatius just ahead of the Southport School. So we'll keep an eye out as to whether or not the Southport School are able to get themselves ahead of Melbourne Grammar School in lane number 3. So Southport School in lane number 8, Melbourne Grammar School in lane number 3. We can see Melbourne Grammar School just ahead of St Ignatius as they come up towards that 1,000-metre timing point. And there are the boys from the Southport School. They're still about a canvas back from Melbourne Grammar School. St Ignatius sitting in 3rd. Scots are in 4th. It's top 3 to go through to the final. It's only half a second between 3rd and 4th. We're then back to St Kevin's, Caulfield Grammar, Newington 2, Wesley College and Geelong College 2. So it's some good side-by-side battling going on here. Melbourne Grammar School holding on to that lead though, Rob.
Yeah, certainly holding just about a half-length lead over, or maybe a little bit more over the Southport School with St Ignatius and Scots. As we said, only half a second between the two of them. So they certainly will have some work to do between those battling for that 3rd position as they come down towards the 1,500-metre mark. But still really looking across the course from lanes 3 to 9, it's a very, very close racing. And the crews over in Wesley College and Geelong College, and probably maybe Newington 2 have slipped back a little bit from the front runners, but certainly it is on. We can see from just a visual now that the Melbourne Grammar School looks to have actually may have extended that lead just ever so slightly as they come down towards the 1,500 metres. We'll get a better look on that when we go. The race, though, is going to be over here for Scots 1 and the Southport School. That's certainly where the race will be for that second and the 3rd place and final place into the final. So as they come through the 1,500-metre mark, we're just coming down now. It does look like there's been a bit of a push in the St Ignatius crew, and they've now moved up a little bit closer, only about a second and a half behind the Melbourne Grammar School now. The Southport School, though, is still holding their own, but just only over 0.6 of a second over Scots. So once again, this is where the race is going to be in these lanes 7 and 8 over on this side of the course. But Geelong Grammar, Melbourne Grammar and St Ignatius really holding down reasonably comfortably, they would think, coming into the last 300 odd metres. Once again, a bit of a push coming out of that Melbourne Grammar School just to try to show some dominance in this field, but I'm sure that St Ignatius will be well aware of that and will do what they need to do to get into the final and then use that. Over on this side, though, the Southport School is really flying with that competition coming up from the Scots College crew on their inside. So they are really overhauling these front 2 crews. They were about 2.5 seconds down at the 1,500-metre mark, but they certainly have come back a long way.
There is no crew that is safe at the moment. It's Melbourne Grammar School and St Ignatius, far side of the course, and then closest to us we've got the Southport School and Scots, and they are all coming up towards the line in pretty much a line. It is St Ignatius. Have they got their bow ball up level with Melbourne Grammar School, who've led the entire way? The Southport School, they're trying to push ahead of Scots. You can hear the cheers coming in from the grandstand in these 2 races. It is going to be St Ignatius finishing just ahead of Melbourne Grammar School. Who's going to finish in 3rd and qualify for the final? It's the Southport School by a canvas over Scots. Some great racing there as they came up towards the line. Scots gave it absolutely everything, but just unable to go through. We've then got the crew there in lane number 6, I think it is. St Kevin's finishing in 5th, just ahead of Caulfield Grammar, back in 6th place. 7th will go to Newington in lane number 5, and then we've got Wesley College back in 8th and Geelong College 2 in 9th place. St Ignatius just able to row through Melbourne Grammar School in that battle for 1st and 2nd, and then the Southport School just able to hold off Scots for that 3rd and final qualification position here in the Schoolboy 8s. Let's take a deep breath and move on to heat number 3 of the Schoolboy 8s. And again, it's the top 3 through to the final. Lane number 1 from St Ignatius, we have Kirkby, Metcalf, Bateman, Eisenhower, Tancred, Poland, Hare, McClintock and McNulty. In lane number 2 from Xavier College, we have O'Sullivan, Reynolds, Dwyer, Sprallia, O'Flynn, Porwillick, Glass, Reynolds and Liu. In lane 3 from Shaw, we have Hamilton, Minchin, Rogan, McIntosh, Koch, Giuretta, Curry, Kennedy and Miller. Lane 4 from Geelong Grammar, Mantello, Boyd, Turnbull, James, McDougall, McKay, Value, Smith and Mantello. Lane 5 from St Joseph's, Benuska, Nevitt, Curran, Tripoloni, Wall, O'Hara, Phelps, Lane and Yates. In lane number 6 from Brighton Grammar, Flanagan, Alderson, Claret, Haycox, Church, Hanley, Quill, Carson and Hoffman. Lane 7 from Melbourne Grammar School, we have Leach, Castine, Blamey, Martin, McKeekan, Velakoulis, Carter, Parsons and Dowd. Lane 8 from Newington, Whitaker, Van der Vesthausen, McDonald's, Patterson, Old, Trethui, Jones, Colantonio and Baker. And lane 9 from Scotch College, the 2 crew of Bowdens, Rofale, Richards, Temple, Lamont, Simpson, McLaughlin, Gelbart and Pagnan. So as they through the 500, it was Scotch College leading out St Joseph's, Xavier College, Newington, Melbourne Grammar School, Brighton Grammar, St Ignatius, Shaw and Geelong Grammar. And we're just seeing them now coming up towards the 1,000-metre timing point. So halfway through, it's lane number 9, Scotch College 2, that has the lead ahead of Xavier College, St Joseph's, Shaw, Melbourne Grammar School, Newington, Brighton Grammar, St Ignatius 2 in there as well. So it's still a very, very tight race. And so you can see there on those timings through the 1,000 metres, it's top 3 to go through. And apart from Geelong Grammar 2, who listed as about 11 seconds back, I don't know that I could write off any of these other crews.
No, it is very, very close going through that 1,000-metre mark, a very competitive race, which I'm sure they're all appreciating at this point in time. But that Scotch College crew looking very accomplished out front with a 2:57 through the 1,000. So a fairly sharp time through that 1,000-metre mark.
So Scotch College 2 sitting in the lead through the 1,000. We're starting to see a little bit of a push now come from the crew in the middle. That's St Joseph's. We've already seen the second St Joseph's crew make it through to the final. And we're just going to see if the St Joseph's 1 crew can join them. There'll be plenty of bragging rights up for grabs there. So our crew's now coming into the final 500 metres, and again there is nothing to pick between them. We saw a great race in the last heat for the Schoolboy 8s. Who's going to go through this time? It's Scotch College 2 leading out Xavier College, St Joseph's. Couple of seconds back to Geelong Grammar, then Shaw, Brighton Grammar, Newington, Melbourne Grammar School, and then that's St Ignatius 2 crew, it looks like. So it does look like there was a little bit of an issue there with the timing system as they went through the 1,000-metre point. So we'll keep an eye out on those ones. But certainly here in lane number 9, this 2 crew from Scotch College sitting quite nicely in front. And then in lane number 2, Xavier College sitting in second place. One across from them, we've got the 2 crew from Shaw and St Joseph's, number 1. Final 250 metres or so. The only thing we can tell you is that Scotch College are in the lead, and that's Xavier College are starting to make their own push now. Again, the cheers coming from the grandstand as they come into the final 200 metres or so. We've got 3 crews to qualify, and as it stands, Scotch College 2, Xavier College 1, and Shaw and then St Joseph's are the 4 going for those 3 spots. Shaw just possibly missing out as things stand. Final 100 metres or so. There's nothing between it. Here comes the push from Shaw though. Are they going to be able to go and make it through? Scotch College 2 are going to have to keep an eye out on their right-hand sides as they're coming up towards the line. It is less than a boat length between first and fourth. It is going to be a win for Scotch College 2. They'll go through to the final. Second place will go through to the crew in lane number 2. So that is Xavier College 1, St Joseph's finishing in third place ahead of the Shaw School in fourth, and then Brighton Grammar, Newington, Melbourne Grammar School, and then over on the far side of the course we've got St Ignatius 2, and then our final crew just coming across the line, and that is the crew in lane number 4. That is the second crew from Geelong Grammar. Another close one there, Rob, but anyone's guess with about 250 to go.
Yeah, so it's, as you called it, through the 1,000-metre mark with only about a second and a half across the field. It was always going to be a tight one at the finish. So the nothing better than seeing a close finish in an eights race. It's always the excitement level is through the roof, and certainly with the grandstand cheering them on, certainly helping their crews home. So we've had a great race there and a great set of races with the times across the three heats. So in so I don't have the first heat, but the 6:02 and 6:01 were the two times that I have here, and so certainly they are, and 5:58 I think was the other one. So there's nothing in those heat times to indicate a clear dominance in this final that's coming up in race 108.
Yeah, can't wait to see those finals. So that's our heats done for the first part of the morning session. We're going to go back, and this one's going to be over 500 metres, and it is the men's and women's 500 metres single sculls for para. So the women's, we've got 3 entries in the women's para 500 metres, and then 1 entry in the men's. So we are just getting our rowers getting ready to go. They'll start to move down towards the start line, so a little bit trickier, a little bit different, where we set it up without the held starts. And they are just down at the 1,000 metres at the moment, so they'll start making their way up towards the 500 metre mark, and then we will be underway in just a few minutes. As we wait for the start of the men's and women's para 500 metre races, or the race, just to mention some of the sponsors of the 2026 New South Wales State Championship Regatta. Quest Penrith are the official accommodation partner of Rowing New South Wales and the place to stay in Penrith, featuring 115 apartment-style hotel rooms, including studio, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. Quest is a great solution for those looking for accommodation in Penrith, close to Cirque, Penrith Westfield and the Penrith train station. The Regatta Shop are the official event merchandise partner of Rowing New South Wales. Check out theregattashop.com.au or head up to the pavilion to see the full event range for the 2026 New South Wales Rowing Championships. The V Insurance Group is the appointed insurance broker for Rowing New South Wales. As Australia's largest specialist sports and leisure insurance broker, V Insurance has many exclusive resources and solutions available to protect the rowing community across New South Wales. Pontoon is a proud partner of Rowing New South Wales, developing and manufacturing technically innovative custom sports apparel for schools, clubs, corporates and social teams. Head to pontoonsports.com for more details. Web Urban is the official IT support partner of Rowing New South Wales. Together we're delivering digital transformation for Rowing New South Wales, keeping our sport innovative and future focused. Head to weburban.com for details. Rowing New South Wales is proud to partner with Gotcha for Life as part of the annual 24-hour row, a powerful challenge where teams row for 24 hours straight to raise funds for Gotcha for Life and build a mentally fit future where no one worries alone. Last year, over $476,000 was raised, allowing more than 9,500 people to attend a mental fitness workshop. This year's row is on 12 to 13 September. Head to 24hourrow.com.au for details. That's 24hourrow.com.au. Rowing New South Wales recently welcomed global performance water sports brand Zik on board as a supporting partner for the 2026 Sprint Eliminator as part of the brand's expanding involvement across competitive rowing. Together, we're delivering experiences on and off the water that engage athletes and captivate audiences. Race Clocker is the official timing partner for all non-circ regattas held on harbours and rivers within New South Wales, including the NSW time trials. Race Clocker is a do-it-yourself tool for manual timing of sports races, offering an easy and fast alternative to chip timing or stopwatches with live results streaming. Together, we're building and supporting the technical infrastructure required to enter, time and deliver high-quality regattas within New South Wales. Head to raceclocker.com for details. Global data and analytics consultancy Billigence is the official digital youth insights partner of Rowing New South Wales. Together, we're using data to grow participation and enrich the rowing experience for students, coaches and families across New South Wales. Will any of this year's state champions be fast enough to make the next Digital Youth Insights leaderboard? And we do have, if you head to the Rowing New South Wales website and their Instagram, they've got a number of the fastest crews. So they've got the leaderboard. And I think this is a fantastic thing, Rob, where we've got the leaderboard that's showing the fastest crews across each of the different events. We just saw the Schoolboy 8s and the Schoolgirl 8s come down the course for their heats. So the fastest we mentioned, Pymble Ladies College, 6:36.47. The next fastest, 6:46.72. So 10 seconds quicker from PLC at that IGSA regatta a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely, Stuart. They tracking these performances over the regattas, over multiple regattas, and so we are seeing this great initiative of the leaderboard in these races, which give the school age athletes a great insight into where they are and where they're standing and throughout the season. So we look forward to that continuing and probably hopefully extending out to other age groups and the like. But certainly a great initiative by Billigence and Rowing New South Wales.
And one of the other things that we mentioned in that sponsors reads is the Eliminator, which is coming up during the Schoolgirl Head of the River in the lunch break. That's for the women's Eliminator, and then the men's Eliminator during the Schoolboy Head of the River. And I remember doing those events last year, and they're a heck of a lot of fun. The women's events in particular, we had Bella Scammell, formerly of Kinross Walleroy, taking the win for Sydney Rowing Club, where she just managed to hold off a very fast finishing Tara Rigney, and some decent prize money up for grabs as well.
Yeah, certainly 10,000 for first, 4,000 for second, and 3,000 for third. But the women's field at the moment, we have Emma Twigg and Tara Rigney. So it's a great field. In the men's field, we have Logan Ulrich, who only this week or late last week broke the 1,000 metre erg record. So there's been a fair bit of happening on the erg front as well, but certainly a great field in those so far, and still the question marks for the final places. So we'll look forward to that at the Schoolgirl and Schoolboy Head of the River at the lunch break. And that, once again, is a great initiative to run them in the Schoolboy and Schoolgirl regattas. That's where we want to get that growth. We want these kids to stay in the sport once they leave school, and this is just another thing that shows them what if.
And I think with Logan Ulrich, so amazing to have Emma Twigg coming across. Logan Ulrich, he'll be no stranger to the Sydney International Regatta Centre, because I believe he was actually born in Brisbane. He certainly grew up in Brisbane, rode for Brisbane Grammar School and canned, and rode for Australia at junior level before going to college in the US and then rowing for New Zealand. So he'll be very familiar with how to row here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
So you're thinking, Stuart, we should claim him as our own? We're prone to do that with New Zealanders if they show a bit of form. So certainly that'll be great to see him in action.
Well, I think he'd actually be eligible for the Queensland Kings Cup crew. But if he's a permanent resident of Australia, he learnt to row in Queensland, his state of origin, would be Queensland. So it would be one for the books. So, because certainly looking forward to the King's Cup down in Lake Barrington coming up at the end of March. That came very, very close in there. So our rowers just getting ready for the start of the first of our medal races for today. So this is the women's PR3 500 metres and the men's PR3 500 metres. So in lanes 3, 4 and 5 we have Amber Bradley from Community Rowing Clubs, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Robin Smith. In lane 4 we have from Roseville Jess Smith, coached by Sophie Brady and James Petering. And lane 5 from Community, Jennifer Emerson, again coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Robin Smith. Lane 7 we have our male entry, and you can see them just taking off now. So that is Oliberth Reyes Sanchez from Community Rowing Club, and again coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Robin Smith. So the Community Rowing Club, you do see a number of para rowers wearing their zooties, but they aren't just a para rowing club. They are, as the name suggests, a full community rowing club open to everyone. As we just see, Reyes Sanchez from Community does have the lead, so he's all the rowers going off go over the 500 metres. In the women's race, we've got Jess Smith leading out Jennifer Emerson, and then it is a little bit further back to Amber Bradley. So this event, it's a real opportunity for the para rowers, particularly for those starting out, to be able to go in, race at the New South Wales Championships, and do so without having to race right up against the big guns.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Amber Bradley, I'm fairly certain, was at PLC up to last year. They have a great para program within PLC, and that is now extending to other schools such as Roseville, and I think some of the number of other schools now have introduced that para programs into their programs. But certainly Reyes Sanchez over on this side, showing fairly good form here as he comes down with about 100 metres to go. A little way back now to Jess Smith of Roseville. She's fairly comfortable. Looks like she might have gone out fairly hard and might be feeling it a little bit, even though it's over 500 metres. So she's probably rethinking that strategy, and we'll just settle it down and make sure she gets across the line first in the women's race. We then have Jennifer Emerson in lane 5, but no problems whatsoever for Reyes Sanchez as he comes down with about 5 or 6 strokes to go, and looking very, very comfortable in his technique, running very good length, and he will cross the line to take out the para men's 500 metres. It will be Jess Smith, barring any disaster, who has got the momentum and has a handy lead over Jennifer Emerson, and she will come across the line in second place in the race, but first place in the women's 500 metres, and looking very tired. Might have said just extended herself a little bit too much in the first 500 metres. A lot of these rowers are very new to the sport, so they've got to actually get find the groove and find out what it needs to pace yourself over these sort of distances. Jennifer Emerson now coming across the line, and a little bit further back now to Amber Bradley, who will cross the line in about 3 strokes to complete the field.
So confirmation of the win in the men's 500 metres for Oliberth Reyes Sanchez. In the women's, it was a win for Jess Smith of Roseville. Second place going to Jennifer Emerson of Community, and third Amber Bradley from Community as well. So we are now underway in race number 75. So this is a men's single scull race, and we do have a few different categories in here. So in lane number 2, we have the women's PR1 single sculls. So that is Sarah Ashley Tate in lane number 2 from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, coached by Gus Rodero. We then have the men's PR1 single sculls. So that is Mitchell Bales from Torrens Rowing Club down in South Australia. And then alongside him, we have Bo McElvey from the Southport School. So they are the 2 PR1 single scull entries. And then we've got 2 PR2 entries. So Sam Stanford from Drummoyne Rowing Club. He's coached by Kathleen Hextall. And in lane number 7 from Adelaide University, Samuel Germine from Adelaide in there as well. So Samuel was part of down at the recent South Australian Rowing Championships. They did have they had a PR1 single scull race. They had the PR2 men's and women's, and then they also had a PR2 mixed double scull. So that's the first time that we've had the PR2 mixed double sculls since Kat Ross and Simon Albury in the lead up to the Tokyo Paralympics. They finished, I think, first in the B final in the mixed PR2 double sculls at those Paralympics. So our rowers now just coming up towards the 1,000-metre mark. So with the different categories, we'll come up after this. We've got the PR1 single scull, the PR3 single sculls, men's and women's in there. So with the PR1, so that is basically you're strapped into the boat. You've got pontoons either side just in case there is a capsize incident to try and minimise the risk there. And with the PR1s, you are basically doing it completely with your arms. So Eric Horry from Sydney Rowing Club has been a stalwart of Australian rowing, winning bronze at the World Championships in Shanghai recently. With the PR2, it's trunk and arms, so you do find that those rowers do have the strength in their torso. They're able to use their torso to be able to get extra power into the boat. Kat Ross, formerly of ANU, so she was a multiple World Championship in the single scull, and I think also too in the double scull. She was certainly a Paralympic silver medalist back in Beijing from memory in 2008, and was one of the few rowers that until Paris had actually competed in every Paralympics that rowing was a part of. So as we mentioned, so it's great to see the 3 rowers in the PR1 category and also a couple of rowers in the PR2s. We just see the rower from Torrens, that's Mitchell Bales, a 5:02.17, so quite quick. I think Eric Horry's PB is somewhere just under 9 minutes or so, which is very, very fast for a PR1. Mitchell Bales from Torrens, he's new-ish to the sport. I think his first Nationals was last year, so he's certainly setting a really nice time through that opening stages.
Yeah, certainly, and what a great thing to see. I don't think I can remember seeing a race dedicated to PR1 and PR2 with this many entries, so this is great. I know that Sam Stanford from Drummoyne, this is his second race. He's also competing as in the kayak events, and he's just seeing which way he'll go. So we're certainly got some hopes, good hopes on that. But and he seems to be faring fairly well, and he'd be very happy to stay in the boat. Is his biggest concern.
Yeah, well, he's sitting at about second place in the race at the moment, so he is ahead of Samuel Germine of Adelaide University, and I guess the big hope would be that the two of them are able to race together, and then that's only going to increase well, you can't be what you can't see. I think the more that you see people racing in these particular events, particularly at these levels, the PR1 level and the PR2 level, and then if you've got that competition in there, that can only strengthen the Australian rowing team. Last year, the 2 medals that the Rosellas won at the World Championships in Shanghai were in the PR3 mixed double sculls. That was Sam Stunnell and Lisa Greisel, and then Eric Horry winning the bronze in the PR1 single scull. So it's, and Eric Horry himself is, I think, late 40s. So it's proving age is no barrier and just completely wiping out any excuse I have for not being out there competing.
Indeed, but what a great row by Mitchell Bales from Torrens. He's must be 5-10 lengths in front of the others. That probably just showing that little bit more experience. But we really will encourage the Drummoyne and Adelaide Uni rowers in the lane 6 and 7, obviously the PR2s, to take a look from that and go up from there. Certainly, Sarah Ashley Tate and Bo McKelvey also faring very well. So they're the two females, obviously, in the categories against the remaining males. So they're actually going very well. And certainly Sarah Ashley Tate over in lane 2 has got the lead over Bo McKelvey. And both looking very good as they come down to the 500 metre mark, but no problems whatsoever for Mitchell Bales. He has a commanding lead. And I think that's the thing that we see in sport, not only for para rowers, but for all rowers, that the time in the sport is everything. It doesn't come overnight. It's a long process. And we just see Sam Stanford learning the tricks of not running over the lane ropes there and getting tangled up. So that's allowed Samuel Germain to come back at him. So he'll be certainly putting him in now to try to get ahead. But just looking over here at Mitchell Bales, he's looking very, very comfortable, very comfortable. And once again, as we said, he will be strapped in. He is a PR1, so that's arms only.
So the New South Wales State Championships also a classification opportunity as well. So you will know that I've had people, I had my classification done here a few years ago now. I think it was about 2021 before rowing in the 500 metre para race. So you can see Mitchell Bales from Torrens Rowing Club still out in front. And he'll go through and take a very comfortable win here in the first of our 2K finals. So, and that's in the PR1, and then this battle on in the PR2 men's single scull. So Sam Stanford from Drummoyne, just ahead of Samuel Germain from Adelaide University. It's a bit over a boat length between the two. Confirmation of the win for Mitchell Bales. So that's a time of 10:19.47. And as you mentioned, Rob, one of the things, particularly with para rowing, I think it can take years to become an overnight success. And I think Mitchell, what we've just seen of him today, compared that to last year, there's been a massive improvement go through, and really looking forward to seeing how he can go. And I reckon if he keeps at it in about 12 months' time, he could well be up there challenging Eric.
That's right. It does seem like a minute behind Eric's fastest time does seem like a lot, but a bit more time in the boat, relatively short time in the boat compared to Eric, who's been at it for many, many years. It augurs well for Mitchell over the future. But as we come down towards the line now, we have Sam Stanford from Drummoyne just holding that slightest advantage over Samuel Germain. And it will be Sam Stanford crossing the line now to take out second place or first of the PR2s. We look a little bit further back and then crossing line in front of Adelaide's Samuel Germain. So it'd be good for these two guys to get together and start talking about how they're going to conquer the PR2 world, hopefully. But a little bit further back now to Sarah Ashley Tate. Once again, it's very good control out of Sarah Ashley Tate as she comes down to about 200 odd metres to go. And a little bit further back now to Bo McKelvey. It's probably a little bit newer to the sport. And as we said, they will come up very quickly in their boat pace and speed. But certainly looking quite accomplished over there is Sarah Ashley Tate, coached by Augustin Rodero.
Yeah, para-triathlete. So she competed at the Gold Coast Com Games in the para-triathlon. So she's obviously very, very fit, knows how to move, and has made the move across to para-rowing. And again, looking forward to seeing her develop over the next few years. And then our final rower to come across the line will also be from the Gold Coast, so Bo McElvey from the Southport School in the men's PR1 Single Sculls. So he's the final rower to come across. He competed at the Queensland State Championships recently. I think he was presented his medal by Eric Horry, so he was racing there with Eric. So confirmation for Sarah Ashley Tate crossing the line. She'll take the win in the women's PR1 Single Sculls. And then Bo McElvey from the Southport School will be our final rower across the line. We'll just move down to I think it's about the 1,000-metre timing point, because we've got a fascinating race coming up here in the final of the men's para single sculls. So in lane number 3 from the Southport School, we have Jack McLeish. In lane number 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, we have Cormac Hayes, coached by Tom Westgarth and Tom Hayes. In lane 5 from Balmain, Sam Shalhoub. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell. Lane 7 from Nestles Rowing Club down in Victoria, Aaron Skinner. And lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Flynn Wilkinson, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. So again, we've had some new entrants into the para category. None more so, I think, calling out Cormac Hayes, very, very talented rower. He unfortunately we just have Bo McElvey from the Southport School crossing over the line in the men's PR1 Single Sculls. Great applause from the crowd. So Cormac, very talented rower. I think back in 2024 he won the under 23 double sculls and was looking good for junior Australian representation. Unfortunately involved in a very nasty accident. Very worried for him for a long time. He is now part of the para crew, and he is battling it out well with Sydney Rowing Club's Flynn Wilkinson. So through the 1,000, it was 0.3 of a second between Hayes and Wilkinson. Mac Russell, he's a multiple national champion. He's raced for Queensland and won so many times wearing the big Q. And he's sitting in 3rd place ahead of Jack McLeish, Aaron Skinner and Sam Shalhoub. It's now Flynn Wilkinson who's got the lead, though, through the 1,500 metres for Sydney Rowing Club. So he's sitting ahead of Cormac Hayes back in 2nd place. And then there's a bit of a gap then to the rest of the field. So we're just seeing Mac Russell from the University of Queensland coming through in 3rd place. Mac took part in the Beach Sprint Championships, World Championships, a couple of years ago, so in 2024. I think he won the gold in that one when it was still a demonstration event. So he was our first gold medalist at a World Beach Sprint Championships in the mixed PR3 double sculls. So Mac, we saw his sister Wallace out a little bit earlier on in the first heat of the women's PR3 singles, and now Mac sitting in 3rd place here at the New South Wales Championships. It is then back to Aaron Skinner from Nestles Rowing Club. He's been around for a number of years, and I think he's got the record for the most consecutive Australian Rowing Championships that he's competed at. So loves getting out there, loves being able to go out and race against everyone. Jack McLeish is sitting Jack McLeish is sitting ahead of Aaron Skinner, and then is back a little bit further to Sam Shalhoub from Balmain Rowing Club. But out in front, it is the rower from Sydney Rowing Club, Flynn Wilkinson, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. He is the reigning national champion. He is the reigning interstate champion. But I don't think he's ever been pushed in a para race quite like this. Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. He is as tough as a 10-week-old steak. And Cormac has made sure that Flynn has not had this all his way. Just easing up towards the line now as Flynn starts to put a bit of pressure on. So it is going to be a win for Flynn Wilkinson of Sydney Rowing Club in the men's PR3 Single Sculls. He'll take the gold medal, finishing about 5-6 seconds ahead of Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club back in 2nd place. In what I believe will be Cormac's first national level or first non-ACT para race. Mac Russell from the University of Queensland, he's going to finish strong as he always does. And he'll take the bronze medal here, as we just see him coming up towards the line now. Our 4th place finisher looks to be Jack McLeish from the Southport School. So again, we saw Bo McElvey from the Southport School in the men's PR1 Single Sculls. He finished in second place in the men's PR1 singles. Toby Goff-Sasson in the Australian Australian rowing team rowed at the Tokyo Paralympics in the Coxed Fours. He was out of the Southport School as well. He's now down part of the Para-National Training Centre. And Jack McLeish from the Southport School just coming up towards the line now. Good finish from him. He's seen the red boys and just really up that rate towards the line. And he will finish in fourth place in his first major para-rowing event. Coming through in fifth place will be the rower from Warrnambool. That is Aaron Skinner. And he's a multiple Victorian representative in the interstate regatta. You can see there with the big, distinctive red boat with the big N on the zooty. As Aaron comes down towards the line, he'll finish in fifth place, with our final rower being Sam Shalhoub from Balmain Rowing Club. So confirmation of Aaron across the line, as we're just seeing Sam coming up towards the line as well for the Balmain Rowing Club. So Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club finishing in first place. Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club finishing in second. Mac Russell from the University of Queensland in third. Jack McLeish from the Southport School in fourth. Fifth place, Aaron Skinner from Nestles Rowing Club down in Warrnambool. And our final rower across the line is Sam Shalhoub from the Balmain Rowing Club.
And just as while that race was completing, we had the medal presentation for the Para Single Scull 2,000 metres. So congratulations to Surfers Paradise, Sarah Ashley Tate for a gold medal in the women's PR1. To Mitchell Bales, gold medal for the men's PR1. And to Sam Stamford for gold medal in the men's PR2. Congratulations to all athletes and medal winners in those events.
Moving on to the final of the women's PR3 Single Sculls. We saw the heats a little earlier. Lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. In lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mika Kelly. Lane 4 from Mercantile, Susanna Lutz. Lane 5 from Banks, Ella Marshall. Lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Wallace Russell, coached by Michael Russell. Lane 7 from Radford College, Catherine Austin, coached by Oscar Willink, Claudia Kendall and Gordon Marks, as is Isabel Egan from Radford College in lane number 8. So 2 from Radford College, we've got 1 from the University of Queensland, 1 from Banks, 1 from Merckx, Glebe and the University of New South Wales. And as they're coming now into the final stages of this race, it is Wallace Russell from the University of Queensland who is in the lead. So again, part of that recent para-rowing camp. She's leading out from Susanna Lutz from Mercantile. Susanna finishing in silver in the Open PR3 Single Sculls down at Lake Barrington last year. Paralympian from the Paris Paralympics and also the interstate winner for Victoria in the PR3 Single Sculls last year. Not far behind her, we've got Ella Marshall, the Tasmanian rowing for the Banks Rowing Club. She's sitting in third place. Isabel Egan from Radford College, though, is starting to make a little bit of a move now. She has been just a little ways off the pace, but it may well be as well with the big schools regattas still to come for Radford College. So they've got the ACT Junior Championships in Head of the Lake, which are on next weekend down on beautiful Lake Burley Griffin, and then they've also got the Head of the Schoolgirl Regatta coming up in a couple of weeks after that as well. No doubt about our leader though, Wallace Russell from the University of Queensland, sitting comfortably ahead of Susanna Lutz and Ella Marshall. They look to be our 1, 2 and 3. The big question will be, can Isabel Egan put on the big sprint with about 250 metres left to go? She is the reigning Open PR3 Women's Single Scull Champion, so she'll be trying her best to get as close as humanly possible to that final stage. It's still Russell holding on to that lead. In the Single Sculls, we know that anything can happen, but it is a nice lead that Russell has over Lutz and Marshall, with Egan potentially not without a shot of a bronze medal, but she'll need to really push hard over those final stages. Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales. She is the reigning university champion, winning that at Lake Wyaralong in September last year. And again, someone who has really come on in leaps and bounds over the last 12 months or so, really putting some good times down there for the University of New South Wales. Then it is a little ways back to Catherine Austin from Radford College and Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club. Mika has the BR rowboat in behind her as a visually impaired athlete. So as we're in now to the final stages, the women's PR3 Single Sculls, and it is going to be Wallace Russell from the University of Queensland really pushing out towards the line here, making sure that there is not going to be an upset. And we are going to get confirmation there. It's a bronze for Mac Russell in the men's and a gold for Wallace Russell in the women's PR3 Single Sculls. University of Queensland taking gold for the first time today. Second place will go to Susanna Lutz from Mercantile Rowing Club. Third place will go to Ella Marshall from Banks Rowing Club. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. Isabel Egan from Radford College. She's going to go through in fourth place, just ahead of Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales in fifth place. And then we do have a little ways back, we've got Catherine Austin from Radford College. She's going to go through and finish in sixth place. She is a little ways ahead of Mika Kelly from the Glebe Rowing Club. So that has been our first few finals of the day. We've had the men's and women's PR3 500 metres. We've had the men's and women's PR1 Single Sculls, which was great to see. The men's PR2 Single Sculls, and then the men's and women's PR3 Single Sculls just coming up towards the finish at the moment. So as we just see our second Radford College finisher, Catherine Austin, coming across the line in her first major para event, and then Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club still coming up towards the finish. So we get ready for the presentation of medals for the men's PR3 Single Sculls. The medals will be presented by Keith Jamison, OAM from the Sydney Rowing Club. In third place and bronze medalist from the University of Queensland, Mac Russell. And then in first place, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Flynn Wilkinson. So as Mika Kelly from the Glebe Rowing Club just comes up towards the line now, she'll finish off the final of the women's para single sculls. Rob Glendenning has stepped out of the commentary position. I'm about to leave, but we're going to hand you across now to the wonderfully, amazingly knowledgeable tones of Michael McRae, and he's going to be joined by Henry Lees. And Michael, so far out of the four commentators this morning, you're the only one of us with hair.
With an introduction like that, how can you not be excited about coming up to the tower? Thank you to Stuart John and Rob Glendenning for your efforts this morning, and we'll look forward to seeing you back up here in the tower later on. Well, good morning, everyone. Again, thank you to Stuart, John, and to Rob Glendenning for the call this morning. As I said, joined by Henry Lees up in the commentary tower. Race 78 on the course. At the moment, it is the Championship Women's Under-23 Pair. In lane 2, representing Mercantile Rowing Club, is Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adams. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, Ella Spalding and Hannah Ashley Carter. Lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, is Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter. Lane 5, from Adelaide Rowing Club, Tamara Bates and Grace Barara. Lane 6, from Melbourne University, is Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins. Lane 7, from Western Australian Rowing Club and Swan River Rowing Club, Emma Pittman and Imogen Hubbard. In lane 8, from the University of Queensland, Gabrielle Ryan and Tyler Hutton. And in lane 9, from Sydney University, Alice Reedy and Scarlett Woodbury, coached by Philip Bourguignon and Alan Bennett. And Henry, some distance to row yet, and we should have some updated numbers of crews passing through the 1,000 metres.
Exactly right, Michael. We're coming into the 1,000 metre here, and what a day out at Cirque. Aren't we lucky to be having some rowing on a weather and water today? Well,
the conditions are immaculate, as you say, Henry, for racing, and fortunately the mercury's not tipped to get as high as it was in the last couple of weeks, and we've seen some cancellations in or some postponement and shortening of the regattas on account of some hot weather. So really lucky with the conditions out here this morning at the regatta centre. And passing through the 1,000 metres, it's the University of Queensland crew who are currently occupying the lead. That's Gabrielle Ryan and Tyler Hutton rowing out of lane 8. Sydney Rowing Club, their closest competitors. That's
it's Nicole Vance and Emily Carpenter in second there, and then Adelaide of Tamara Bates and Grace Barina coming in third. And all the crews here, they're coming along very nicely. Everyone's rating high, looking very, very nice as they come down the course.
Just before we get back to the action on the competition lake, we'll turn now to the presentation of medals for race 77, the Championship Women's Para Single Scull. In third place and representing Banks Rowing Club, Ella Marshall. In second place and silver medalist representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Susanna Lutz. In first place and gold medalist in 2026, Wallace Russell representing the University of Queensland. Congratulations to our champion and medalist. And Henry, race 78 roaring towards a conclusion, and the race is tightening up towards the business end of the park. It's the Melbourne University combination who've just pipped University of Queensland over the 500 metres, 0.40 the margin.
I know, and that crew came back from a 3.5 second deficit as well, so very impressive third 500 there. They do call it the Championship 500 for a reason.
Absolutely, and the Sydney Rowing Club combination, certainly not out of contention. That's Carpenter and Vance, I would have thought.
No, they're being very consistent coming through. You know, you would like to think that they're biding their time, waiting for the line. Doesn't matter where you're coming at the 900 metre mark, it matters where you're coming at the 2,000 metre mark, right?
Absolutely. So let's have a look at this. As the University of Queensland crew in lane 8, nearest to the grandstand, I would have thought that they've just fallen back a little bit. A really, really strong last 500 metres coming from that crew in Melbourne University colours, Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins. Well, they're making the best of things, but have a look now at Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. That's Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter, who are just taking it to this Melbourne University combination. I'd suggest that those two crews are going to be the ones to watch, but University of Queensland certainly not out of contention, probably occupying third place at the moment.
Exactly right, Michael. On these top two crews, they're going tit for tat right now. Both the rates coming up. We're coming into the red boys. Both crews are locked in, looking eyes in the boat. And they are moving now
And have a look at that Melbourne University crew. Dumbrell and Nevins just throw the rate through the roof into the last 150 metres or so. I think they've just got to lift their rate just to ward off this fast finishing Sydney crew, and I think they've done enough if they can just hold their rate of striking for the next 50 metres or so. 10 strokes to go. Melbourne University looking poised to claim the silverware in the championship women's under-23 pair, and they do it by about a boat length in the end. It's a win for Melbourne University. Second place going the way of Sydney Rowing Club, Vance and Carpenter. Third place going the way of the University of Queensland, Ryan and Hutton. Fourth place are now to Adelaide Rowing Club, Bates and Barrera. Fifth place over there in lane 2 is Mercantile. Sixth place to lane 3 Sydney Rowing Club. That's Ella Spalding and Hannah Ashley Carter. And, seventh place now going the way of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 9. Alice Reedy and Scarlett Woodbury. And finally in lane 7, the Emma Pittman and Imogen Hubbard, the Western Australia Swan River Rowing Club composite.
Great finish there from that crew from Melbourne University, Michael. They poised themselves perfectly for that finish and brought the rate up and got open water at the end, which is a great thing to see for some match racing here.
Well, in circumstances where we've seen through the 1750 and the 1500 even, the numbers being so close and the margins being so tight between those top 3 crews, for Melbourne University to come and stamp their authority in that race in the last quarter in the way they did is really impressive, and to extend the lead as far as they did is really quite phenomenal. So well done to Melbourne University. That's certainly a shot across the bow by Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins ahead of the Australian Rowing Championships later on in a couple of weeks' time, really, in March. But for the moment, we'll turn our attention now to the men's version of that event. It's the Championship Men's Under-23 Pair on the course. One of the certainly one of the more competitive events of the day, Henry, and certainly one of many of these athletes will be vying for selection into Australian teams. So let's just run through the roll call as they come towards the 1500 metres. It's Swan River in lane 1, Fergus McNamara and Quinton Marquetos. In lane 2 is Adelaide University QAS, Drew Waitman and Henry Belcher. In lane 3 is University of Queensland, Sydney University Composite, William Rogers and Lex Tucker. In lane 4 is a composite Melbourne University and the University of Queensland, Samuel Forbes and Tom Foley. Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 5, Seric Critchley and Nicholas Chambers. In lane 6 is Sydney Rowing Club and the University of Queensland, Monty Martin and Alec Hoskins. In lane 7 from Sydney, Hugh Harold and Will Clubb. In lane 8 is a Melbourne Uni composite and a UTS Haberfield, Joshua Wilson and Winston Hooper. And in lane 9 is Sydney Rowing Club, Ben Muffet and MacArthur Bucknell. Henry, how is this one unfolding?
As we come into the 1500, Michael, we'll look for some times to come up. But right now, there's a clear leader and then a bit of a chasing pack, I would say, behind everyone. And it looks like the Sydney and UQ composite of Monty Martin and Alec Hoskinson are in the lead, but that was the 1,000 metre mark, so we'll wait for some live scores and be able to give you an update. Michael, what are you seeing out the window here? Yeah, certainly that Martin and Hoskin combination, perhaps unsurprisingly, a crew at the pointy end of this race. But have a look at the Melbourne University UTS Haberfield combination, Wilson and Hooper. They're not too far off, I'd suggest, Henry. And coming into the final 250 metres, certainly a number of crews are ratcheting up the rate of striking into the championship 8th of this race. It's no real doubt about the race leader. It is Monty Martin and Alec Hoskin of UQBC and the Sydney Rowing Club in the lead, and I'd suggest that they've extended their lead, but probably occupying second place at the moment is that crew in lane 4, which is Samuel Forbes and Tom Foley, Melbourne Uni and UQ. And then probably in third place at the moment is Josh Wilson and Winston Hooper from MUBC and UTS. It is looking as though it's going to be a win for the University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Club, Monty Martin and Alec Hoskin in lane 6. But have a look now at the race for second. It's really close between lane 8 and lane 4. It's going to go to Melbourne Uni UTS in lane 8. Third place to Melbourne Uni. Oh, and we're just flying across the line now. Really tight finish between lanes. Lane 3 and lane 5, and
that's
then
right.
And then a Sydney crew coming in at 7th, and then Geez, that was a tight field. Lots of races within that race.
Yeah, a flurry of hooters just coming across the line. We'll just recap the results for you in a moment, but certainly a win for the University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6. Second place, just by a very narrow margin, went the way of UTS Haberfield and Melbourne University, and it was third place claimed by Samuel Forbes and Tom Foley, unofficially of course, of Melbourne University and the University of Queensland.
And then we have a photo for 4th and 5th place between the UQ Sydney Uni and the Mercantile crew, so we'll let you know how that turns out. 7th place Adelaide Uni and QAS, 8th place Sydney, and then finally Swan River coming in there as well.
So just as we're waiting for race 80 to come up to the competition end of the lake, have the presentation of medals now for race 78, the Championship Women's Under-23 Pair. In third place and representing the University of Queensland, Gabrielle Ryan and Tyler Hutton. Second place and recipients of silver medals, Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney are represented by Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter. In first place and recipients of gold medals, Melbourne University, represented by Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins. Why don't you congratulate our champions and medalists in the women's under-23 pair.
And finishing off the men's under-23 pair, we do have a result from that photo. 4th place went to the Melbourne University UQ crew of Samuel Forbes and Tom Foley, with 5th place going to William Rogers, Lex Tucker from University of Queensland and Sydney University. With 5th place coming in to the Mercantile crew of Sarah Critchley and Nicole Chambers with a 0.07 margin. So that photo finish, they put their work in for that one. That is a tight finish there.
Absolutely, Henry, and it's just a testament to the quality of racing we're seeing on the course today. But for the moment, it's race 80 bearing down upon us. It is the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull, and just have a look at this one. It's shaping up to be a fascinating competition as well. It's as though we have a full complement of scullers on the course. In lane 1 is Lily Lucas over from Fremantle Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Lottie Ravenstein from Mossman. Lane 3, Isabella Henderson from UTS. In lane 4, Elise Coates from Mossman. In lane 5, Charlotte Bowen from Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 6, Eloise Stevens from Mossman. In lane 7, from Murwillumbah is Isla Drury. In lane 8, from Barwon down in Victoria is Grace Holton. And finally in lane 9, Charlotte Olivier from UTS Haberfield. And Henry, this race is approaching the 1750. And who have we got in the lead?
From our tower here, I think we've got lane 3 and potentially 5 in the lead as well at this stage, Michael. Or are my eyes deceiving me? Lane 4, I reckon.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's Elise Coates from Mossman, who's a sculler we've seen compete out here at the last couple of regattas this year. She's gone from strength to strength this season under the tutelage now of Alfie Young over at Mossman Rowing Club. And
he's testament to Alfie, because it looks like his number 2 sculler is coming in at number 2 right now as well as they come into the final 250. So great resurgence there under the tutelage of Alfie.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Eloise Stevens in the Mossman colours also in lane 6, occupying second place currently. Third place is a bit of a tighter encounter between Isabella Henderson in lane 3 on the one hand, and I think it might be the Barwon sculler.
I would say it's lane 7 here coming in third place now.
Yes. That's right, my apologies. It's the Murwillumbah sculler, Isla Drury, who's certainly in contention, but at the top end of the pack, it's going to be a win for Elise Coates of Mossman in lane 4. Second place is going the way of Eloise Stevens in lane 6, also of Mossman, and third place is going to Murwillumbah and Isla Drury. Fourth place now going to Isabella Henderson of UTS Haberfield, who just had a tussle there with the Murwillumbah sculler on the line. Fifth place now to lane 5 and Canberra Girls Grammar, Charlotte Bowen. Sixth place was a bit tighter, but I think they went way of the Barwon sculler, Grace Holton. And then lane 1, Fremantle's Lily Lucas. G. Ravenstein, then of Mossman, 8th place. And 9th place now to Charlotte Olivier, a little bit further back in lane 9.
And Michael, one thing I would like to say about this race is we had clubs and schoolgirls in this event in the under-19s. Not something you typically see for this, usually reserved for the under-17s. So some of the girls from Canberra Grammar, rowing up against club rowers who are, not juggling the commitments of school as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Incredibly impressive.
Absolutely, Henry, and it's that transition phase from school rowing to club rowing, it starts to kind of manifest itself in these age groups, and certainly the case in this women's under-19 single scull. So congratulations to each of our competitors in that race. But recapping the results, a win for Elise Coates and Mossman Rowing Club. Second place was Eloise Stevens, Mossman Rowing Club, and third place to Ayla Drury and Murwillumbah Rowing Club. Presentation of medals now for race 79, the Championship Men's Under-23 Pair. The medals are being presented by Rowing Australia President Stephen Donnelly. In third place and representing Melbourne University Boat Club and the University of Queensland Boat Club, Samuel Forbes and Tom Foley. In second place, recipients of silver medals, representing Melbourne University Boat Club and UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Joshua Wilson and Winston Huber. In first place and champions in 2026, Sydney Rowing Club and University of Queensland Boat Club, Monty Martin and Alec Hoskin. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's under-23 pair.
And Michael, as we finish off with the medal presentations for that event, we turn our attention to the final 500 of the Championship Men's Under-19 Single with, a very tight field here. To use that very great racing expression, you could throw a blanket over everyone here.
I think we talk about pashminas rather than blankets in this sport.
I'm more of a silk man myself, but we won't get into the nuances of that while we've got this exciting racing unfolding in front of us.
For the moment, it looks as though it's the Brisbane Grammar sculler Oliver Kent in the lead, and probably a boat length ahead of Ewan Humphreys of Mossman, and then Lockie Tyndall of the King's School currently occupying third place, and it's a little bit tighter as we go down there. But let's turn our attention to Lake now. It is a fascinating competition unfolding, and look, Henry, at the race that is opening up now between Oliver Kent of Brisbane Grammar in lane 4 and Ewan Humphreys of Mossman in lane 5.
And
it's
Ewis
really
is
tight, and I think the Brisbane Grammar scull is just increasing his rate of striking.
This is going to be a photo finish in my opinion, and aren't we lucky to be experiencing this as it comes down the course.
Here we go. It's the colours of Brisbane Grammar against the colours of Mossman lanes 4 and 5. And have a look at Ewan Humphreys coming back in the last couple of strokes. Is he going to run out of water? It's going to the line. It's going to go to Brisbane Grammar by a very small margin. Mossman second place. Third place goes the way of Lockie Tyndall of Kings. Fourth place just floating across the line now is Fremantle Samuel Bredell. Fifth place over there in lane 2, Leighton Skoman. Sixth place to lane 7. That is Rory Parker of St Augustine's. Seventh place to Floris Elias of Mossman. He's a sculler we've seen do fantastic things this season so far. And then finally, Xander Bailey of Corio Bay in Victoria finalises this field.
And again, what a finish. Aren't we lucky to see this? It looks like there was about a foot in it between the first and second place sculler, and the sculler from Mossman putting in a valiant effort, but full credit to Oliver Kent for holding him off. He timed that to perfection.
Absolutely, Leesy, and it was just a phenomenal surge from Ewan Humphries of Mossman in the last 50 metres of the race or so, and he just threw the body back into the finish, and you could just see the boat surge, and
he lost his bow ball. His bow ball was underwater as he was trying to make that race his. But again, Oliver Kent timed it to perfection. He was imperious in how he handled that race.
Imperious is right, and certainly he just threw the roof in the last 250 metres, and well-deserved defence of the lead into the final championship stroke. So congratulations, recapping the results. A win for Oliver Kent and Brisbane Grammar. Second place to Mossman Rowing Club and Ewan Humphries. Third place to Kings and Lockie Tyndall.
And again, like last race, the schoolboys racing up in the under-19 events. They're racing against athletes who are training full-time. They're not balancing their HSC at the same time as well. So a special mention must go to all the schoolboys and schoolgirls racing in the quote-unquote open events, no longer schoolgirl events.
Well said, Henry. And before we come to another medal presentation, race 82 is on the course. It is the Championship Women's Under-21 Single Scull Final. And another fascinating competition evolving out there on the lake as the athletes pass through the 1,000 metres. But we'll just do the roll call as they come towards the business end of the park. In lane 2, representing Swan River Rowing Club, Lara Connolly. In lane 3, from Adelaide University, is Felicity Cox. In lane 4, from the University of Queensland, Ella Welsh. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, is Lucy Yabsley. In lane 6, from Toowong, is Hannah Johansson. In lane 7, from Tamar, is Emma Johnson, my apologies. And lane 8, from Sydney University, Alice McCready. And finally, from Surfers Paradise, in lane 9, it's Courtney Davis. And through the 1,000 metres, we had Hannah Johansson of Toowong in the lead, Henry.
Yeah, Hannah's been posing about a 2.5 second lead right now, but I will pass over to Michael for the presentation of the under-19 women's single before we get to the pointy end of this next race.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, the presentation of medals for race 80, the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull. In third place, a recipient of the bronze medal, Ayla Juru from the Willenbar Rowing Club. In second place, recipients of a silver medal, Eloise Stevens from Mossman Rowing Club. In first place, and gold medalist, Elise Coates from Mossman Rowing Club. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the women's under-19 single scull.
There's something in the water down at Middle Harbour, Michael.
Absolutely. Well done to the Mossman Scullers. Of course, certainly putting on a clinic today. But, for the moment, let's turn our attention back to race 82. And just on screen there is Hannah Johansson in the Toowong colours in lane 6, rowing very long indeed and looking in control of this race in the middle of the chevron.
I'll tell you what, and she's rowing her coach, Alex Field. You can tell that he's had his hands all over how her rowing style is coming down. So full credit to the coaching staff as well in this final of the under-21 women's single. It's
an interstate affair, certainly at the top two in this race. Emma Johnston of Tamar Rowing Club down in Tasmania currently occupying second place, and a little bit of a distance then back to the closest local, Lucy Yabsley of the Sydney Rowing Club, currently occupying third place. So perhaps a little bit deceptive as from the perspective of the commentary tower, Henry. A little bit of space between each of these competitors, but as we've spoken about once before this morning, the championship quarter, nothing is on the table, everything's off the table.
As I'll say it before and I'll say it again, doesn't matter where you are at the 1,990 metre mark. All that matters is about where you are at the 2,000 metre mark, and we're coming to the final 250 now, getting into the red boys.
Well, have a look. It's all to play for Hannah Johansson in lane 6 in Toowong Rowing Club colours. Emma Johnson of Tamar in lane 7. Well, she's certainly not letting her have it easy, but Johansson commanding the lead at this stage. Lucy Yabsley in lane 5, currently occupying third place, but she's also being challenged, I'd suggest, by Ella Welsh of the University of Queensland to her right. and also by Felicity Cox of the Adelaide University Boat Club as well for third place. So that's a fascinating competition evolving for the minor placings, but at the top of the pack. It's certainly, no doubt about it, Hannah Johansson from Toowong Rowing Club, and a very, very calm stroke and really quite a relaxed rate of striking into the red boys, Henry. She is in the ascendancy and on her way to claim the New South Wales Championship in 2026. Hannah Johansson and the Toowong Rowing Club, congratulations to you on the win. Second place is going to go the way of Tamar Rowing Club and Emma Johnston. Third place, it is going to be Lucy Yapsley holding off a fast finish from... it'll be, in the end, Felicity Cox from Adelaide Uni who claims fourth. And a couple of buzzers over the line for the end of race 82. Fourth place was Felicity Cox. Fifth place was Ella Welsh from the University of Queensland. Sixth place went to Alice McCready from Sydney University in the end. She was over here in lane 8. Seventh place went the way of Courtney Davis and Surfers Paradise. And eighth place... Lara Connolly, of Swan River. The presentation of medals for race 81, the Championship Men's Under-19 Single Scull. In third place, recipient of the bronze medal, Lockie Tyndall from King's School. In second place, and recipient of the silver medal, Ewan Humphreys and Mossman Rowing Club. In first place and champion in 2026, Oliver Kent, Brisbane Grammar.
Well
Please
done to
congratulate our championship and medalists.
Sorry for jumping in there, Michael. I'm just excited to see this celebration and congratulate all of our winners today.
All right, and turning our attention back to the lake, it's race 83. We're moving through at a cracking pace. And another single scull final. You love to see it as a couple of former scullers sitting up here in the commentary tower. It's the Championship Men's Under-21 Single Scull. And an absolute fantastic lineup on the course now. In lane 1 is Ned Joyce from Corio Bay. In lane 2, Frederick Atkins from the University of Queensland. In lane 3 is Dylan Lee from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Lane 4, Igor Zarubin from Adelaide Rowing Club. In lane 5 is Thomas Stevens from the University of Queensland. In lane 6, Robert Olivier from UTS Haberfield. In lane 7, Charlie White from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 8, Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile. And in lane 9, Alex Lee from Adelaide Rowing Club.
And as we come through the 1500 here, Michael, it looks like the top 4 are all within a second of each other as well. Sorry, top 3 all within a second of each other, which is going to lead to a fantastic final 500.
Yeah, that's right, Henry. It was Charlie White from the Melbourne University Boat Club who was in the lead through the 1500, but the advantage was very, very slim indeed. Coming into the final 250 now, let's have a look at how they are unfolding on the course. Charlie White of Melbourne University, well, he was the leader, but have a look now, and I think it's the lane 5 sculler Thomas Stevens from the University of Queensland. Rather, it's the Adelaide sculler Igor Zarubin. You can't mistake those Adelaide horizontal strikes, and he has just stormed ahead. And I'd suggest a snatch the lead off of Charlie White from Melbourne Uni in the last 100 metres or so, and I think he's probably got half a length advantage now, Henry.
I would say so as well, and he timed that to perfection. I think his rate's been brought up. He's shortened up a little bit just to get more strokes in. But the race for third looks like it's going to be a tight one as well between lane 5 and lane 8 here. It's
going to be a win for Adelaide Rowing Club and Igor Zarubin. Second place going the way of Charlie White and Melbourne University. Really tight for third place between Mercantile and University of Queensland. I think it just goes to Mercantile, Joe Lee Conway in the end. Fifth place to Robert Olivier of UTS. And sixth place to Frederick Atkins of University of Queensland. Seventh place to Ned Joyce from Corio Bay. Eighth place to Dylan Lee of Leichhardt. And ninth place to Alex Lee from Adelaide. Well, another cracking conclusion to that race, Henry.
Timed to perfection. You know, final 500, Igor there timed himself. He was in the hunt, so he was in a position to make that move. And then the training and maturity paid off, and he's coming away with the state championships. With a state championship, I should say.
Presentation of medals for race 82, the championship women's under-21 single scull. In third place from Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy Yapsley. In second place from Tamar Rowing Club, Emma Johnston. In first place, champion of New South Wales in 2026, Hannah Johansson from Toowong Rowing Club. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the women's under-21 single scull.
And as we turn our attention to the race on the water, going through in lane 1 from ANU, we have Zara Turner. Lane 2 from Mercantile, Georgia Campbell, coached by Scott Rowe. Lane 3, representing the University of Queensland, we have Sarah Burke. In lane 4 from Centenary, another QAS sculler, we have Sophie McCullen. Lane 5, representing Adelaide University, Caroline McNally. Lane 6 from Mercantile, Zara Kufuri. Then in Mossman, Zoe Bond, again, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 8, TUBC, Olivia Yates. And then finishing up the field, lane 9, Melbourne University, Jacinta Caruso. And Michael, we're in the final 500 here, and we've got Sophie in the lead here by nearly 4 seconds. That's, you know, that's an imperious lead coming into the final 500.
Absolutely, Henry. It is certainly a lead that would be desired by any sculler out here on the course. Sophie Malcolm of Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport making the best of things. Perhaps unsurprisingly, she's an Australian representative and looking really strong out here on the course now. But I think competition's tightening up, I'd suggest, over there on the far side of the course between Sophie Malcolm of Centenary, of course, in lane 4, but then to her right immediately is the University of Queensland sculler, Sarah Burke, and also not too far off the pace there is Georgia Campbell in lane 2 from Mercantile. And then back on the near side, I think it's the Mercantile sculler Zara Kafuri, who we've seen many a time out here at the Regatta Centre, put on a show, and she's certainly an up and coming sculler. But at the front of this race, it is Sophie Malcolm in the colours of the Centenary Rowing Club. But have a look now, Henry. Let's look at this competition unfold between the two Queenslanders, Sophie Malcolm in lane 4 from Centenary, and Sarah Burke from the University of Queensland. Burke just putting in a couple of really strong strokes to try and claw back the lead from Sophie Malcolm in the final couple of strokes. Has Malcolm done enough to claim the win at New South Wales Champs in 2026? I think she has. She pulls away in the last couple. Burke from UQ settled for second. Third place is really tight. It's between Kafuri from Mercantile and Georgia Campbell from Mercantile as well. Really close there between those two clubmates, and a flurry of hooters across the line. We come into the end of this race, and just crossing the line there is Olivia Yates from Tasmania University, and then Jacinta Caruso. But let's just have a recap of the results here. Just having a look at the replay of the really tight finish between the Mercantile scullers in lane 7.
So finishing off that tight race for third and fourth, it's a double from Mercantile with Zara Kafuri just pipping her clubmate Georgia Campbell by less than half a second there. So, you know, bragging rights for the season upcoming, I would say.
That's right. 5th place went to the ANU Boat Club, Zara Turner. 6th place went the way of Zoe Bond and Mossman Rowing Club. 7th place went to Caroline McNally and Adelaide University Boat Club. 8th place was to Olivia Yates and Tasmania University Boat Club, and 9th place to Jacinta Caruso of Melbourne University. Presentation of medals now for race 83, the championship men's under-21 single scull, and in 3rd place and bronze medalists, Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile Rowing Club. In 2nd place from Melbourne University, Charlie White. In 1st place, gold medalist, champion in 2026 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Igor Zarubin. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the men's under-21 single scull.
And Michael, as we finish that, let's have a look at the course here. We have the men's under-23 single, and it's a tight field to the top of it here. We've got Sydney Uni, but at the 1500, there was less than a second back to second, and it looks like everything's tightened up here as we come into the final 500.
Yeah, well, this is certainly a star-studded encounter. By the looks of things, it's the sculler in the Sydney University Boat Club colours, Adam Holland, who's a South Australian originator, in lane 6 in the lead. But have a look at this. We've got in lane 4 a really fast finish from Oliver Evans-Wood from Adelaide University, and he's just challenging Holland for the lead now in the final 100 metres. Also not too far off the pace is Lachlan Brown from West Australia Rowing Club, but I think the lead has been snatched now by Oliver Evans-Wood in the final strokes. We're going down to the line now. It's between Adam Holland and Oliver Evans-Wood, and Holland snatches the lead back. A win for Sydney University Boat Club, 2nd to Adelaide Uni and Evans-Wood, 3rd place to Lachlan Brown, West Australia Rowing Club, 4th place to Mossman Rowing Club and Toby Elias. 5th place went to Max Curry, 6th place to Cameron Schmidt of the Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT. 7th place to Jasper Boyce of Adelaide University, 8th place to Oscar Baragi and UTS Haberfield. But another really tight finish, Henry. That's another grandstand finish.
That's another grandstand finish, and that's a ding-dong battle in the final 500 there. There was less than a second at the 1500. I would say there's 2 or 3 lead changes in that final 500, and then, you know, as you said, Adam Holland, the South Australian native, got one over on his state mate in the final 500 there.
Yeah, really tough battle there, and they just exchanged barbs into the final 100 metres or so. I was convinced that Evans-Wood had done enough to snatch the trophy off of Adam Holland, but in the end, not so. Adam Holland from Sydney University Boat Club in the win in the men's under-23 single scull. But for the moment, race 86 on the course. One of the blue ribbon events of the day. It is the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull. And before we move to another presentation, we'll just run through the roll call. And in lane 2 from Canned Rowing Club is Rose Bidolph. In lane 3 from Sydney University is Sophia Whiteman. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cipher. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield is Sarah Tisdall. In lane 6 from Melbourne University is Romy Cantwell. In lane 7, also from Melbourne University, Sarah de Ure. In lane 8, I should say, from UTS Haberfield, Sarah Fard. And in lane 9, from the Australian National University Boat Club, Anika Reardon. And, this race is probably halfway done now, Henry, and I'd suggest it's the sculler in lane 6.
Yes, that's right, Michael. Romy is commanding about a 3-second lead over Sarah Fard from UTS, with Grace Cipher coming in 3rd there. But as they pull into the final 500 here, we'll have an updated time for you, and it looks like it's going to be a tight one.
For the moment, though, we'll move to the presentation of medals for race 84, the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Scull. And in 3rd place and bronze medalist is Zara Kafuri from Mercantile Rowing Club. In 2nd place and silver medalist, Sarah Burke from the University of Queensland Boat Club. In 1st place, champion in 2026, Sophie Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the women's under-23 single scull.
And Michael, as we turn our attention to the lake, we have some updated times, and Romy is still in the lead here. She's extended that actually to about 5.5 seconds, which is extremely impressive. To Grace from Sydney University, third place sitting there is Sarah Fard, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a clear winner here with the race for the minor placings, but I never want to say that too soon because, you know, anything can happen in the final 500, as we've seen multiple times today already.
Well, the commentator's curse, Henry, you want to steer clear of it. But as you say, Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University Boat Club, well, she is a clear leader. The advantage was extraordinary, and 5.49 the margin at 1500, and she's looking well placed now to claim the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull for the 2026 New South Wales Championships. And second place through the 500 was Grace Cipher, of course, a lightweight sculler, a very plucky competitor indeed. And you can see over there, she's in lane 4 and just lifting her rate of striking just to see if she can mount some last challenge against Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University in lane 6. But certainly unchallenged and in the ascendancy, it appears, from the start of this race. It's going to be a win for Melbourne University Boat Club and Romy Cantwell in lane 6. Second place is going to go the way of Grace Cipher and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. But have a look at the race for third place. It's between Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield in lane 8 and Sarah Tisdall also from UTS Haberfield. It'll go to Fard in the end. Fourth place to Tisdall. Fifth place to Sarah Duray from Melbourne Uni. Fifth place now to sixth place rather to Sophia Whiteman from Sydney Uni. Seventh place to lane 9 and Anika Reardon from ANU, the lightweight sculler, and then back to Rose Biddulph from Cant. Presentation of medals for race 85, the Men's Under-23 Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. In third place, bronze medalist Lachlan Brown from West Australia Rowing Club. In second place, and silver medalist from Adelaide University, Oliver Evans-Wood. First place, recipient of the gold medal, Adam Holland from Sydney University Boat Club. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the under-23 men's single scull. And Henry, on the course now, it's the men's elite single scull final. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you at the 1,000 metre mark, Michael, you could throw a cashmere everyone, but in that third 500, Cormac has put in a 6-second lead.
Goodness gracious. Well, that's Cormac Kennedy Leverett, of course. In this instance, the colours of the Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport. And we saw a couple of weeks ago at the Small Boats Regatta, Kennedy Leverett engaged in a fascinating race with Sam Green of UTS Haberfield, who through the 1,500 metres was occupying second place, but by the narrowest of margins ahead of Ben Clayton and Tom Anderson from UWABC and Sydney University, respectively. Then it was back to Hamish Danks, Dom Frederico, Alexander Wolf, and Hamish Harding in that order. So they are just lining up. The calibre of scullers in this race is just phenomenal. But Kennedy Leverett, certainly no doubt about it, he doesn't want a repeat of the close encounter he had with Sam Green from UTS Haberfield, and looks as though he has done the work very early on in this race, and his lead is looking near unassailable at this stage of the race. It is Kennedy Leverett in the Sydney Rowing Club colours over there in lane 5, looking poised to claim the win in the men's elite single scull. Second place is really close, but I think it's at the moment going to go the way of Tom Anderson, and a really tight finish now developing for the minor placings. It's going to be a win for Sydney Rowing Club, but have a look at this. Also in lane 7, Hamish Danks from Sydney University pushing up, and I think he's the one that's going to claim the silver medal. It's a win for Sydney Rowing Club. Kennedy Leverett, second place now to Hamish Dank. Third place, really tight between Sam Green, who comes out of nowhere, and I think he's going to let it float across the line, and he does just enough to claim it ahead of Anderson from Sydney University, and then Ben Clayton of University of Western Australia. Well, that is just a phenomenal conclusion to that race. Hamish Harding, Dom Frederico across the line now in a flurry of hooters. Well, plenty of drama, Henry, out here at the 2026 New South Wales Rowing Championships. What a phenomenal race.
Michael, Sam Green, what a race, what a finish, but my days. I feel like I've lost even more hair watching that finish as he just drifts over the line.
And have a look at it on the replay.
He is...
Cool as you like.
Call it what you want. He got the third, but... Whew.
He's certainly doing no favours to the heart rates of this UTS Haberfield Rowing Club supporter. But congratulations in any event. A win to Cormac Kennedy Leverett in emphatic fashion from a Sydney Rowing Club. And second place to Hamish Danks of Sydney University Boat Club. He certainly had to work for it. And then third place to Sam Green, who had an extraordinary comeback in the final 500 metres.
Excellent racing there.
On the course now, it's another fascinating race, and this one's close to my heart, and certainly that of Chris McCarthy, one of my colleagues up here in the commentary tower. It's the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Pair, Henry, and this is always a cracking race, and have a look at the competition unfolding on the course. But for the moment, I'll just read out some names. It's a UTS Haberfield crew in lane 3, Nicholas Mather and James Cameron. In lane 4 is Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz from Mercantile. In lane 5, another Mercantile crew, Maxwell Findlay and Fletcher Douglas. In lane 6 is Mitchell Jacker and Isaac Sorotic from Essendon. In lane 7 is a Newcastle composite combination, Jason Waddell and Jack Hanley. Well, there you go. That's a ghost of Christmas past. And then in lane 8 is a Barwon and Essendon combination, Tyler Fitzpatrick and Thomas Hastings. Well, this is a fascinating race that's unfolding in front of us, because we've got, for the moment, it's the Barwon composite combination of Tyler Fitzpatrick and Thomas Hastings in the lead. Thomas Hastings, a decorated Victorian lightweight and a repeat offender in the Penrith Cup for the Vics and the Big White V, and they are in the lead in lane 8 on the near side of the course. Second place, I would suggest, currently being occupied by their by Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz in lane 4.
And then third place, Michael, you know, you could throw, they're coming in very tight here. It looks like it might be the Mercantile compatriots coming in third.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And they've brought their rate up significantly to, I'd say, take a boat length lead over their closest rivals right now. But there's no questioning who's in the lead right now.
Well, have a look at Tyler Fitzpatrick and Thomas Hastings over here in lane 8. They are making the best of things and looking very clean and poised now to claim the Championship of New South Wales in the men's elite lightweight pair out of lane 8. And a really clean row coming from them, and looking really tight indeed. Shot across the bow, I'd suggest, for the Penrith Cup selectors. Victoria looking strong, and of course Essendon as well, represented there by Tyler Fitzpatrick. But second place now going the way of Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz from Mercantile. Third place, of course, back to Maxwell Findlay and Fletcher Douglas, of course, of Mercantile as well. Fourth place to Mitchell Jacker and Isaac Sorotic from Essendon. Fifth place now to Jace Waddell and Jack Hanley in lane 7. And then sixth place to Nicholas Mather and James Cameron from UTS Haberfield. And Henry, a quick word on Jack Hanley. Great to see the great man out there on the course and stroking that accommodation with Jason Waddell. Of course, Jack Hanley, very decorated lightweight athlete.
One of the greatest, I would say.
One of the greatest to ever do it. So,
and a great coach as well, you know, passing on that knowledge to the next generation, which is fantastic to see.
Does his rowing out of Newcastle Rowing Club now, so congratulations to Jack and Jason on that performance. So we'll have the presentation of medals now for race 86, the Women's Elite Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. And in third place and bronze medalist, Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield. In second place, and silver medalist, Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. In first place, representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Romy Cantwell. Congratulations to your champion and medalists in the Women's Elite Single Scull. Henry, on the course now is race 91. It's a consolidated event, the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight and Open Elite Pair, and a fascinating competition unfolding on the course. But for the moment, we'll turn now to the presentation of medals for race 87, the Men's Elite Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. In third place and a recipient of the bronze medal, Sam Green from UTS Haberfield. In second place, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Hamish Tanks. In first place, champion in 2026 is Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Sydney Rowing Club. Please congratulate your champion and medalists. So Henry, race 91 is well underway, and it's a fascinating combination of lightweight and open weight women's pair rowing. And lane 2, and this is Antoinetta de Cosmo tearing up with Ariel Vanderpoel in the Banks colours, and reliably informed by reliable sources, of course, that Antoinetta de Cosmo, a late addition in this Banks combination, of course. So we've heard Antoinette up here in the commentary tower this weekend, and we'll be looking forward to hearing her dulcet tones again this weekend. But she's teaming up with Ariel Vanderpoel in the Banks colours in lane 2 in this race. April Draney and Imogen Wollstonecraft of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in lane 3. In lane 4 is Sydney University Pure Breed combination. It's Olivia Natty and Tiffany Abotha. In lane 5 is a Mercantile and Sydney University composite, Steph Aprella and Ruby Gialicas. In lane 6 is Beck Joyce and Alia Dawson from Melbourne University. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Romy McKay and Laura Cypher. In lane 8 from Canned Rowing Club, Ella McKenzie and Laura Chancellor. And in lane 9, finally, Sydney Rowing Club's Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett and Henry. It is those oars women in lane 9 in the sky blue of the Sydney Rowing Club who are in the lead and are commanding a significant advantage over the rest of the field, and perhaps unsurprisingly.
I would say so, Michael. At the 1500, they had 13 seconds. So, look, they've set themselves up for this final 500, and it looks like they're racing the clock in the nicest possible way as well. You know, they're pushing themselves. They're not letting this lead just come back to everyone. They're going hard. They're trying to get the best possible time for higher honours, I would say, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly Chris McCarthy just pointing out in the background good signs for the New South Wales Queen's Cup efforts in 2026. Clear leaders to Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett in Sydney Rowing Club colours. This is their race to lose. But have a look, Henry, at the competition evolving for second place and the silver medal. At the moment, I think it's Natty and both are from Sydney University Boat Club, currently occupying second place. But have a look now at the push from UTS Haberfield's April Draney and Imogen Wollstonecraft, just mounting a huge challenge, a win for Sydney Rowing Club. But have a look now, a couple of huge strokes coming from Sydney Rowing Club and now from Mercantile Composite rather in lane 5. It's going to go the way of Sydney University in the end, and a really tight race. And we'll go for a photo between UTS and Mercantile combo there. Fifth place is going to Canned. Sixth place now to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7. Just happy to clash with the finishing marker there. And seventh place going the way of Beck Joyce and Alia Dawson from Melbourne University. But we'll bring you the photo finish result for the bronze medal position just as soon as we have it. But certainly no doubt about it, it was a win, and an emphatic win at that, for Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus-Barrett in Sydney Rowing Club colours. And
Michael, while we wait for this photo finish, I think it's very important to note that we have quite a, how do I say this? We have a 17-year-old racing her first sweep event today as well. So full credit for that race. You know, come up from Victoria, getting a race in, first race in the women's elite pair. Congratulations.
Presentation of medals for the Men's Elite Lightweight Pair Championship of New South Wales. In third place, representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Maxwell Findlay and Fletcher Douglas. In second place, representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz. And in first place and winners, champions in 2026, representing Barwon Rowing Club and Essendon Rowing Club, Tyler Fitzpatrick and Thomas Hastings. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Men's Elite Lightweight Pair.
And Michael, just turning back to the Women's Elite Pair, we have a result for the photo finish. It looks like the third place did go the way of Mercantile Senior University, Stephine Preller and Ruby, with the UTS crew of April and Imogen just being pipped on the line by 0.24 of a second for fourth place there.
A fascinating conclusion to that race, and of course the Canned combination, Ella McKenzie and Laura Chancellor settling for fifth place, sixth place to Remy McKay and Laura Seifer, seventh place to Beck Joyce and Alia Dawson, and eighth place to Antoinetta de Cosmo and Ariel van der Pol in that race. Well, Henry, another one of the big events of the day. It is the Championship Men's Elite Pair Final.
And Michael, what a great race to be coming down the course now.
So in lane 1 is an Adelaide University composite combination. Jake Polkinghorn from Mercantile and Hamish Allen from Adelaide Uni. In lane 2 from North Esk is Matt Dickenberg and Jack Barrett. In lane 3 from Swan River Rowing Club is Fergus McNamara and Quinton Marketos. In lane 4 from UTS Haberfield is Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club is Angus Aitken and Galen Quinn. In lane 6 from Banks is Lachlan Zigata and Lockie Rose. In lane 7 is a Melbourne University UTS Haberfield Rowing Club combination, Paddy Holtz and Rowan Lavery. In 8th place from Sydney Rowing Club is Miles Harold and George Robert Benyabel. And in lane 9 from Mercantile, Charlie McIntosh and Matt Fielding. Well, Henry, you've been keeping an eye on this one. What is unfolding on the competition lake?
From what I can see from up here, it looks like the composite crew of Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery have a commanding lead. Very important to note that Paddy Holt here is an Olympian in the men's pair. So I would say a bit of pedigree in the event, Michael. Maybe, I don't know.
Perhaps unsurprising in that case, Henry, that our leaders are indeed Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery of UTS Haberfield and Melbourne University Boat Club, respectively. And look at them on the screen. If you're joining us online, welcome. And of course, have a look at the big screen if you're out here at the competition lake, lane 7. The bow ball passes through the 1500. Holtz and Lavery looking very calm and in control of this race. Second place currently being occupied by Thompson and Blackwell of UTS Haberfield. Really fantastic effort from those two. And they've got a significant lead ahead of third place currently being occupied by Sydney Rowing Club, which at the moment is the Harold and George Robert Benyabel combination. Fourth place being occupied by the Tasmanians from North Esk. That's Matt Dickenberg and Jack Barrett. Fifth place was the second Sydney combination, Angus Aitken and Galen Quinn. Sixth place to Mercantile's McIntosh and Fielding, Polkinghorn and Allen from Adelaide Uni Mercs in seventh. And through the 1500, it was Swan River and Banks after them. But certainly everything going the way of the Melbourne University UTS Haberfield combination of Holt and Lavery. And you spoke about pedigree, Henry. Just have a look at the way they are lifting this rate of striking into the final 250 metres. It is immaculate rowing.
Absolutely sensational here. I can see from our finishing position here that crew is sitting up tall, really bringing the boat underneath them and sort of gracefully coming towards the line, I would say.
And they've got room to move, you know. They really do just have room to move through the gears if they would like to. And they just, a little squirt, just a couple of strokes here, just to show us what they are capable of. But Holt and Lavery, certainly in the ascendancy in this race. And they come into the final 50 metres or so. The boys have turned red, and it's going to be a win for Melbourne University Boat Club and UTS Haberfield, barring disaster. Second place is going to go the way of Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield, who are looking very fine themselves over there in lane 4. So congratulations to their coaches, Matthias Ungemark and Jack Hargraves. Third place is going to go the way of Sydney Rowing Club, Miles Harold and George Robert Benjabel in lane 8. Fourth place to lane 2, North Esk. Fifth place to Sydney in lane 5. Sixth place to Adelaide Uni Composite in lane 1. Seventh place to Mercantile 2 in lane 9. Eighth place to Swan River Rowing Club in lane 3. And finally Banks in lane 6.
And what a race that was as well, Michael. You know, the crew of Paddy Holden, Rowan Lavery did sensational work there out the front, but then full credit to the other UTS crew as well. You know, they're a crew training and working full time as well. Plus the Sydney crews there as well. They were fantastic as they came down the course.
Well, you can see race 93, the championship under women's under 17-8 lining up on the starting blocks down there at the other end of the regatta course. But for the moment, move to the presentation of medals for race 91, the championship women's elite pair. And in third place, Mercantile Rowing Club and Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Stephanie Preller and Ruby Giolikas. In second place, Sydney University Boat Club, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha. In first place, winners in 2026 and recipients of gold medals, Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the 2026 Women's Elite Pair.
And Michael, fun fact for everyone today, you know, Tiffany Botha here comes from an absolute sporting pedigree of a family. Her brother actually packed down in the New South Wales scrum last night and they got the win over the Fiji Drua. So I'm not sure what they're doing in that household, but there's pedigree happening there, speaking of that.
Well, certainly the case, and plenty of wheat bix being eaten in that household. Race 93 on the course. It is the championship women's under 17-8 and a fascinating competition this is shaping up to be. This is a full complement of eights, and don't you love to see it? Look at that vision on the live stream or out on the big screen, just the eights and the flurry of oars across the course. So I will read through the crews as we come through because this is going to be a cracking finish and we won't have time to do it later. So in lane 2 is a crew from Queenwood. It's Penelope Rolls, Nyla Russell, Gemma Wirrell, Virginia Dixon, Arabella Line, Isla McMillan, Bronte Hanna, Chloe Grimmond, and Juliet Yardley. They're coxswain coached by Adam Ling and Zoe Keating. In lane 3, representing Furbank Grammar, is Gracie Ettershank and Claudia Overend-Stevens. Matilda Quill, Annabelle Syme, Polly Featherston, Zoe Sharp, Charlotte Kent, Phoebe Kemp, and Lucy McIntosh, their coxswain, coached by Callum Kelly, rather. In lane 4 is a combination from St Catherine's. Miller Bell, Gabriella Griffin, Stella Copeland, Charlize Morgan, Ingsa Dive, Ava Jameson, Georgia Love, Delphi Walsman, and Anya Roofley, their coxswain, coached by Sophie Castellas. In lane 5 is a commercial, represented by Olivia Alford, Grace Camulia, Eva McGeeky, Maggie Rowan, Waverly Palmer, Audrey Peaty, Ruby McLeod, Katarina Cook, and Juliet Arthey, their coxswain, coached by Gary Townsend. In lane 6 is a combination from Loreto Toorak in Victoria, represented by Luca Temeski, Emma Lynch, Emily Ralph, Annabelle Blythe, Maisie State Butler, Eliza Scherfel, Cordelia Postel, Camilla Jones, their coxswain is Ava Charles. Loreto Normanhurst is in lane 7, represented by Lara Dwyer, Ruby Matthews, Alexandra Hare, Ruby Mullins, Poppy Bensley, Anna Ward, Lucy Meek, Sophie Whalen. Their coxswain is Rosie Lennon, coached by Hannah Cowop and Jackson Gersoy. In lane 8 is MLCQ, represented by Eloise Spinks, Ataya Dixon, Harriet Slee, Anna DeMortier, Lily Fowles, Holly Collette, Isabel Egan, Chloe Paul, and Abby Bourne is their coxswain. They're coached by Matt Wilson and Emily Montague. And lane 9 is a crew from Geelong College, represented by Grace Jarman, Alice Garland, Coco Young, Kate Berryman, Alice Ashby, Mylan Van Delden, Ruby Slimman, Lulu Pearson, and Fleur Galson is their coxswain. Henry.
Michael, that was so impressive, I must say. You went through and gave the time for every single athlete here, the ones from interstate as well. They feel seen and heard, so my hat, I tip that to you for that one, sir.
For the moment, have a look at the way this race is unfolding, and it is the commercial combination in lane 5 with the narrowest of advantages over Loreto Normanhurst in lane 7. Well, Chris McCarthy of JRN News put out a fantastic article on this event, as I do have a read of it as they come down the course. But commercial, the combination in lane 5 in the lead and looking very good as we come down the course. Queenwood currently occupying 3rd place, Loreto Toorak in 4th, the margin's really tight, MLCQ in 5th, St Catherine's currently in 6th, Furbank Grammar 7th, and Geelong College in 8th. But for the moment, Buzz, we wait for those races to come down. We'll present the medals for the men's elite pair, race 92. And in 3rd place and recipients of the bronze medals, Miles Harold and George Robert Benjabel. In 2nd place, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell. In 1st place, champions in 2026, Melbourne University Boat Club and UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the men's elite pair.
Well done, Paddy Holt.
Well, Henry, turning our attention back to the competition lake, it does appear as though Centenary, a commercial rather, in lane 5, has retained that lead. Now we're coming into the championship quarter, and goodness me, just from this perspective, it's turning out to be a fascinating row. Loreto Toorak in lane 6 and Loreto Normanhurst in lane 7. At the pointy end of the chevron, it is certainly all to play for. And
what a turnaround in that 3rd 500 there, Michael.
Have a look at this, Loreto Normanhurst.
They have taken a 2-second advantage of the commercial on that. So I've said it before and I'll say it till the cows come home, Michael. The 3rd 500 is the championship 500. Well,
it's where it all happens, and Loreto Normanhurst has now put themselves in the position to claim this race, and the crowd assembling on the banks to cheer them home. And MLCQ currently occupying 4th, Loreto Toorak currently occupying 5th, followed by St Catherine's from Geelong College from Furbank Grammar. And that was the way they went through the 1500. But let's have a look now at the competition lake. We are coming into the final 250 metres, and it is the crew from Loreto Normanhurst in lane 7 making the best of things and snatched the lead off of Commercial, the Queenslanders, who enjoyed the lead early on in this race. But certainly I wouldn't be counting them out at this stage. Queenwood over there in lane 2. There on the far side, and of course a crew and a school rather that is capable of so much and repeating performances over a number of years. So certainly don't count them out of things just yet. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7 though, still making the best of things. Have a look at MLCQ over here in lane 8, just mounting a late charge. Is Loretto Normanhurst just floating with the boy markers over here in lane 7 as they come into the final 100 metres or so of this race now? And it is Loretto Normanhurst from Commercial Rowing Club. Commercial, well, can they mount a late comeback and just do assault on the lead that's been snatched off of them by Loretto Normanhurst? I think they're going to run out of water to do it. Loretto Normanhurst now looking very good. They're Coxon putting them through the gears as we come into the final couple of strokes. Have a look at Queenwood over there in lane 2, pressing against Commercial for the silver medal. The win is, though, going to go to Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7. It's staying in New South Wales this year in the Championship Women's Under 17-8. Second to Commercial. Third place is going to be really tight between Queenwood and MLCQ. We'll wait for the photo on that one. Fourth place looked as though it went to Loretto Toorak. Followed across the line now by St Catherine's and Geelong College. And then over to Furbank Grammar on the far side. Well, high drama, Henry.
That was an absolutely sensational finish. I think the final 1,000 metres, you could say, from the Loretto Normanhurst girls, they timed that to perfection. And then the race for third and fourth, Michael, coming down to a photo, you know, we can't sort of hope for a better finish there. And as we can see on the big screen here, it looks like the Queenwood crew probably was the Queenwood crew by the narrowest of margins, but certainly we'll leave that one up to the judges. We'll leave that up to the judges, but if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I would say that that went to the Queenwood girls from the lower North Shore there in that race, but we will let you know formally. And actually, Michael, I think we have been told. The Queenwood are in third, with MLCQ coming in fourth, Loretto Toorak in fifth, St Catherine's coming in sixth, Geelong Grammar occupying the 7th position, and then Furbank Grammar in 8th place. But recapping the top 3, Loretto Normanhurst in 1, Commercial from Queensland in 2, and then the Queenwood School in 3rd as well.
So we'll turn our attention to race 94, Henry, in just a short moment. But for the moment, just a word from our officials. The mercury has surpassed 32 degrees, and so we are into level 1 heat alert territory. And that means that all our competitors and coaches need to take measures to remain as hydrated as possible and stay out of the sun to the extent they can. That means minimizing the amount of time for warm up and making sure that you stay out of the sun to the extent you can. So please do take care of yourself and those around you. Level Heat 1 alert in place, and visit the Rowing New South Wales website for more information about that. But, for the moment, Henry, it's race 94 on the course, and a fascinating competition evolving now. It's a full complement, and just as we're waiting on them, I think I will just read some names out just because we've got some time as they come down. It's Newington in lane 2, represented by Ethan Van Asperen, Owen Charles, Tom Dunstan, Ali DeHennen, Henry Eversgaard, Jack Carroll, Lachlan Trethui, Ollie Cooper and Harry Cooper, their Cox. Prince Alfred College in lane 3, James Morgan, William Gibson, Robert Nairn, Paul Gaganis, Reed Scott, Jack Amber, Lachlan Logan, Campbell Brown and Noah Burton Howard. In lane 4 is St Ignatius, Arthur Roche, Charles Holt, Hunter Harris, Hudson Shaw, Charlie Shaheen, Charlie O'Halloran, Xavier Dinan, Darcy O'Day, Dax Cooley, coached by Hamish McDonald. In lane 5 from the Shaw School, Tom Amati, William Scammell, Harry Ferguson, Lawson Wood, Henry Tams, Owen Barnes, Charlie Bassingthwaite, Louis Corcoran and William Johnson, their coxswain. In lane 6 from St Joseph's, James Irwin, Clancy Woodbridge, Xavier McClay, Arlo Benges, Nicholas Huntington, Sam Nagleen, Connor Furness, Angus Survey, and Christian Harris, their cox. Lane 7 from the Scots College, Samuel Lowe, Saxon Smith, Bill Singleton, Tom Willis, James Halley, Remy Scott, Tyler Winterbuck, Angus Gervin and Pax Staley Lobo, their coxswain. In lane 8 is Melbourne Grammar School, represented by Callum Wade, Marcus Hunt Smith, Joshua Loftus, Henry Reith, David Canty, Rory Messam, Ollie Kingsford Dowd and Freddie Tomlinson, coxed by Kipling Griffin. And finally, lane 9 representing Kings, Arthur Zhang, Benjamin Deal, Ethan Childs Tor, William Brown, Hugo Strang, Thomas Curtin, Harry Mann, Archer Petrovic and Edo Dawson, their coxswain. And Henry, this is one of the big events of the day. How is it unfolding?
Michael, again, full credit to you for listing off over 81 names just then. So, you know, well deserved for a drink break while you sort of recover from that. But as the course comes down, we're leading into the 1500 metre mark, and we will tell you when it comes up. But at the 1000 metre mark, we had Joey's in the, sorry, beg your pardon, probably shouldn't get those two schools mixed up. We had Riverview St Ignatius in the lead with Joey's coming in second. Third place at that point in time was Melbourne, with Shaw coming in fourth, Scott's in fifth. And as we come to the 1500, it looks like Riverview St Ignatius have extended their lead over St Joseph's in second, with Melbourne and Joey's sort of less than half a second between them. So that lead is Riverview's to sort of, you know, lose in a way, but then the race for the minor placings, less than a second between them for second and third here. So exciting to see as we come into the final 500. But
certainly the case, Henry. A 0.40 the margin between St Joseph's 1 in lane 6 and Melbourne Grammar School in lane 8. So the competition will be unfolding quite close to the grandstand. So that's going to make a fascinating conclusion to this race. But St Ignatius in lane 4, certainly making the best of things, and they have probably a boat length on the rest of the field now, and an extraordinary lead, and potentially unassailable as we come into the final 250 metres of this race. Melbourne Grammar School, well, they're not too far off it, but certainly work to do, and it would take a phenomenal effort now. I would suggest St Ignatius College Review has just done the work, and they're looking really calm and in control of this race. But as you say, the race is really going to be for the minor placings. Have a look now at St Joseph's in lane 6 and Melbourne Grammar School in lane 8. They're going head to head now for the silver medal.
So for jumping in, Michael, I would say that the Melbourne Grammar School, they've moved in front of Joey's at this point. They're about half a length in front, and you know, while we can say the win for Riverview is there and secured, full credit here to the Melbourne Grammar School. They have put a clinical final 500 on as they come into second for a well-deserved silver medal. Third place coming over the line goes to Joey's. My alma mater for Scots comes in fourth. Fifth place, Shaw School. Sixth place, I believe another Newington, beg your pardon me for the GPS mix-up. Kings, and then bringing over the line is Prince Alfred College. So recapping the top three, we have Riverview St Ignatius in first, second place Melbourne Grammar, third place St Joseph's College as well.
Thank you, Henry, and we'll move to the presentation of medals for the Women's Under-17 Eight Championship of New South Wales. Just the first two crews across the line being presented today. In second place, and recipients of silver medals, Commercial. Commercial are represented by Olivia Alford, Grace Camulia, Eva McGeekey, Maggie Rowan, Waverley Palmer, Audrey Peaty, Ruby McLeod, Katarina Cook, their coxswain, Juliet Arthey, and their coach, Gary Townsend. In first place, gold medalists and champions of New South Wales in 2026, Loretto Normanhurst. Loretto Normanhurst represented by Lara Dwyer, Ruby Matthews, Alexandra Hare, Ruby Mullins, Poppy Bensley, Anna Ward, Lucy Meek, Sophie Whalen, And Rosie Lennon is their coxswain, coached by Hannah Cowop and Jackson Gersoy. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the women's under-17 8.
And Michael, while we finish up with the podium for the under-17 8s, we turn our attention to the course. We have, I would say we're blessed to have 4 races of lightweight racing coming down the course, with the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Single coming into what I would say is the 1,250 metre mark.
Indeed, Henry, it's race 95 on the course. It's the Women's Under-21 Lightweight Single Scull Final, the Championship of New South Wales. In lane 1, representing Cairns Rowing Club, is Millie Campbell. In lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney. In lane 3, from Nepean Rowing Club, Ellie Taylor. In lane 4, from Toowong Rowing Club, is Matilda Dammers. In lane 5, from the Cathedral School, is Georgia Gordon. In lane 6, from Centenary, is Scarlett Hall. In lane 7, from the Cathedral School, Michaela Penrose. In lane 8, from UTS Haberfield, is Annabelle Mackenzie. And in lane 9, from Surfers Paradise, is Maddie McLaughlin.
Great racing here, Michael, as we come down. And from the markers at the 1,000 metre mark, it looks like Neve Tierney from Sydney's in the lead by just the narrowest of margins from the Surfer Paradise sculler of Maddie McLaughlin. But it looks like we're about to come through the 1,500 metre mark here, and Surfers Paradise, Maddie McLaughlin has turned that around. She's in the lead and 2.5 seconds over Neve from Sydney, with Ellie Taylor from Nepean in 4th, Millie Campbell from Cairns, followed by Annabelle Mackenzie, then Scarlett Hall from Centenary.
Yeah.
What a turnaround in the third 500 there.
Absolutely, and Neve Tierney, rather well decorated lightweight sculler among the New South Wales crop, and certainly well experienced on the circuit out here. So Maddie McLaughlin really taking the fight to the locals here at the 2026 New South Wales Championships. And of course the Victoria Cup selectors will be keeping a close eye on this race, and shot across the bow from the Queenslanders with the representation on the competition lake at the moment. But Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise in lane 9 making the best of things, and it's Neve Tierney in lane 2 in the colours of Sydney Rowing Club over the far side. It's a really tough way for the scullers to judge where they are in the race, because they're on the opposite ends of the race, opposite sides of the course, I should say.
And that's just another comment to say, you need to race your own race, Michael. Keep your head in the boat and, practice what you've been training for all season. Don't look out and disrupt anything. Head in, lock in, and get yourself to the bow over the finish line.
Coming through the 1750 now, and I'd suggest that it's the Nepean sculler, Ellie Taylor, and also the Cairns sculler, Millie Campbell, in contention for that bronze medal for the moment. But have a look at Maddie McLaughlin and Surfers Paradise in lane 9, commanding the lead, and she's putting on a clinic in front of the grandstand now. The Queensland sculler, she's coached by Gus Rodero, and looking poised now to claim the 2026 championships. But have a look at Neve Tierney over the far side, not letting her have it all her own way. Probably half a length now, or perhaps a full boat length in the end, the margin. But it's going to Maddie McLaughlin and Surfers Paradise in 2026. And she is relieved with that one. Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, second place. Third place now to Nepean in lane 3. Fourth place will go the way of Millie Campbell and Cairns Rowing Club. Fifth place to lane 6, Scarlett Hall and Centenary. Sixth place to Annabelle Mackenzie from UTS Haberfield. Seventh place going the way of Matilda Dammers from Toowong. And in 8th place will be Georgia Gordon from the Cathedral School in lane 5. And 9th place will go the way of Michaela Penrose from the Cathedral School.
And Michael, I'll say it before and I'll say it again. The school girls racing in an open event, especially in a lightweight event, fantastic from them.
Presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-17 Eight. First and second, the medals are being presented by Rob Veal, Managing Director of V Insurance. Second place, representing Melbourne Grammar School, Callum Wade, Marcus Hunt-Smith, Joshua Loft, Henry Reef, David Canty, Rory Messam, Ollie Kingsford Dowd, Freddie Tomlinson, and Kipling Griffin is their coxswain. In first place, gold medalists, St. Ignatius College, Riverview. St. Ignatius are represented by Arthur Roche, Charles Holt, Hunter Harris, Hudson Shaw, Charlie Shaheen, Charlie O'Halloran, Xavier Dynan, Darcy O'Day, and their coxswain, Dax Cooley. Their coach is Hamish McDonald. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the men's Under-17 Eight.
And Michael, we will quickly turn our attention to the racing here of the Championship Men's Under-21 Lightweight Single. Looks like lane 7, Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon is taking a lead here. He's coming for line. This is his race. He's doing extremely well. Second place here looks like it's going to go down to the Mossman Scull of Julian Lee Maturi. But third place here, I would say, would go to Hawthorn. But the Sculler coming in from Western
really
Australia Rowing Club is a tight race there. But wow, some tight racing here, Michael.
That's right. I think it was Garvin Hayes in the end of the Canberra Rowing Club who claimed third place. We'll wait for the official combination. Coming across the line now in fifth place is Alex Cook from Commercial, and then Maxwell Scales from Glebe, and then Adam Chang of Hawthorn Rowing Club in lane 7. And followed across the line now by Commercial's William Dalgleish. So a couple of flurry of hooters across the line. But certainly a win for Tyler Fitzpatrick and Essendon Rowing Club. And I think we saw Tyler just not that long ago on the course in the men's elite lightweight pair. Presentation of medals. Now for race 91, the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Pair. It was a win for Banks Rowing Club, represented by Antoinetta de Cosmo and Ariel van der Pol. Medals are being presented by Rob Veal of V Insurance. Congratulations to Banks Rowing Club. Presentation of medals for bronze medalists in the Championship Women's Under-17 Eight. Bronze medals won by Queenwood, represented by Penelope Rolls, Nyla Russell, Gemma Wirrell, Virginia Dixon, Arabella Lyon, Isla McMillan, Bronte Hannah, Chloe Grimmond, and Juliet Yardley, their coxswain, coached by Adam Zing and Zoe Keaton. And we'll have a change in the commentary tower up here. We're welcoming back Chris McCarthy to the box and also Ben Homer.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, Henry. What a fantastic job you guys have both done this morning as we come to the end of what looks to have been a fairly dramatic race here in the under-23 lightweight women's single. Kate Atherton from Newcastle Uni, Sarah Berretry from UTS, Ruby Gray from ANU, Chiara Chiarelli from Melbourne University, and Essendon's Francesca Spano. And it is the sculler on the near side of the course in the colours of the Essendon Bombers football team, the Essendon Rowing Club. Francesca Spano, who has led this race comfortably for quite some time. 10 seconds was the margin at the 1500 metres. And into the red boys now of the last 100 metres of the course here, and on track for a New South Wales title in the Championship Women's Under-23 lightweight single is Francesca Spano. Just lifting the rating slightly, but not too bothered by the competition. Sarah Berretry from UTS. Silver will stay local. So we've had a stoppage on the far side of the course, and Kate Atherton from Newcastle Uni making her way down again. But congratulations to Francesca Spano from Essendon Rowing Club. Gold medal in the under-23 lightweight women's singles. Sarah Berretry from UTS will cross the line to claim the silver in the Australian National University's Ruby Gray to secure herself the bronze medal. Before we get to our next race, a couple of bits of housekeeping. A couple of cars parked on the grass on the island, blocking some trailer spots, blocking the bus route. A Kia Cerato CHC17C is the rego. Can you please move your car? As can a LDV T60 FNQ 65M, Toyota Hiace, Queensland plates 813 FQ3, and a BMW iX1 FVY85C. Can you please move your cars out of trailer spots and blocking the bus route? We need those spaces to remain clear. So welcome to the commentary box for the final of the men's under-23 lightweight single scull. Ben Homer.
Hey
Welcome,
Chris,
Ben.
how you going? Looking forward to this one, and clear favourite coming into this one was Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar, actually also with Sydney Uni, so that's his school club, and yeah, he is, well, we've seen he's been in the Aussie under-19 double, and that was in the open category. This is in the lightweights, and you can see about a 10-second gap back to Talbot of Townsville, Miller from Black Mountain in third, Alexander McDougall from Sydney Uni in fourth. And this is a good little indicator, Chris, potentially for the Penrith Cup crew for New South Wales, because we've only got one New South Wales sculler in the men's elite category. So there will be a few under-23s. Luke Purdy's going to be in and around there. Nick Mather, who we're not seeing in the single sculls. Remy Keats rowing for Newcastle a little bit later on in the elite single. But this man will most certainly be in the crew, provided he doesn't get hauled into one of the eights. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the youth eights will be keen on him with the speed that he's been showing the last couple of weeks. Takes his last few strokes into the red boys here, and it'll be an all-the-way win for Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School, rowing in the rainbow colours of his school here, and crosses the line, and good prospects for the New South Wales Penrith Cup. They'll have to look out for the Victorians, and we'll see more of them in the coming races, but certainly looking strong in the restricted weight divisions. But Luke Purdy across the line for the gold medal is the sculler in lane 4 from Townsville JCU, Mika Talbot, who will seal the bronze. And for the silver, or for the bronze rather, the sculler in lane 2 from Black Mountain, Josh Miller, coached by Renee Domashens for the bronze medal. And then just off the podium, Henry Vidal from Sydney Rowing Club for 4th. Sydney Uni's Alexander McDougall for 5th place. And 6th will be Ryan Joe from UTS Haberfield to round out this men's under-23 lightweight single scull. Time's pretty interesting to have a look at there. 7:30:42 that time for Luke Purdy. So it'll be interesting to see what times we see in the elite event, which will be coming down in a couple of races' time. We've got the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, which is currently on the course. And we've got Rachel Hatherley from Essendon in lane 3, Sophie Robe from Essendon in lane 4, Lulu Colgrave from Adelaide Uni in lane 5, Essendon Zara Mason in 6, Abby Richards from Black Mountain in 7, coached by Renee Domashans, and then Ellie Brennan from Banks in lane 8, coached by Glenn Fishman. So Lulu Colgrave from Adelaide Uni won the single, the open lightweight single at the South Australian Championships. Abby Richards, Chris, I was having a look at last year's national women's elite lightweight final. She's the only member of this race who was part of that final, and she finished outside of the medals in that one. So she's sitting in a good position here in second. Zara Mason, also from Essendon. They are having a terrific regatta, aren't they, Essendon?
Yeah, they have. Great little lightweight squad coming up through the ranks out of Essendon Rowing Club. And, I mean, great prospects for lightweight rowing out of Victoria. We just saw Anta Cosmo taking a medal in the pair earlier, and we'll hear from her in the commentary box later. And she's been a member of many Victoria Cup quads for the state of Victoria, and very keen to get her hands back on that out of the hands of the Tasmanians after a great race at the Interstate Regatta last year. And I mean, what we can say from this final is that it's looking pretty good to maybe not be in New South Wales, because there's no local representation here in the elite lightweight women's single scull. So this state title will go interstate in 2026.
Yeah, well, New South Wales, you feel, are going to have to rely on some of their underage, under 23, under 21 scullers. So that is going to be very, very interesting.
So as we're through the 1,000-metre mark now, approaching the 1,500-metre mark, so in that championship quarter, which has decided many a race already so far this morning on the second day of the largest Rowing New South Wales Championships ever. But it is still the Essendon sculler of Rachel Hatherley, who had a handy lead. Or rather, that is Abby Richards we're seeing on screen there in lane 7, so who has moved through the Banks sculler, and a little bit of a, might just pan out and we'll see everyone. There we go. Rachel Hatherley of Essendon, who's extended that lead to just over 3 seconds now over Abby Richards from Black Mountain and Zara Mason of Essendon. So looking to be 2 more Essendon scullers on the podium. So our top 3 looking fairly comfortable there with the field spread out. We don't want to write off a chance of a sprint finish in any lightweight event. Take the varying power out of things, and things tend to get fairly tight in these lightweight races. And all 3 of our leading 3 scullers lifting their rate at this point. Zara Mason from Essendon sitting back in the provisional bronze medal position, and would like to make it an Essendon 1-2. Abby Richards, the sole Canberran in this race, currently holding down that silver medal position. No doubt about Rachel Hatherley over on the far side of the course in lane 3, who is dominant there in the lead, has just moved away with every 500 metres. That margin has increased as we make our way down the course. I think it's going to be a big ask for anyone to overcome any of these provisional medal spots. You can see a response there from the Black Mountain sculler in the red Zudi in the dark coloured boat in lane 7. She's seen any potential charge from Mason from Essendon and lifted to cement her silver medal position at the moment. But it is all about Rachel Hatherley in the red boys now, looking very comfortable indeed, not having to respond to any pushes in the closing strokes of this race. Rachel Hatherley from Essendon Rowing Club secure herself a New South Wales state title in the elite lightweight women's single scull. Abby Richards from Black Mountain has done everything she needs to hold off any potential late charge And second, Essendon Scull will make it 2 from that club on the podium as Zara Mason secures herself the bronze. Banks Rowing Club in 4th, that's Ellie Brennan. 5th will be the Sculler in lane 5 from Adelaide Uni, Lulu Colgrave. And then the 3rd of the Essendon Scullers, Sophie Robe, in 6th place.
Now we've got to quickly go down to the last 500 of this championship men's elite lightweight single scull. They are pretty much into the last 250 metres. Jordan Roberts from Mercantiles in lane 5, Remy Keats from Newcastle in lane 6, and Nick Ziegler from Banks in lane 7. What a race this is going to be here for the silver medal. Now, I'm not sure whether they are going to give a bronze medal, because Matt Rickard was a late scratching from this one. My understanding is they probably will, but of course he wouldn't want to get a bronze because he came 3rd in a 3-person race. So here we go into the last 100 metres. We saw Nick Ziegler. He won gold last year in this event in the national championships. He was he did a 7:34 yesterday in the men's elite single, so he was the favourite coming into this one. But here they come, Remy Keats versus Jordan Roberts. They had some great races last year, and they are coming into the last 50 metres. Who is it going to be to claim the silver medal behind Nick Ziegler? Will it be a Victorian 1-2, or can New South Wales get themselves into the silver medal position? Here they come, Remy Keats. He loves a sprint at the back end of a race. It is going to be really, really tight as they come down to the line. And I tell you what, we're going to need a photo. I'm not even going to call that Chris McCarthy. Oh my goodness. Well, we talk about lightweight racing and how tight it can get. Well, that is as tight as it can get. Are you calling that?
I don't want to call that.
I thought it was going to be Roberts at first glance, but then at the last moment, the bow ball of Remy Keats from Newcastle almost locked up. It is going to be a one for the judges, I reckon. I think so. And given that you're a proud Novocastrian yourself and actually Remy Keats' doubles partner for this afternoon, not today. Not today. Tomorrow. We've ditched each other for the weekend. So Jack Hanley's involved in the breakup. I'm sorry to bring it up. No, there's no tension at all. It's the Championship Women's Under-21 pair that is on the water right now. And UTS in front, that is Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins, coached by Sam Fennessy. Adelaide sitting in second, Tamara Bates and Grace Barbara, and they were the South Australian champs in the Open Women's Coxless pair in the 8 as well. They did a 7:49 in the heat. That was pretty quick, and they're sitting there in second. Mercantile in third, and that is the crew of Gillen and Adem, 1.39 further back. So final 1,000 metres of this one, and I reckon, Chris, we are going to get a cracking race. You can see Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy and Stella Wandel are also sitting there in 4th place. And Charlotte, her brother, Jack, is rowing at Harvard. He was in the under-19 pair last year, won a silver medal. Yeah, certainly a well-credentialed rowing family, isn't it? I think there's another sister as well that was maybe knocked out in the heats of this event in a very, very... Oh, she was in the under-19 pair. They raced against each other yesterday. So a very well-credentialed rowing family indeed. We do have the official results there of the elite lightweight single. do you want me to save you? So I don't want to say it. Remy's so it was right there, Nick Ziegler with the win there, 7:30. Jordan Roberts from Mercantile just over Remy Keats from Newcastle, 0.06 of a second. I think that's as close as you can possibly get here. The photo finish camera doing a great job and getting a bit of a workout today already, and we hope to get some more value for money out of it as the day goes on with some more fantastic racing. And for sure we might see a bit more of that today in this under-21 women's pair. The two Maddies, Madeline Swain and Mannins. St Catherine's old girls rowing at UTS there, just narrowly ahead of Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera, who were the national champions in this event last year. Well, I'm second guessing myself now. It may possibly be in the under-19 pair that they were. They were definitely in the under-19 women's 8 last year, and we saw them race in the under-23 pair earlier on this morning. So a quick turnaround for the girls from Adelaide. Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam from Mercantile running third. And then the West Australians, Hansen-Nahoy and Wandel in 4th. Sydney Rowing Club's Eva Thompson and Mika Naito, Queenwood and Pimble combination there. In 5th, Mercantile, Purton and Price in 6th. Sydney's Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett
Queenwood Old Girl combination in 7th, and Catherine Ross, Mackenzie Pugh, who were in the Henley 8 from Mercantile last year, currently rounding out the field in 8th place, but it is all to play for in these leading 3 crews as the Mercantile crew get themselves in on the action as our top 2 crews battle for the gold medal and don't ride off the Sydney crew in lane 8, Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett, or rather the West Australians there in lane 9, who are also keen to get themselves on the rostrum in the closing strokes of this race. I think the Adelaide girls of Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera, they were the elite pair state champions last year or this year rather, in South Australia, and looking to take an under-21 pair state title here in New South Wales. The race is on for the silver medal though. Mercantile and UTS on the far side of the course. Mercantile were 2 seconds back at the 1500 and they might have just hit the silver medal position. The trailing crews are out of it at this stage. Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera have done enough. They'll secure themselves a state title in the women's under-21 coxless pair. Mercantile in the shadow of the post, and they'll take it by 2 feet. Mercantile over UTS, rowing through in the very dying strokes of this race for the silver medal. UTS for the bronze, tight for 4th. West Australians over Sydney Rowing Club. The second Mercantile crew in 5th. The second Sydney Rowing Club crew in 6th place. And the Mercantile crew in lane 2 in 7th place here in the Championship Women's Under-21 pair, or in 8th place rather.
All right, well, stakes are rising even further. We may have a medal presentation in a second. Yes, I think we are going to do this presentation. This is the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull. 3rd place and the bronze medalist from Essendon, Zara Mason. Second place and silver medalist from Black Mountain is Abby Richards, coached by Renee Domichens. And the New South Wales State Champion and the gold medalist from Essendon, Rachel Hatherley. So please congratulate our champion and medalists in the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull as we go back onto the course. And we've got the Championship Men's Under-21 pair. We've got Sydney Uni in lane 1, Mercantile in 2 and 3, Sydney in lane 4, Sydney Uni in 5, Sydney in 6, Melbourne Uni, Uni of Queensland in 7, UTS in 8, Uni of Queensland in lane 9, and it's Sydney who have gone through in 1st place, and there's probably no surprises here. Thomas Maloney, Matthias Maloney, they won the under-19 pair at Nationals last year, and the under-21 8, they're coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. So they're the favourites, you would think, heading into this one. And then Sydney Uni, they've actually they got Max Garnett in that boat, who was from South Australia. He was rowing for Prince Alfred last year.
Came up to row the junior Coxless 4 with the Maloneys in preparation for the World Championships last year. Trained out of Sydney and then has moved up to Sydney Uni.
Yeah, and I'm just having a look here. Max Mason, Oliver Edwards from Sydney, a little bit further back. They had some credentials there from Oliver Edwards at Shaw and Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat and Ballarat Clarendon, but they seem like they're
They had
out
a
of this
cracking
one.
race yesterday in the semi-finals. They rode through their clubmates and forced a crab in the closing strokes of the race. It was a dramatic semi-final in this event yesterday. A semi-final or a heat? I can't remember. It's we're 2 days in. We're already losing track of what we've had come down the course so far, but no doubt about the Maloneys dominant in this event.
Well, they know each other so well, obviously, and they are going to row their way to a New South Wales state title. Sydney Uni, as I mentioned, Max Garnett making the move from Prince Alfred in South Australia, and they're currently in the silver medal position. Bronze at the moment heading the way of the Melbourne Uni, Uni of Queensland composite. You can see Charlie White from Melbourne Uni there in the stroke seat. Thomas Stevens from UQ in bow. But at Sydney, the Maloneys claim the New South Wales state title in the Championship Men's Under-21 pair. Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett with the silver medal, and then the composite of Melbourne Uni and Uni of Queensland with the bronze medal. 4th place goes the way of Sydney University. And then 5th to Sydney, 6th UTS, 7th Mercantile, 8th place also Mercantile.
Yeah, and we're talking about the prospects for the interstate regatta earlier, and I think in the men's youth 8, things are looking reasonably good for New South Wales. We've had a lot of interstate entries in this event, and a lot of them not making it through to the final. We had some Victorian crews up, and what will be interesting this afternoon is a lot of these boys will back up in the under-21 8s, and we'll also see the West Australian Youth 8 and the Canberra Youth 8 racing in the under-21 8s this afternoon. So be sure to tune in for that one. I think the finals at about 5 o'clock. The heats are not long after the lunch break. And a few school crews in the mix as well. That is set to be, is always one of the most hotly anticipated events here at the state titles, and is set to be an absolute cracker in 2026.
So right now we are heading down the course. We've got Championship Para Double Scull. Now this involves crews of mixed crews and all female crews. So we'll take you through that. Lane 2 is community, and this is an all female crew. Lane 7 is also community and all female crew. So that's Bronte Marshall and Alexandra Bailey Coleman in lane 2. Lane 7, Poppy Richards and Robin Smith. Then the mixed crews. Lane 3, Uni of Queensland, Mac and Wallace Russell. Lane 4 is the Drummoyne Nestles composite. Aaron Skinner from Nestles and Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. Canberra ANU composite in lane 5. Zara Turner from ANU. Cormac Hayes from Canberra in lane 5. Parry Mahadas from Glebe and Georgina Brownie from Uni of New South in lane 6. Radford College in lane 8. And in lane 9, Susanna Lutz and Flynn Wilkinson. Susanna Lutz from Mercantile, Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club. And that Radford crew, Catherine Austin and Darren Wang, late change in that crew. Now, this is a little bit interesting because I would have thought that the Sydney Mercantile crew were the favourites heading into this one, Chris, but it's Zara Turner and Cormac Hayes out of Canberra. No doubt Stuart John, he might know a little bit, just flying under the radar potentially, because Susanna won the silver Nationals last year and in the single as well, and Flynn won the Nationals PR3 last year in Lake Barrington. Yeah,
for sure. So the para events do stipulate you can have an able-bodied athlete rowing alongside a para athlete in this event at the domestic level. That's what we've got in the Canberra ANU crew with Zara Turner jumping in with Cormac Hayes, who was a very exciting up-and-coming under-23 prospect before an awful car accident. But he's managed to turn himself to para rowing. But as they come down the course leading this race, we'll turn our attention back to the presentation of medals for the men's under-20, or the women's rather, under-21 coxless pair. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, Mercantile Rowing Club, represented by Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam, coached by Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe. My apologies, 3rd place bronze medalist UTS Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins, coached by Sam Fennessy. Mercantile 2nd and silver medalists. And then gold medalists and state champions for 2026, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera from Adelaide Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our state champions and medalists in the women's under-21 pair.
Well, Chris, I think this is shaping up as a fascinating finish here. Flynn Wilkinson and Susanna Lutz, 6 seconds off Zara Turner and Cormac Hayes at the 1,500 metre mark, and they're just approaching the last 250 metres. So middle of the course, that is the Canberran. Zara Turner out of ANU, Cormac Hayes from Canberra. And you can see the ANU Zudi there in the bow seat of Zara Turner, Cormac Hayes stroking. And in the boat here on the near side, Flynn Wilkinson is stroking. And you can see Susanna Lutz in the bow seat, and they're just going off course a little bit here, the Sydney Mercantile composite. You just wonder how much time they would have had in the boat together. Of course, composite across different states. These two, no doubt, have rowed this double quite a few times because they both from the ACT. So you wonder how much that would have helped in this particular race. You think a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd think that as a part of that ACT high performance program under the guidance of Coach Tom Westgarth, they've probably had a few hit outs in this one. And he's going to be the Canberrans. I can almost hear Stuart John cheering for joy from the grandstand. But it is Zara Turner and Cormac Hayes, state champions in the para double scull. Silver medalists in the Sydney Mercantile combination, Flynn Wilkinson and Susanna Lutz. And then the brother and sister combo, Wallace Russell and Mac Russell from the University of Queensland, will come home to secure themselves the bronze in the mixed event. We will also have medals for the two all-female crews yet to come down the course, the two community rowing club crews to come down shortly. There's Radford College, Catherine Austin and Darren Wang for fourth place, just off the podium, and then we'll have the Drummoyne Nestles combination. Aaron Skinner from Nestles down in Victoria, Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne in 5th, and 6th will be the UNSW Glebe composite of Mataris and Browning. And then the two community crews cross the line, and is the one in lane 2 who is first in the all-women's category in the para double scull. Bronte Marshall, Alexandra Bailey Coleman, and then Poppy Richards and Robin Smith in second. And we'll turn our attention back to the presentation dais for the championship men's under-23 coxless pairs. Medals will be presented by Keith Jamison, OAM, President of Sydney Rowing Club. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, a composite of Melbourne University and University of Queensland boat clubs, Thomas Stevens and Charlie White. Second place and silver medalists, Sydney University, Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett. The crew coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. And gold medalists and New South Wales champions for 2026, Sydney Rowing Club, Thomas Maloney and Matthias Maloney, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our state champions and medalists in the championship men's under-21 coxless pair.
So we have got 4 races now until the, well, we've got 5 races until the lunch break. We've got the Championship Schoolgirl 4, which is currently on the water. And we've got Queenwood in lane 1, Pymble Ladies lane 2, Canberra Grammar in 3, Roseville in 4, Tara School in 5, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6, Canberra Grammar in 7, Canberra Girls Grammar in 8, and Canberra Grammar also in lane 9. So we're just getting the splits through from the 1K. They are just approaching that right now, and you can see over on the far side of the course, that is Queenwood. They're in a pretty good position. So too is the crew in the centre of the course.
Loretto Normanhurst.
Like Loretto, yeah, Normanhurst. They are they're in a very good position. Probably by the naked eye, they are most definitely in front.
And see them coming across the 1500 now on the screen. It is Loretto Normanhurst. That's their top 4 girls out of the 8. No Schoolgirl 8 here today for Normo. We saw them take a brilliant win in the under-17 8. And full disclosure, I do a little bit of coaching at Loretto Normanhurst, but a very well-credentialed Schoolgirl 4 here.
Would you say they're the favourites coming into this one?
I wouldn't have said so, no.
Who would have you said were the favourites?
Having a look, the top 4 Queenwood girls I thought would have been right up there, and they are right up there. They're currently occupying the provisional silver medal position, but Loretto Normanhurst, Paddy Boland, Poppy Russell, Ellen Ogilvie, Juliet Mason and Adele Simon, the coxswain, coached by Paralympic coxswain Hannah Cowap. And You see Paddy Boland in the stroke seat there. Was part of the junior women's double at the World Championships last year and has really stepped on this year in the single scull. Took a brilliant win in the under-21 single scull at the Small Boats Regatta. Really putting herself out there for a spot in the New South Wales Youth 8. Be announced in coming weeks. But Loretto Normanhurst here, as the 8, haven't probably had quite the season they would have hoped for. So out here in the Coxed 4, though, they are looking dominant out at the head of the field. It's certainly a resurgent program, Loretto Normanhurst, under the guidance of Aidan Smith and Kate Crampton coming in the last couple of years. And these girls looking great and great prospects for the future with those under-17s. So a great row thus far from Loretto Normanhurst. Queenwood currently running second, Lucinda Doku, Sally Fanganuku, Isabel Kennedy and Scout Ferguson. Alice Home, the Cox, coached by Kieron Glynn and Ella Davidson. They're looking good for the silver medal. And then it is the Canberra Girls Grammar, or Canberra Grammar rather, not Canberra Girls Grammar. Canberra Grammar currently running third. Canberra Girls Grammar running fourth, knocking on their fellow Territorians there, but don't think they'll be able to overcome that. It is Loretto Normanhurst for their second New South Wales Championships in a couple of hours there. Take the gold medal in the championship Schoolgirl 4. They are delighted with that. Queenwood and all the way silver there, comfortably a length and a half or so clear of Canberra Grammar School, Disney Punch, Clues, Wiley and Ralston. Canberra Girls Grammar just off the podium there. The crew in lane 8. And then crew from Roseville in the centre of the course, 5th. Tara, 6th. As they take their final few strokes. The second of the Canberra Grammar crews over in lane 3. And then it'll be Pymble Ladies College. And the third of the Canberra Grammar crews in lane 9.
Okay, so we were catching up a little bit of time there, but it looks as though the championship Schoolboy 4, we're currently just awaiting a start there at the start line. So you can see Canberra Grammar in lanes 1 and 2, St Ignatius in 3 and 4, Shaw in 5 and 6, St Ignatius their third crew in lane 7, St Joseph's in 8, Kings in 9. I was having a look at the Riverview Gold Cup as it's lights out and away we go here at the start in the championship Schoolboy 4. I was having a look at the Riverview Gold Cup, a little bit shorter distance, and it was St Ignatius, their number 1 crew won that from Shaw, and St Joseph's in 3rd. So not sure how much you'd read into that, but...
Well, St Ignatius has been dominant across the 4s the last couple of weeks. They won all 4 4s at the Gold Cup, but all 4 4s the week before. But before we get to those Schoolboy 4s, we'll have the presentation of medals for the championship Para Double Scull. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, the University of Queensland, Mac Russell and Wallace Russell. Crew coached by Michael Russell. 2nd place and silver medalists, a composite of the Sydney and Mercantile Rowing Clubs, Susanna Lutz and Flynn Wilkinson. And gold medalists and New South Wales champions for 2026, a composite of the Canberra and Australian National University Boat Clubs, Zara Turner and Cormac Hayes. Crew coached by Tom Westgarth. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our state champions and medalists in the Para Double Scull.
So back down inside the first 500, the championship Schoolboy 4. And thinking about the Schoolboy races, of course, a number of these athletes. Look at this, St Ignatius in front. Whoa.
St Ignatius 1, 2, 3. There we go.
3 in front of crew number 2. So wow, this is a dominant start for them. You're looking at athletes potentially that could be representing Australia.
Well, possibly not in this. Well, possibly with the ages.
Will it be in Brisbane or?
It's too early for that. Will it be in Brisbane? Will it be in Rockhampton? Probably not. Let's hope not. Will it be in Sydney? Oh, who knows? It's too early for that. Let's shut down that conversation.
Before you go on, one thing I will do is I can plug your podcast because at least then it doesn't look too much like self-interest. But if you want a good little discussion about that, you can listen to Chris and Stuart's podcast, Rowing Down Under. And you can hear them discuss all the potential options for the for the rowing 2032 Olympics that the mainstream media and the Queensland politicians seem to be missing.
Yeah, I think we raised some valid points there, and more to come on that, and we'll have all the wrap-up and the wash-up from this week's action in a couple of days' time, out wherever you get your podcast, Rowing Down Under, with our co-commentator, Stuart John. So the thing that I think we've got to note with these crews, it's almost all GPS competitors here, with the exception of Canberra Grammar, the two Canberra Grammar crews. So the GPS competitors, these are athletes ranked sort of 17 and below in their program. So there's 2 8s ahead of them. But the GPS 4s have just been going from strength to strength. Last year was an incredible year. We saw records broken at the head of the river in almost all of the 4s events. And you saw the first 4 going down in the well down in the 6:30s, which was incredible. And St Ignatius, following on from that, and looking poised for another win. It is still St Ignatius, first, second and third. I think the first time since the start of the year that any St Ignatius 4 didn't win a race was in the heats of this, where one of the Shore crews got up over, I think the Shore first 4, who are currently trailing in 4th, just got up over the St Ignatius number 1 crew. And the boys from the Lane Cove River looking to set that right and make it 3 St Ignatius crews on the podium. What a sight that would be. I'm sure we'd see a very happy Dan Noonan there if that were to happen. A great regatta at the Gold Cup last week, winning all 4 of those 4s. The weekend before at the Kings PLC Regatta, all 4 of those 4s. Follows on from took a state title this morning in the under 17 8. Last year their under 17 8 was dominant, and one of the best junior under year 10 8s I think I'd ever seen. But at the moment, it's the St Ignatius number 1 crew, Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker, Angus Field, Nicholas Colbert in the Cox's seat, and Simon Kandaris, who have a commanding lead. Their second and third crews, certainly not out of the woods if they do want to make it 3 Riverview crews on the podium. So Sydney Roche, Matthew Beeman, Kieran Dennis, James Davis, Zach Burton, the Cox, also coached by Simon Kandaris. They were running second at the K. And their third crew, their third 4, were running third at the K. Oliver Eisenhower, Archer Love, Samuel Barry, Henry McRae, Samuel Keane in the Cox's seat, Sarah Dew, the coach there. And they were our top 3. We're going to see if the gentlemen from North Sydney, from the Shore School, have made any bearing on that race for the top 3 as they come through the 1,000-metre mark. But no, St Ignatius stretching ahead, and we could have 3 Riverview crews finishing ahead of the Shore first 4 and the St Joseph's first 4 and the King's first 4.
Well, I'm loving this as well, Chris. There's a bit of nominative determinism about this crew here. We got Ignatius Babbage Hockey in the Ignatius boat leading this race.
Certainly, I think there was no doubt about where he was going to schools.
100%.
That's one way to get your name on those very competitive waiting lists, is you sign up to when you're very, very young, of course, and making it every stroke a winner here in the final of the Championship 4. Shaw there in the middle of the course. Christopher Ewan, Taj Robertson, Braden McDonald, Will Reid and Seb Cheers, the coxswain. They're in station 6, so the 4th crew from the grandstand side of the course, and they are throwing the kitchen sink at it to try and get themselves on the podium and break this St Ignatius dominance that we're seeing in the Championship Schoolboy 4. What a sight this would be if we could have Riverview taking the top 3 spots on the podium in front of every other school's first 4. It'd be a serious warning shot, as our co-commentator Michael McRae likes to say, the shot across the bows there, with just 1 month today till the AAGPS head of the river. It is still St Ignatius first, second and third. What a dominant performance. They're in the red boys now. I don't think Shaw have got any hope of coming back on that St Ignatius third 4. What a performance here from the boys from the Lane Cove River. St Ignatius take the state championship in the Schoolboy 4. They'll back it up with a silver medal, and they'll back it up with a bronze here. Riverview 1, 2 and 3 in the Schoolboy 4. Shore School off the podium. Canberra Grammar in 5th. Canberra Grammar in 6th. The Shore School in lane 5 in 7th. St Joseph's College in 8th, and the King's School there rounding out this very competitive Schoolboy 4's race. What a performance from St Ignatius College.
Well, I think they call that an Ignatius annihilation. That is quite impressive to watch. Now we're going to go to the presentation of medals here for the championship Schoolgirl 4. And third place and bronze medalist, Canberra Grammar 1, Iris Rangia, Charlotte Lynch, Addison Perry, Eliza Jones, and their cox is Isla Morgan. Second place and silver medalist from Queenwood, Lucinda Doku, Sally Fainga Anuku, Isabella Kennedy, and Scout Ferguson, coxed by Alice Holm and coached by Kieran Glynn and Ella Davidson. And the New South Wales champions in the championship Schoolgirl 4, Loretto Normanhurst, Patricia Boland, Poppy Russell, Ellen Ogilvie, and Juliet Mason, coxed by Adele Simon and coached by Hannah Coward.
Well, turning our attention back to the course, one of the most exciting events of the day is almost upon us. Race 107, the championship Schoolgirl 8, Commercial Rowing Club in lane 1, Furbank Grammar in lane 2, Loretto Toorak in lane 3, Pymble Ladies College in lane 4, University of Queensland in lane 5, Kinross Walleroy in lane 6, MLCQ in lane 7, Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 8, and Geelong Grammar in lane 9. And wasn't this fascinating in the heats, Ben, when we saw Pymble Ladies College win one heat, Kinross looking stronger than they have in recent weeks. Pymble obviously off the back of that Cirque record time a couple of weeks ago, doing 6:36 here, but Kinross Walleroy hit the 1,000-metre mark in front. They are currently 1.94 seconds clear of Pymble Ladies College. The reigning head of the river champions are Kinross Walleroy, and Pymble Ladies College third last year and been resurgent this year and put down some dominant performances, but Kinross swapping in the younger of the Tancred sisters. We've got Grace and Georgia in the bow seat. The two sisters strengthening that 8 this week. And they were the quickest qualifiers in the heat. They were quickest to the K as well. I would have expected I'd expect big things as well from the University of Queensland, who are currently running third. They did 6:35 at the Queensland State Championships a couple of weeks ago. And certainly a very imposing combination there from the University of Queensland. So as it stands at the 1,000-metre mark, Kinross, Walleroy, Pymble Ladies, University of Queensland, Furbank Grammar have had the best of things in the Victorian competition as of late. Loretto Toorak running 5th. Melbourne Girls Grammar, who had a great run in the heats as well, overturning Furbank. Geelong Grammar running 7th, MLCQ in 8th, and the commercial crew in 9th. We saw their under 17 8 have a great row for a silver medal earlier on today. But at the moment, it is Kinross and Pymble Ladies College. But Pymble Ladies College have turned on the afterburners in the third 500 here, and they are putting the pressure on the girls from the central west of New South Wales. So Kinross leading by just 2 seats at the 1,500-metre mark. Kinross, Walleroy's Tancred, Grout, Jarrick, Dimmick, Lego, Wise, Reedy, and Jane Bruce, the cox. Pymble Ladies College, that's Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Landgrebe, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Alesson, Millie Cullinane, Leander McLaughlin, and Mia Solomons, the cox. Harrison Randall coaching that crew on, and hasn't he done a great job with the girls from Pymble this year. University of Queensland sit in the lane in between them, who are the ever-present lurking threat there in the background of this race, but almost a length behind at this stage. Pymble have the rate up. They are giving it to Kinross Walleroy in the last 250 metres of this race. On the far side of the course there, you can see the crew from Loretto Toorak in that beautiful blue Empacker, who are making their presence known and might challenge for a bronze medal here. This is giving vibes of the New South Wales Schoolgirl head of the river last year, where it was Kinross getting pressured by St Catherine's in the closing strokes, and they found something in the shadow of the post. I think Kinross have just responded here. Kinross from Pymble, University of Queensland and Loretto Toorak doing battle for the bronze medal, the final spot on the rostrum. Those are our top 4. but the order is far from determined here in the closing strokes of the Schoolgirl 8 Championship of New South Wales. Pymble Ladies College have had it all their own way so far this term. Kinross have bounced back well. They've led for the entire race here. Pymble Ladies College putting the pressure on. In the shadow of the post, it is Kinross just over Pymble Ladies. Loretto Turak might come through for bronze. Kinross Wallaroi are state champions in the Schoolgirl 8 2026. Pymble Ladies College for silver. Photo finish for bronze. I think Loretto Turak. It is Loretto Turak just over the University of Queensland. Melbourne Girls Grammar for 5th. Furbank, who have been so dominant down in Victoria, for 6th. Geelong Grammar 7th. MLCQ for 8th. And Commercial for 9th. What a fascinating race, Ben.
Well, Chris, I tell you what, you were heaping plenty of praise on Pymble Ladies in the podcast, you and Stuart, and I tell you what, that is such a dominant turnaround from Kinross. Wow, that's the replay. That's how tight it was, and doesn't that set it up beautifully for a couple of weeks' time at the head of the river? As we head down, we're going to do this medal presentation now. This is the championship Schoolboy 4.
Medals will be presented by Jim Bustede from St. Ignatius College.
Medals will be presented by Jim Bustede from St. Ignatius College. I'm sure Jim's going to enjoy this a lot with 3 St. Ignatius crews here on the podium. So, 3rd place and bronze medalists, St. Ignatius 3. Oliver Eisenhower, Archer Love, Samuel Barry and Henry McRae, coxed by Samuel Keane and coached by Sarah Diu. Second place and silver medalists, St. Ignatius 2, Sydney Roach, Matthew Beeman, Kieran Dennis, James Davis and Zach Burton is the cox, coached by Simon Kinderas. And New South Wales state title winners for 2026, St. Ignatius 1, Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker and Angus Field, coxed by Nick Colbert and coached by Simon Kinderas.
And down on the course, the championship Schoolboy 8 is well and truly underway in the 3rd 500 metres now. We've got Southport School, their first 8 over in lane 1. Scotch College, their second 8 in lane 2. Xavier College in lane 3. St. Ignatius in lane 4. The Shore School in lane 5. Scotch College first 8 in lane 6. St. Joseph's College second 8 in lane 7. In the yellow boat, Melbourne Grammar School in the in lane 8, and St. Joseph's College in the Telemagenta, the Cerise Empacker in lane number 9. And it was the boys from Victoria, the Scotch College, who were leading at the 1,000-metre mark. They looked good in the heats. They looked very relaxed indeed. They looked unchallenged, and I thought they had more speed to give, and that is becoming evident here. They're leading the Shore School by almost a boat length at the 1,500-metre mark. The Shore School have been the favourites, only beaten once this season by St. Ignatius, but they've been quick in the last 500, have Shore. They've come through a couple of times so far this year, and they're leading St. Ignatius for the silver. St. Ignatius running in the bronze medal position at the moment. Shore from Riverview, so Scotch leading. Scotch entered as their number 2 crew, but this is their first 8, who are currently leading the charge from Shore. Here come the Shore School. They'll be determined to make sure that this state title stays here in New South Wales. They haven't won this event since 2022. Haven't won a GPS Head of the River since 2019. And at this stage in the season, they probably look the favourites here locally. Here come the Shore School. Scotch College still leading. They've got a good advantage in the closing strokes here, but Shore have turned up the wick. They are throwing everything, the kitchen sink and all the rest of the furniture at it in the closing strokes of this race. I think Scotch have done enough in the early stages here to be able to hold off a charge, but Shore lifting. The rate has gone through the roof. They won't be challenged by St. Ignatius here, but Scotch are trying to hang on. The finish line can't come soon enough from the boys from Victoria here. I think Scotch have possibly done enough, but it's going to come right down to the last stroke here. Scotch College come all the way up from Victoria, and they're making the trip worth it. Scotch College are going to be champions in the Schoolboy 8 here in New South Wales by half a length from Shaw for the silver. St Ignatius just hang on to the bronze from Melbourne Grammar, and then Xavier College, St Joseph's in 6th, Southport School in 7th, the St Joseph's second 8 in 8th, and the Scotch College back there in 9th place. I think it is on for the national titles with a Schoolboy 8 race that close. Hey, Ben.
Well, again, they always deliver, don't they, the Schoolboy racing. 5:59.71 Scotch College. Shaw 1.8 further back. St Ignatius 1.96. Melbourne Grammar School as well in there as well. Just 0.61 back and forth. Then Xavier College 0.32 further back. So that top 5 barely separated by much at all. As you see, they're on the replay. So there are those official or unofficial times at the moment. They will become official very, very soon. And we're going to have the medal presentation soon for the championship. Schoolgirl 8. We've got one race to come before the lunch break. So we've caught up some time pretty rapidly, which is fantastic. And that is the Club Women's 8. UTS currently in front at the 500. And they are taking on Sydney University. So it's a Sydney ding-dong battle, this one. This is a Henley-style race. One crew against the other. And, well, it's pretty tight at the 1K.
Yeah. We were due to have 3 crews here. But Sydney Rowing Club had a crew, but it does look like that's their, or the bones at least, of their under-21 8 that we'll see just shortly after the lunch break. So they've scratched from this one. And the Club Women's 8. So none of these girls can have represented Australia at the senior or under-23 level last season. They also can't be nominated to represent Australia at the senior or under-23 level this season. So if they wanted to race the club events, they've had to withdraw their nominations. It's been at the National Championships for about 10 years now, I think, the club events, and we're both big fans of the club events. We've both won medals in the club events at Nationals. They're often a great showing, and good to see that they're now trickling down to the state championships.
Yeah, well, it is great. We've got the club men's double on tomorrow, club a women's double as well. We've got the club men's and women's 4s, which are taking place. So they've been added, as you said, Chris, to the club men's and women's 8 races. So yeah, it is terrific and great to see lots of entries in those events as well as we lead into the national titles in Lake Barrington in a month's time. So here they come, 1500 metre mark, and it's UTS and Sydney Uni barely separated by much at all. So it was 1.12 the gap there at the 1K mark. We'll get a little look. That was UTS in front. Sydney Uni looked to have just edged their way in front here, and maybe their boat has just got a little bit more speed here through the middle part of this race. Yeah,
it looks like Sydney University Boat Club with the momentum there. Georgina Stevenson, Grace McKinlay, Miranda Warswick, Emily Barrett, Audrey Stigter, Alice McCready, Scarlett Woodbury, Evelyn Stigter, and Harriet O'Dwyer, the Cox, coached by Phil Bergeron and Alan Bennett. And they have timed this race very well indeed. They were a couple of seconds or second and a half or so behind to the first timing point, but they've pretty much exactly reversed that margin, 1.57 seconds margin at the 1500, and it is a big undertaking to reverse that momentum for the girls from UTS Haverfield. That's Charlie Griebel, Sienna Hewen, Grace Woodward, Catherine Stuckett, Grace Burke, Hannah Alexander, Madeline Hardy, Zoe Fallon, Jasmine Abella, the Cox, coached by Sam Fennessy. Tell you what, they're not taking it lying down though, UTS. They're giving it everything in these closing strokes, but you can just see it just looks a bit more lively in that Sydney University boat, in that yellow M-Packer. And they've certainly got the momentum at this stage of the race. And I don't think UTS have got anything left in the tank. They've spent the bickies a little bit early there. It'd be really interesting now to see, we've got the club events, we've got the under-21 8s, and we've got the elite 8s. And a lot of these clubs, Sydney Uni and UTS and Sydney Rowing Club, are entering all 3 of them. Sydney Rowing Club not here in this one. And they've all got really competitive crews in all three of them, and the form's different across all three of them. So it'll be really interesting for us to sort of track all that. And as we mentioned earlier, can unpack all of that on Rowing Down Under, wherever you get your podcasts, on Spotify, Apple Music, etc., etc. But it is all about Sydney University extending that lead in the last 500. What a well-timed race. The Sydney University Boat Club, just under 7 minutes there in the Club Women's 8 Championship of New South Wales. UTS Haberfield will claim the silver medal. That is the final race before the lunch break. We will cut to a couple of presentations just shortly. But while we're doing that, we'll just give a little bit of time for our sponsors who make this regatta possible. So Quest Apartments, Quest Penrith are the official accommodation partner of Rowing New South Wales and the place to stay in Penrith. I can tell you I had a beautiful night's sleep there at Quest last night, featuring 115 apartment-style hotel rooms. Quest is a great solution for those looking for accommodation close to Cirque, close to Westfield and Penrith train station. Fantastic place to stay when you're up here visiting the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So we'll have the presentation of medals for race 107, the Championship Schoolgirl 8. Third place and bronze medalist, Loretto Turak. Alexia Kritikidis, or rather the medals will be presented by Catherine Litchfield, Director of Co-Curricular at Kinross Wallaroi. So Loretto Turak represented by Alexia Kritikidis, Grace Kennedy, Zara Bear, Olivia Fay, Grace Eagleson Foster, Allegra Capriolio, Isla Quick, Amy Jordan, and their cox, Josie Grave. In second place, silver medalist Pimble, not here, but gold medalists and New South Wales champions for 2026. Kinross Wallaroi, Grace Tancred, Georgia Tancred, Isabel Grout, Rani Jarek, Alice Dimmick, Ruby Lego, Emily Wise, Lucy Reedy, crew coxed by Jane Bruce. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your New South Wales champions and medalists in the Championship Schoolgirl 8. We'll turn now to the presentation of medals for the Championship Schoolboy 8. Medals will be presented by Rowing New South Wales President Sinclair Taylor. Third place and bronze medalists, St Ignatius College. Harry Christie, Oliver Taylor, Thomas Roche, William Bryant, Hugo Brown, Julian Carr, Noah Coble, Hamish Walker, and crew coxed by James Stack and coached by Matthew Curtin. Second place and silver medalists, Shaw, Toby Crowther, George Scammell, Harry Faulkner, Ben McCutchinson, Henry Roxburgh, Sam Bowman, Luke Robinson, Oliver Paris, crew coxed by Will Gandy, and coached by Jason Baker. And gold medalists and New South Wales champions for 2026, Scotch College, August Bowdens, Zeke Raphael, Will Richards, James Temple, Lewis Lamont, Thomas Simpson, Clancy McLaughlin, Clancy Gelbart, and Sebastian Pagnan. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our New South Wales champions and medalists in the Championship Schoolboy 8. We will have one more presentation just before the lunch break for the club Women's 8, but a couple of bits of housekeeping. So the most important one is that the bar at the cafe in the up in the restaurant in the air conditioning is now open and will be for the rest of the day. It's getting pretty warm outside, so please feel free to head up to the back of the grandstand there and treat yourself to a bit of aircon and maybe a relaxing beverage or two. And speaking of the heat, it is obviously getting warmer. We are at on a level 1 heat alert. So we strongly recommend Year 8 and 9 under 16 competitors adhere to heat management measures. Any competitors treated for heat-related illness must withdraw for the day. The heat management measures are carrying at least 500 mils of water to the start line, consuming it before racing, limiting time on the water, proceeding directly to the start line without extended warm-ups. And coaches and crews must monitor hydration and sun protection for coxswains as well. So we'll keep you up to date. If there's any change to that throughout the day, please make sure you're taking all appropriate steps. Reminder that bike helmets need to be worn at all times around Cirque. We've already had one drama today on the towpath, so whether you're a spectator or a coach, it's part of the venue regulations. It is the law in New South Wales. Take care of our pedestrians. No riding bikes through the presentation area. And throughout the lunch break, feel free to visit all of our stall holders who are here around the regatta. Study and Play USA up in the pavilion. Croker, Sykes and Perfect Balance Rowing over at the boat sheds. Bont Rowing and 776 BC up at the top of the hill there. And Golden Oar and Row Gear over in the pavilion. And we'll have our presentation of medals for the last race of this morning's program, race 109, the Club Women's 8. Gold medalists and state champions for 2026, Sydney University. Georgina Stevenson, Grace McKinlay, Miranda Warswick, Emily Barrett, Audrey Stigter, Alice McCready, Scarlett Woodbury, Evelyn Stigter, and their cox, Harriet O'Dwyer, the crew coached by Phil Bergeron and Alan Bennett. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our state champions in the Club Women's 8. So just a brief lunch break. We'll be back for the first heats of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4 at 12:30 p.m. So don't go anywhere. The bar is open up at behind the grandstand there. And I'm actually staying out of the heat, and we'll be back with you just shortly.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session, Saturday afternoon session of the New South Wales Rowing Championships. We have race 110 on the start line now, the champion women's under-19 Coxed 4. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the New South Wales Rowing Championships for 2026. On the start line now we have race 110, the championship women's under-19 Coxed 4. In lane 3, Surface Paradise Composite. Surface Paradise Murwillumbah, Nikita Rogers, Ayla Drury, Jackson Phil, Maddie McLaughlin, and their coxswain Charlie Voigt, coached by Augustin Rodero and Tara Townsend. In lane 4, University of Queensland's Saskia Jasipovic, Matilda Baxby, Sophia Preston, Stephanie Pettigrew, and Eve Smurden is their coxswain, coached by John Pettigrew. In lane 5, Wesley College's Zara Millard, Zara Smith, Liv Kirk, Marley Ryan, and coxswain Zoe D. Costa Alves. In lane 6, we have Pimbleaders College, Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Torbenschlag, Georgina Curtis, Emily Bartrop, and their coach, James Blakeman. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney, Lara Clues, Eliza Punch, Mia Wiley, and Grace Ralston is their coxswain. In lane 8, Canberra Grammar 1, Iris Rungia, Charlotte Lynch, Addison Perry, Eliza Jones, and coxswain Isla Morgan.
And just as we start off this afternoon session, a reminder to coaches and supporters following races on the bicycle, could you please remember that it's a legal requirement to wear a helmet. So yeah, I can see a couple of you turning around. Thank you. Please go back and get your helmets. We've already had somebody hurt themselves this morning by coming off their bike and not wearing a helmet. So please turn back, go and put your helmet on and keep it on all afternoon. Thank you.
And race 110 well underway now. We have through the 500 metre mark, it was Pymble Ladies number 2, closely followed by Uni of Queensland, Surface Paradise Murwillumbah Composite, Wesley College, Canberra Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar. So making their way now down towards the 1,000 metre mark. The conditions on the course, just a slight, looks like a slight head breeze, but not too much. Probably keeping the temperature on the water, just above the water at a little bit under the ambient temperature.
Which is nice, isn't it? Because it's feeling a bit hot in the paddock there, I must say. I think, Rob, you and I have the best seat in the house at this particular moment in time.
So we weren't going to mention the air conditioning, so, but certainly with the heat level 2 heat restrictions up, please be mindful that you're across the requirements and that nobody is going out unprepared. So limit the time out on the water. And certainly get up the start with the least possible waiting time, because it is very hot up the start, sitting on the preparation at the 2000 start.
And we are very lucky at this course to have some changing rooms with showers down on either side of the boat sheds. So in the breezeway and to the left-hand side of the boat sheds. So especially junior athletes, such a great idea if you go and jump in the shower and get yourselves wet your zoot suit and your hat, and then you'll find by the time you get to the start you've probably dried off, but you've kept your core temperature low. And long sleeve white t-shirts if you've got them, of course, and a nice bottle of water. So they're selling water up at the cafe behind the grandstand. Don't hesitate to go there, get some water to take on the course with you, and some Powerade or Gatorade for afterwards. Just look after yourselves and we'll all be okay for the afternoon. And talking of okay, some great racing going on in these under-19 women's Coxed Fours. I notice some of these crews are members of their first 8. So Pimble in particular splitting into 2 fours and looking pretty solid out there.
Yeah, and through the 1,000 metre mark, we had Uni of Queensland who have overtaken Pimble from the leaders through the 500, and Surface Paradise Murwillumbah Composite has also moved up. So through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Uni of Queensland, about a second advantage over Surface Paradise Murwillumbah Composite. Absolutely nothing in it between them and Pimble Ladies College. About a 3-second gap back to Wesley College, Canberra Girls Grammar, and Canberra Grammar. So still a very close race at the front, and reminder, the progression is the first 4 through to the final.
And following this women's under-19 Coxed Four, we'll have the 2 heats of the championship men's under-19 Coxed Four, and then we'll be moving on to the men's under-21 eights. So lots of exciting, and women's, so lots of exciting racing coming up just in the next hour.
So there on the screen we have Queensland Uni, and they look to have got clear water now. We'll just wait till we come through the 1,500 metre mark, which they're approaching now. But it does look like they may, Queensland Uni may well have, it's very close going through there now, and it certainly, it is the Surface Paradise Murwillumbah crew who've come up to about a second lead over University of Queensland. Wesley College has moved through, as long as Pimble Ladies College number 2, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar and Canberra Grammar. So very tight at the top. It does look like it's fairly clear for these first 4 crews to get through to the final. With a big gap between the Pimble Ladies College crew and the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. So looking fairly clear at this point in time. It looks like they might just gone into a bit of conservation mode and seeing the conditions out there at the moment. So they've probably just backed it off a little bit now, knowing they're all fairly safe to get through the final, and they seem to be bunching at the front of the field. And as we come down to the last 200 metres, it does appear that the Pimble Ladies College crew is still holding down that 4th place. Up in the front, Surface Paradise Composite looking very comfortable, as are the Wesley College crew. So it does look like this will be the 4 that will go through to the final. So I think probably rowing a little bit within themselves, just going for a little bit of a push towards the end of the race, into the last 100 metres. And yes, and just as I say that, Wesley College has decided they want to win this heat, and they've stepped it up. So the racing is certainly on. Not sure it was that necessary, but it is Wesley College that will cross the line in first. It will be the Surface Paradise Composite crew, Murwillumbah Composite, crossing in second. Queensland Uni crossing in third. The early leaders, Pimble College, crossing in fourth. And they will be the 4 that will go through to the final. A little way back now, and crossing the line very shortly, Canberra Girls Grammar and Canberra Grammar.
So just confirming the results of that first heat of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed Four. It was a win for Wesley College. Second was Surfers Paradise Murwillumbah Composite. Third, the University of Queensland Boat Club. And fourth, Pimble Ladies College 2. They move through to the final, race number 156, and the remainder are eliminated. Provisional time, 7 minutes, 54.59 seconds. The second heat of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4 is now on the course with Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, Queenwood in lane 4, Canberra Grammar 2 in lane 5, Pymble Ladies 1 in lane 6, St Catherine's in lane 7 and Wesley College in lane 8. The crew from Loretto Normanhurst is Poppy Russell, Ellen Ogilvie, Juliet Mason and Matilda Cronin, coxed by Adele Simon, coached by Hannah Cowap. The Queenwood crew is Scout Ferguson, Issa Kennedy, Sally Fanganauka, Flo Vitch, coxed by Alice Holm and coached by Kieron Glynn and Ella Davidson. Canberra Grammar 2 is Grace Ring, Edith Warboys, Claire Templeton and Alice Allen, coxed by Madeline Dearlove. The Pymble Ladies' first crew is Summer Phillips, Scarlett Olesen, Millie Cullinane and Leander McLaughlin, coached by Mia Solomons and coached by Harry Randell. St Catherine's crew is Matisse Borthwick, Stella Dodwell, Sarah Rupnick-Williams and Ashley Inns, coxed by Eva Hunstead and coached by John Keogh. And the Wesley College crew from Melbourne is Scarlett Evans, Millie Welbury, Scarlett Ross-Handler and Neve Horsley, coxed by Juliet Yardley.
And Lizzie, through the 1,000 metre mark, it was the Pymble Ladies' #1 crew, holding down about a length's advantage over St Catherine's, followed by Queenwood, Wesley College, Loretto and Canberra. Once again, a reminder that the first 4 go through to the final. So the race really is going to be between Wesley College and Loretto. They're fighting out for that 4th position. So as we come down into that Championship 500, we'll see how that pans out for them. But it is certainly a clear lead by the Pymble Ladies' #1 crew. And as we look up the course now, you can see that clear advantage that the Pymble and St Catherine's crew have over the rest of the field. So the race really is on between the crew from the crews on this side of the field, St Catherine's and Wesley College. It looks like that St Catherine's, there might have been a bit of mix-up in those scoring coming through the 1,000 metre mark, because it does look from where we are that St Catherine's are up there, certainly right up there. So that's what we're showing now. So Pymble certainly going through the 1,500 metre mark in 5:54, but still maintaining that a bit over 1 length advantage over St Catherine's. It's followed by Queenwood and Wesley College. So the gap between Queenwood, Wesley College and Loretto has now doubled, so it looks like these 4 on this side of the course will be the finalists, but we'll still a way to go, but certainly looking comfortable out the front. The Pymble Ladies' #1 crew, the crew just off to their side, the St Catherine's crew of Borthwick, Dodwell, Rupnick, Williams, Innes and Hunstead, certainly a clear second now. Moving over to the other side, it looks like it's pretty even, Stevens, now between the crews from Queenwood and Wesley College. So, as I said earlier, that looks like that will be the finishing order. Pymble Ladies College certainly have backed it off. They're keeping it very, very neat out there, very compact in their rowing, and certainly looking like they have this race well in control. The St Catherine's crew just stepping up their workload a little bit as they come into the last couple of 100 metres. I not think it's enough to catch the Pymble Ladies College crew, but still it's just a bit of a hit out before they front back up for the final. On the other side of the course, we have the Queenwood crew holding down 3rd place, and then St Catherine's holding down 4th place. Oh, sorry, Wesley College and St Catherine's. So it will be Pymble Ladies College #1 going across the line in first. It will be St Catherine's in 2nd place coming across the line. Back to Queenwood, who will just take out 3rd from Wesley College. Then a little bit of a gap back to Loretto Normanhurst. And we're just looking, and Canberra Grammar just a little bit further back.
And as our final crew in this second heat of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4 approaches the finish line, we can confirm the results being a win for Pymble Ladies College 1, second St Catherine's, third Queenwood, and fourth Wesley College. Those 4 crews will progress through to the final. 5th Loretto Normanhurst and 6th Canberra Grammar 2. They will now be eliminated from the event. The provisional time 7:53.43, so a tad faster than the first heat, and those 8 crews will progress through to race number 156, the final at 4:40 this afternoon.
So we now have race 112 underway. The Championship Men's Under-19 Coxed 4 Heat 1. Progression is the first 4 through to the final. We've had a couple of scratchings. Canberra Grammar out of lane 1 and Brighton Grammar out of lane 3. Our crews are in lane 2, Scots College. Henry Marion, Thomas Beck, Oliver Milling, Max Berkelou, Charlie Cameron is their coxswain, coached by Judith Ungamar. In lane 4, Caulfield Grammar, Xavier Moon, Dash Farmer, Benjamin Smith, Will Thompson, and coxswain Harrison Jones. In lane 5, St Joseph's, Ari Grich, Julius Lum, Thomas Sieve, Marco Funnies, Darcy Willis is their coxswain and coached by Matthew Courtney. In lane 6, Scots, Maxwell Crawford, Thomas Tyson, Hamish Marr, Dean Lowe, Pax Staley, Lobo is their coxswain and coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 7, Scotch College number 4, Conrad Lowe, June Ho Kim, Hudson Meek, Ben Vaughan and Angus Fletcher is their coxswain. In lane 8, Kings 2, Jack Webster, Henry Harvey, Lockie Rogers and Nicholas Platus. Troy Graham is their coxswain, and in lane 9, Sydney Grammar, William Stumbles, Will Dalton, Daniel Hall, James Wagner and coxswain Liam Barr.
And as they came through the 500 metre mark, Sydney Grammar School had taken an early lead in lane 9 over the Scots College crew that is in lane 2. So we've got 3 Scots crews in this one, and that's the crew with Charlie Cameron coxing it. So Max Berkelow in the stroke seat, Oliver Milling at 3, Thomas Beck at 2, and Henry Marion in the bow seat. Sitting in 3rd was the King's 2nd crew, and sitting in 4th position at that stage was Caulfield Grammar in the middle there in lane 4. So this Sydney Grammar School crew looking good here, continuing to lead now as they head into the halfway mark over the Scots crew across on the far side. Caulfield Grammar still looking like they're having a great row there. That's Xavier Moon in the bow seat, Dash Farmer at 2, Benjamin Smith at 3, Will Thompson in the stroke seat, and Harrison Jones coxing. The Sydney Grammar crew, William Stumbles in the bow seat, Will Dalton at 2, Daniel Hall at 3, and James Wagner in the stroke seat with Liam Barr coxing.
So as we come down towards the 1500 metre mark, it's still the Sydney Grammar crew holding about a boat lengths lead over the Scots College crew over on the other side of the course. So it's fairly well spread out as far as the field is at the moment. Remembering the first 4 go through to the final. So from our vantage point, that does look fairly clear at the moment, although the Kings 2 crew over in lane 8 would see themselves as a chance of hauling back St Joseph's, who are in lane 5. Caulfield Grammar certainly having a good row across in lane 4. So Sydney Grammar holding down this lead and don't look like letting it go at this stage. So
I've just noticed that it isn't Liam Barr coxing. I think it's James Fifield. So it's obviously having a very beneficial effect on that crew. It's looking very powerful indeed, and some beautiful water that they're coming into now. A nice patch of completely flat water, laying down some great puddles there. Fine example of Coxed 4 rowing.
And Lizzie, it does look like the Kings number 2 crew has drawn up to St Joseph's now and put them under real pressure for this 4th place into the final. So the first 3 places look fairly well set with Scots on the other side. We have Caulfield Grammar and we have the Sydney Grammar, of course, holding the lead on this side of the track. But it does look like there's been a bit of a falter in the St Joseph's crew, and that allowed the Kings crew to come through.
That's the crew of Jack Webster, Henry Harvey, Lockie Rogers and Nick Plattis, with Troy Graham coxing.
Yeah, and certainly good movement in this Sydney Grammar crew now. They're looking very confident as they come down to the line. Certainly got their stuff together. Having a bit of a glance just to make sure the grandstand's watching, but as they another 5 or 6 strokes to go, they will cross the line to take out this
very good
first heat of the men's under 19 Coxed 4, and crossing the line now to take out the win. A good win by them. Over to Scott's College over in lane 3, and they'll cross the line for 2nd. It will be Caulfield Grammar for 3rd, and it will be the Kings crew who have rowed through St Joseph's and will take that 4th place, the important 4th place, and into the final. Followed then, not so far back from St Joseph's, and then it will be Scott's.
Presumably lane 6.
Yeah, we seem to be missing one.
Yeah, we're missing another of the Scots crews. Right, yeah. Oh, it was Scots 4, evidently, from lane 7. They didn't have a bow number on, but it was the lane 7 crew, according to the computer. Thank goodness we have it. So provisional time for Sydney Grammar School taking out the first heat of the Championship Men's Under 19 Coxed 4 with 6 minutes 58.23 seconds. The margin back to Scots College first crew, 5.3 seconds. Excellent row and very patient rowing from Kings to make it through to the final. So those 4 crews, Sydney Grammar in 1st, Scots in 2nd, Caulfield Grammar in 3rd, and the King's School Parramatta in 4th will progress through to the final at 16:45 p.m. We now have the 2nd heat of the Championship Men's Under 19 Coxed 4. Brighton Grammar have withdrawn. St Joseph's are in lane 2. Another crew from Scots in lane 3 for St Joseph's. A crew from Scots in lane 4. Canberra Grammar School in lane 5, King's first in lane 6, Scots 3 in lane 7, another crew from Scots in lane 8, and Sydney Grammar School in lane 9.
And through that 1,000-metre mark, it was the King's crew with holding down quite a commanding lead of about 3 lengths over the Scots crew of Perry, Anderson, Simpson, Long and Sperring. So they've certainly had a very good first 1,000 metres, that King's crew. Then we'll follow by the 2nd Scots crew, then Sydney Grammar, Canberra Grammar and Scots 3. So a lot of Scots College representation in these races. But this King's crew out here, I think I think they're probably rating at about 24 at the moment. So they're very confident their position, so they should be. They've let the other crew, the Scots crew on their right-hand side, come back to them somewhat. And it's, the 8 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark. So we're going through the 1,500-metre mark now. We should be getting the time. It certainly was Kings going through with only a 2-second advantage, down from the 8 seconds they had at the 1,000, followed by the 2 Scots crew, then Sydney Grammar. So the work to be done at the moment is by the Canberra Grammar, who are a little bit, only 2 seconds behind Sydney Grammar. So if they want to get into this final, they've really got to start their work for the home right now. But does look like Scots now have moved up. The Scots College crew in lane 2 has moved, in lane 4. I think 4 has moved up, and looks like they may have taken the lead. We're just a bit confused with our lanes.
Yes, yeah.
And the King's crew, they don't seem too perturbed about that. I think they've resigned themselves to just taking care of themselves. It is going to be hot in 2 hours' time, so just conserving a bit of energy. A lot of work being done over this side by the second Scots crew over on this side of Charles White, Carmody, Little, Green and Maloof. And then the Sydney Grammar crew of Holland, Lanigan, Lee, Snow and Beera. But no problems at all for these two crews out in front. And as we called it earlier, King's game plan hasn't changed in the last 300 or 400 metres. They've brought the rating right down. They've let the Scots crew go past. Scots probably just working at a bit harder than they probably need to with the final to come up in the afternoon. But it will be the Scots crew of Perry, Anderson, Simpson, Long and Sperring who take out first place. Will be Kings crossing line for second. The crew in lane 8, the Scots crew in lane 8 in third. Very close for this fourth position. It's really made a change, but it will be the Sydney Grammar crew coming across to take that, just ahead of Canberra Grammar, and followed by the Scots crew in lane 7.
And St Joseph's College, therefore, did not start. Provisional time there for the crew from Scots, who took the win in the second heat of the under-19 men's Coxed 4, 7 minutes and 9 seconds. 0.38, and the margin back to Kings 8.38, but as you rightly said, they were not pushing it at all. 7.17 for them and 7.21 for the next Scots crew, 7.25 for Sydney Grammar. Again, those four crews were working their way through to the final at 16.45, and missing out will be Canberra Grammar, Scots 3.
And we're well underway in the men's under-21 8 Heat 1, first four through to the final. The crews are Sydney in lane 2, Brighton Grammar lane 3, Melbourne Grammar in lane 4, St Kevin's in 5, Sydney University in lane 6, Geelong College in lane 7, Xavier College in lane 8 and Scotch College in lane 9. And through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Sydney Rowing Club combination who have gone through with about a length's lead over Sydney University, followed by Brighton Grammar, Melbourne Grammar, Xavier College, St Kevin's, Geelong College and Scotch College. So, but nothing in it over those last 4 or 5 crews. So it's going to be a real race to get for these top 4 places for the finals. It
will be. So in the Sydney Rowing Club crew, we've got Ferdinand Hainlib, James Bell, Henry Pursehouse, Edward Leckie, Thomas Maloney, Oliver Edwards, Ben Muffet, Matthias Maloney, Moira Geraghty is coxing, and they're coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Sitting in second position at the moment in lane 6, Sydney University Boat Club. The crew, I need to be careful with this because it keeps changing. Raf Corbett, Max Garnett, who just medalled in the pair along with the Maloney brothers. Finn Mitchell at 3, Monty Salabank at 4, Matthew Coleman at 5, Gus Chisolka, Sam Basher, Will Rogers in the stroke seat, and Sophia Tayeb coxing, coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. These are lineups of who's who of under-21 rowing, aren't they? Fantastic. And sitting in third position is, according to my computer, Brighton Grammar School. So that's the crew of Will Flanagan, Baxter Alderson, Luca Claret, Henry Haycox, Will Church, Hamish Hanley, Finn Quill and Jack Carson, coxed by Henry Hoffman. That was our first 3. Sydney striding ahead now, I think. Yeah,
no doubt about the lead that Sydney hold over the rest of the field. It does appear to be about a length and a half lead over Sydney University, but it does look like the Brighton Grammar crew and the Melbourne Grammar crew on their inside are certainly putting on a great effort. Once again, it's going to be very tight for this, the fourth place into the final. No trouble at all for the Sydney Rowing Club crew, and they have stretched their lead. But the race is really on now between Sydney University, between Brighton Grammar, Melbourne Grammar and Scotch College over on Xavier College. So on this side, it's going to be very close coming to the line. Sydney University holding a slight advantage. There is nothing in it between lane 8 and lane 3. It will be well, it looks like Xavier may well have just got there, but Brighton Grammar certainly close. I think it'll go to a photo. No, we're not showing that at the moment. We'll wait till it's official, but Scotch College now coming across the line. But what a great race for that 4 positions. No trouble once again, as I said, for Sydney. They're probably a little bit fresher than these other crews, these school crews that have come off, just come after their races before lunch. So
we think provisional results are Sydney Rowing Club in first place, Sydney University Boat Club second, Xavier College third, Brighton Grammar fourth, Melbourne Grammar fifth, St Kevin's sixth, Geelong College seventh, and Scotch College eighth, and a provisional time of 6 minutes 5.76 seconds for the Sydney Rowing Club crew. First 4 going straight through to a semi-final, race 1:30 or 1:31, so they'll be back on the water soon. Joining them will be various others from these heats that are to follow, and there's a number of these heats. Heat 2 is in progress. In lane 2, Geelong Grammar, first crew. Shaw School, sadly, have withdrawn. A Swan River Composite in lane 4, Brighton Grammar 2 in lane 5, Melbourne Grammar 2 in lane 6, another crew from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, another crew from Sydney University in lane 8, and Geelong College 2 in lane 9.
It's been a very quick start through the 500 metres. Sydney holding down a slight advantage over Swan River Composite, Geelong and Melbourne Grammar, followed closely by Sydney Uni. So I'm sure that that's going to change dramatically by the time we get the 1,000 metre mark. It does look like the Geelong Grammar over in lane 2 is a little bit off the pace at this stage. But yes, going through the 1,000 metre mark, it was the Sydney Rowing Club crew following up the first heat performance, and they've gone through with about a 2-second advantage over the Swan River Composite, Sydney Uni, followed by Melbourne and Geelong Grammar. So at the moment, there will be a race on between Melbourne Grammar and Geelong for this 4th place. Sydney Uni holding us about a couple second advantage over them, but it's going to be very, very close coming down the line. Sure, wasn't the script Sydney Uni were looking for, but that's how it's panned out for them.
Let's tell you who's in these crews then. So in the Sydney Rowing Club crew that's currently leading, we have Tommy Poulton, Toby Smith, Angus McGrath, William Pillar, Ollie Harvey, Toby Denton, Max Mason, and Will Kellett, coxed by Thomas Lukes of Cranbrook School, coached again by Shell Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In the Swan River Composite that's in lane 4, this is Swan River, Fremantle and West Australian, Blair Parnell, Banjo Morris Luck, Lucas Cardacci, Remy Payne, Liam Davis, Quinton Marcatos, Samuel Bradell and Jeremy Flavel, coxed by Isabel Duarte. In the Sydney University Boat Club crew in this race, we have Henry Slatter, recently come up from, I've forgotten now, Queensland. Jack Lampson in the 2 seat, Ted Burney at 3, Morgan Jones, Gus Mitchell, Gus McInnes, Sam Stewart, Luke Fleet, and their cox Finley Cardno, coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. In 4th position, Melbourne Grammar School is Max Leach, Will Castine, Julius Blamey, Matthew Martin, Sebastian McKeekin, Evgeny Velakoulis, Thomas Cutler, and Dooley Parsons, coxed by Will Dowd.
And through the 1,500 metre mark, it was still Sydney holding down about a length lead over the Swan River Composite, followed by Sydney University about 6 seconds back, then very close between Melbourne Grammar and Geelong Grammar. So certainly still a lot of racing to be done over this last 500 metres, but Sydney looking fairly well untroubled at the moment, holding down a bit of a lead. May well have just extended that lead in the last 100 or so metres, put it down. But the Swan River Composite certainly looking strong over there in lane 4. And back over on this side, the Sydney Uni boat vying for, racing really at the moment against Melbourne Grammar. That looks like be where the race is on. So back over on the other side, it does appear to be the Geelong Grammar, who have made some headway. They were a little bit off the pace before, but certainly coming back into contention now. But Sydney Uni having to really put on the power here to try to get that gap over the Melbourne Grammar School. And it is the Sydney Rowing Club, though, looking very, very strong coming down to the last 100 metres. They've just upped the rating by a couple of points just to drive it home, and they look like they will hold on to take out Heat 2 of the men's under 21 8 and progress through to the final. It will be Sydney Rowing Club, followed by the Swan River Composite. Still very tight for this fourth position. Sydney Uni have just got a slight advantage now, and they will go across the line in third and take out that third place into the final, followed closely by Melbourne Grammar School. And on the other side, Geelong Grammar just missing out. A little bit way back now to Geelong College, who are coming down to the line now after a really good row. Will cross the line now, and finally we have the Brighton Grammar with about 4 strokes to go to complete the field.
So progressing through to the semi-final, the next round will be Sydney Rowing Club, winners of this second heat of the Championship Men's Under 21-8. Joined by the Swan River Composite, who were second, Sydney University Boat Club, who were third, and Melbourne Grammar School 2, who were fourth. Missing out now and eliminated will be Geelong Grammar 1 and Geelong College 2. The winning time for Sydney Rowing Club was a provisional time of 6 minutes 13.27. And by the way, the semi-finals will take place at 2:10 and 2:15. On the course now is the third heat of the men's under 21-8. A composite from Canberra and Black Mountain in lane 2. That's Harrison Braithwaite, Joshua Miller, Campbell Milne, Ben Haywood, Cameron Schmidt, Angus Scott, Garvin Hayes, Dylan Outram and their cox Theodore Compton. And they're coached by Mark Krakowski, Chris Polyachinin and Tom Westgarth. St Joseph's College, Sydney, are in lane 3. Samuel Spork, Tate Frederickson, Jackson Gordon, Edward Reinhardt, Henry Campbell, Rocco Densley, Raphael Cossins and Lexington Spies, coxed by Noah Bellantonio and coached by Joe Bocchia. Scotch College, Victoria, are in lane 4. August Bodens, Zeke Rufel, Will Richards, James Temple, Lewis Lamont, Thomas Simpson, Clancy McLaughlin and Clancy Gelbar, coxed by Sebastian Pagnin. The St Ignatius College Riverview in lane 5 crew has scratched. In lane 6 from Melbourne University, Adrian Marrow, Charlie McClure, Matthew English, Max Boycott, William Bull, Charlie White, James Forsyth and Patrick Hanley, coxed by Pippa Kluge. The Shaw School are in lane 2. This is their second crew of Austin Hamilton, Mika Minchin, Alex Rogan, Lachlan McIntosh, Ollie Kosh, Matthew Jaretta, Alistair Curry and Liam Kennedy, coxed by Oscar Miller. Wesley College, Victoria in lane 8, Mitchell Beer, Nicholas Crozier, Kai Arkeveld, Jed Camilleri, Julius Hinton, Sonny Kirk, Jack Shepherd, Zach Roylance and Hugh Robinson. And Melbourne Grammar School have another crew in the event. In lane 9, Callum Wade, Marcus Hunt-Smith, Joshua Lofts, Henry Reith, David Canty, Rory Messam, Ollie Kingsford Dowd and Freddie Tomlinson, coxed by Kipling Griffin.
Yes, and Liz, it does appear that St Joseph's did not start, so we have a gap in that lane, and it also appears that Shaw haven't started as well. So we've just got the 5 crews, so only one crew to miss out on going through the semi-final. At the moment, that looks like the Melbourne Grammar School number 3. So the race is certainly in the middle of the field between the Scotch College and Melbourne University crews, and all Melbourne affair there, and they seem to be holding as we watch Melbourne University going through with about a 0.76 second lead over Scotch College, followed by Canberra Black Mountain Composite, and then Wesley College a little bit back then to the Melbourne Grammar School. So notwithstanding any dramas here, these will be the 4 crews that will go through to the semi-finals. But certainly the Melbourne Uni crew looking very strong in the middle of the course, only holding down a slight advantage over the Scotch College. Remember, the Scotch College crews have just come off an hour and a half ago from doing the Schoolboy 8, so they are certainly will be feeling the pinch at the moment. But coming down with about 250 metres to go, it is these 2 crews that hold a substantial lead now over the chasing pack, the Canberra Composite crew of Black Mountain and Canberra, and the Wesley College crew over here in lane 8. And so just winding it up a little bit as they come down towards the line, the Melbourne Uni crew, and they've just probably extended that lead. That 0.76 has probably gone out to about 1.5 seconds now, maybe a couple of seconds. It does look like Scotch have taken the foot off the accelerator here, and they're certainly just cruising down to the line, conserving themselves for the afternoon ahead. And it will be Melbourne University crossing in first position, followed by the Scotch College. It's again the Canberra Composite, Black Mountain Composite in lane 2 coming across to take in 3rd place, and it will be the Wesley College crew in lane 8 take out that 4th place into the semi-final. Just a little way to go now for the Melbourne Grammar School to complete this heat of the Men's Championship under 21-8.
So the provisional time there for our winners of Heat 3, Melbourne University Boat Club, is 6 minutes 13.63, a 4.78 margin back to Scotch College, who were second, then back to Canberra Composite of the Canberra Black Mountain, who were third, Wesley College fourth, Melbourne Grammar School fifth. The top four moving through to the semi-finals at 2:10 and 2:15. And our fourth and, I believe, final heat, yes, in the under 21-8 is now on the course with Newington in lane 2, the Southport School in lane 3, Geelong Grammar in lane 5, Mercantile in lane 7. So crews from Coalfield Grammar, St Joseph's and St Ignatius have scratched, and some of these school crews will have scratched because the school heat policy dictates that they must once the heat gets above a certain level. So I think all of the schools will be keeping an eye on this. Just a reminder, please, that if your school does determine that you must withdraw your crews, please remember to put in a withdrawal so that as early as possible, so that races can be redrawn, because if we don't need to run heats or semi-finals, then we won't do that. We'll consolidate and make sure we keep people to the cool of the afternoon, because this temperature is supposed to go down a little later. Mercantile leading at the halfway mark, and that is the crew of Maxwell Findlay, Luke Vallely, Joe Lee Conway, Henry Reiner, Eric Wiseman, Harry Pollock, Joe Collingwood and Fletcher Douglas, coxed by Nicholas Bogdan and coached by Ed Ryan, and Scott Rowe, the head coach there at Mercantile. Newington College, Sydney, are in lane 2 and in second position at the moment. Lewin Whittaker, Lucas van der Westhuizen, Tristan McDonald, Jasper Pattinson, Charles Old, Nicholas Trethewey, Hugh Jones and Nico Colantonio, with Hugo Baker in the coxing seat.
Yes,
they move on the strings, as Chris McCarthy would say.
On the strings, indeed. And so Mercantile was second through the 500, but certainly had overtaken Newington at the 1,000 and put on probably a length and a half. So they're certainly going out after this win in this heat. So not sure how it will run with, but maybe one of these should miss out on the 4 through to the finals.
No, it's been confirmed all 4 will go through, even though only 4 have turned up for
all 4 will go through to the semi-final, so that's a good result, because they can't determine that somebody won't turn up the start, so that's a good result.
Good outcome, So the Southport School is currently sitting in 3rd. That's the crew of Josh Cameron, Jermaine Palmer-Peacock, Thomas Rogers, William Holt, Wilbur Arthur, Joe Noon, Hugh Antho and Charlie L, coxed by Andrew Trimble. And then we've got Geelong Grammar 2 in the 4th position, Tom Hamilton, Quentin Boyd, Kit Turnbull, Jack James, Charlie McDougall, Bobby Mackay, Henry Baillieu, Oscar Smith, and their coxes Eddie Mantello. I wonder what happens, though, maybe if it gets hotter, I wonder if the school still insists you withdraw, in which case, great to get out here and have a race, especially if your coaches are trying to decide whether you should go to nationals or not, or tweaking crew combinations ahead of school, head of the rivers.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of decisions to be made out there, and as said, the all-important school policy will overtake all that and determine a lot of that. It'll be out of their hands. So the Mercantile crew getting a lot of run out of this boat now. They've dropped the rating down. They're just going into that consolidation mode, and they have about 200 odd metres to go. Good effort over there on the far side by the Newington College crew, looking very clean, and as they come in, they're still up there pushing Mercantile all the way. Only all these crews going through to the semi-finals, so once again, the Mercantile crew just conserving their efforts, just taking a bit of a look over just to make sure that they've got the Newington crew covered. And they will come down to the line for a very comfortable win, followed by Newington. It will be the Southport School, who've just gone on a bit of a finishing burst, and they will come across for 3rd, and it will be the Geelong Grammar number 2 crew who will come down and take out 4th place and move through to the final.
So well done, Geelong Grammar, making good use of the time they're spending up here. Coming across the line in 4th position and progressing through to the final, which we hope will take place, 2:10, 2:15. Provisional time for Mercantile Rowing Club, taking out that 4th and final heat of the Championship Men's Under-21 was 6 minutes 15.38, 2.61 seconds back to Newington College, then back to the Southport School and Geelong Grammar 2, progressing through to the final. And we'll move to stay with Under-21 eights, but we'll move to the women's eights. And I haven't double checked, but hopefully we've not had too many withdrawals. In lane 2, we should have Sydney Rowing Club. The Pymble Ladies first crew has withdrawn. Coalfield Grammar in lane 4, Geelong College 3 in lane 5, a composite between Fremantle, Swan River and West Australian in lane 6, Loreto Tarak in lane 7 and Geelong College 2 in lane 8. And that Fremantle composite there looking like it might well be the beginnings of the Youth 8 for West Australia as they gear up for the National Championships in Tasmania in a few weeks' time.
And we have that Fremantle composite crew coming through the 1,000-metre mark, about a length and a half lead over the Sydney Rowing Club combination. A little way back now, and it will be the Caulfield Grammar. Now, very close. Now remember, we've got this is first 3 through to the final, so we must have 3 heats, first 3 to the final. So at the moment it looks fairly well clear cut. It's about Fremantle Composite Sydney and Caulfield Grammar, then about a length and a half back to Loreto Tarak and Geelong College 3 and 2. So looking fairly comfortable at the moment is the Fremantle Composite crew, holding down, as I said, a comfortable lead, and look like from our vantage point here, like they may well have taken away a little bit more. The Sydney Rowing Club crew over there in lane 2, holding down second, then a bit more of a gap back to Caulfield Grammar and Loreto Tarak. So at the moment, it does look fairly comfortable for the top 3 positions and the progression through to the final.
And the Fremantle composite crew is Lara Connolly from Swan River, Lily Lucas from Fremantle, Stella Wandell from West Australian Rowing Club, Emma O'Neill from Swan River, Zina Metzger from Swan River, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle, Emma Pittman from Swan River, Olivia Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle in the stroke seat, and Sienna Robertson coxing them. The coach is David Van Das. The Sydney Rowing Club crew across in lane 2 is Emma Sullivan, Neve Tierney, Hannah Griffiths, Eva Eels, Florence Hennessy, Sarah Bebbington, Gemma McLaren and Melanie Poulos, coxed by Philippa Martin, coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. And the third was Caulfield Grammar, wasn't it? Yes, that's the crew of Lily Abbott, Rosie White, Annabelle Manley, Ava Maskill, Harriet Conan, Charlotte Embleton, Matilda Chesnow and Charlotte Neal, coxed by Emily Eldridge.
Yeah, and through the 1,500 metre mark is a Fremantle composite continuing on with the work that they've done early in this race, and they are holding quite a commanding lead over Sydney. But I can see from here that Sydney really have wound the rate of striking right back, as have Caulfield Grammar. Still got a fair bit of about 2 lengths advantage over Loreto Tarak in 4th, and that's where the competition will come from for the place for the final. Geelong College and both 3 and 2 in lines 5 and 8 really got a race on back there. It does so at this point in time, yeah, this crew coming down to the line now from Fremantle Composite looking very, very good, and certainly would appear to be, as you say, their selected crew just getting some miles in and some racing, and this is but certainly looking quite dominant in this. Having said that, the Sydney crew probably matched them to the 1,000 metre mark, then just backed it off, and as we can look over there now with their rating right down, they are just cruising at the moment. So just keeping an eye on the chasing pack to make sure that they get through into the final. But it will be the composite crew from Western Australia coming down to the line to take a clear win in Heat 1 of the Women's Under-21 8.
Now, we've mentioned the Sydney crew and Coalfield Grammar, so Loretta Turak, a shout out to those of you watching on the live streaming. The crew is Luca Tomeski, Emma Lynch, Emily Ralph, Annabelle Blythe, Maisie State Butler, Eliza Schiffel, Cordelia Postil and Camilla Jones, coxed by Ava Charles. So sadly they're going to miss out, I think. I know, on the race in the final, but another race down the track is always good, isn't it? So yep. Sydney second across the line.
And a great tussle for 4th and 5th place, but it will be Geelong College just out, pacing Loretto Turak, and then a little bit further back to Geelong College number 2.
So just recapping then, a win in the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-21 8 for the Fremantle Composite from West Australia. Second, Sydney Rowing Club, and third, Coalfield Grammar will progress through to the final, race number 158. The remainder are eliminated from the event. In Heat 2 of the Championship Women Under-21 8, we have Furbank Grammar in Lane 2, MLCQ in Lane 3, Geelong Grammar in Lane 4, Mercantile Rowing Club in Lane 5, UTS Haberfield Club in Lane 6, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in Lane 7, and Sydney University Boat Club in Lane 8.
And through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the UTS crew holding a slight advantage over Mercantile, followed closely by Melbourne Girls and Sydney University. A little bit of a gap back to MLCQ. So it's going to be a tough race for a few of these crews, Sydney University and MLC. They've got to do some work if they're going to get it up for the into the first 3 positions. All the pace looks to be on this side of the field, as I said, with the Mercantile, UTS, Melbourne Grammar and Sydney University crews. So the conditions out on the course at the moment, very, very thin. It's slight tail breeze, probably more so at the for the first 1,000 metres. So they're into very quite calm water, although we can see the flags moving about a little bit on the flag poles. But as we said, UTS just holding that about a 2/3 of a length advantage over Mercantile coming through the 1,000 metres as they head down.
So in that UTS crew, we've got Charlotte Olivia, Sienna Morgan, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Olivia Harris, Isabella Henderson, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins, with Jasmine Abela coxing, coached by Sam Hennessy, who of course hails from Victoria, from Melbourne, and they've got Melbourne crews on either side. Mercantile in second position, Severe Purton, Catherine Ross, Ruby Ivers, Eve Sadler, Eloise Adem, Lucy Gillen, Mackenzie Pugh and Gabby Price. Rachel Carton is coxing, and the coaches are Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School on the other side of them, Lucy Negri, Imogen Perrott, Gabrielle Sofra, Emily Rasmussen, Natalie Grant, Stephanie Speller and Grace Perrott. Jemima Ross is in the stroke seat, Lily Roberts is coxing, and I believe Melbourne Girls Grammar is where Noel Donaldson is the director of rowing, so good pedigree all around.
And at the 1,500 metre mark, we'd had a change in the lead with Mercantile moving through UTS over the that championship 500 metres.
How rude.
Melbourne Girls Grammar School about a length back, and then followed by Sydney University. So Sydney University, as they can see, they've got the Melbourne Grammar School just off to their right, so they know exactly where the competition is. The UTS crew at the moment just probably took the foot off the gas a little bit, and I think they've got a bit of work to do. The Melbourne Grammar School and Sydney University certainly coming home very, very quickly. It does look like Mercantile holding that slight advantage now over the rest of them. They come into the last 150 odd metres, and it is going to be very close. The Melbourne Grammar School moving up onto the shoulder of the UTS, and here comes the Sydney University also coming home very, very quickly. So Mercantile just holding down about a half length lead now, and it does look like the Melbourne Grammar School has got the boat speed over UTS. They come down towards the line. There is absolutely nothing in it. It's the first 3 to the final. Mercantile still holding down half a length. Melbourne Grammar have moved up onto UTS, and it looks like they will just cross the line before UTS. And then Sydney University taking out 4th place and just missing out on the final. What a great race. And certainly the UTS crew were probably a bit close for comfort. They were leading through the 1,000 metre mark, and probably let that slip a little bit more than they would have liked.
What a race. And coming across then in fifth position with MLCQ, and then coming across the line now we have Geelong Grammar, I believe, lane 4, that's right, and then it's across to Furbank Grammar, who will complete the second heat of the Championship Women's Under 21-8. But don't go anywhere because there's another heat to come. So just confirming the results of the second heat, a win for Mercantile, second... it was all just so rushed, wasn't it? Melbourne Girls Grammar, sorry, yeah, and, first Mercantile, second Melbourne Girls Grammar, third UTS, they progress through to the final, fourth Sydney Uni, fifth MLCQ, sixth Geelong Grammar, seventh Furbank Grammar, winning time for Mercantile, 7 minutes, 1 second. Okay, our third and final heat of the Championship Women's Under 21-8 is on the way down. Furbank Grammar, again, this time in lane 3. Geelong Grammar 1 in lane 4. Loreto Turak in lane 5. Geelong College 1 in lane 6. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 8.
And through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Furbank Grammar holding down about a half-length lead over Sydney, followed by Loreto Turak, Geelong Grammar, Geelong College and Melbourne Girls. So not a lot in it, but a bit of a gap now between the Loreto Turak in third and Geelong Grammar in fourth. So if they hold down those positions, it looks like those Furbank Grammar, Sydney and Loreto Turak going through to the final, although we've still got about 700 metres to go. So as the Furbank Grammar crew looking very good over there in lane 3. Certainly the distinctive yellow Zooties, making them easy to spot. In the middle of the course, Loreto Turak also faring well, and then over on this side, the Sydney Rowing Club. So that's certainly where the race is at the moment. And it does look like it'll be pretty hard for the others to pull back that time, but I'm sure that Geelong Grammar would disagree with that. They've certainly got 500 metres to make their mark on this field, but it was going through the 1,500 metre mark. It's Furbank Grammar in a time of 5:16, followed by Sydney Rowing Club about a length behind, and Loreto Turak 1.5 seconds behind that. So a bit of a gap then, about 2 lengths back to Geelong Grammar, Geelong College, and we've got Sydney showing up again, but that can't be right. So, as I said, coming down into the last 300 metres, and it does look like this Furbank Grammar crew still holding down the slight advantage over the Loreto Turak and the Sydney Rowing Club crews. And yes, that's as they come down into the last 250 metres, that's certainly the case. Furbank not having let up at all, and have held this lead all the way in a very, very good row. So the Loreto Turak crew probably drawn up alongside Sydney now. So Sydney, if they want to consolidate that second position, they'll need to go now. The Geelong Grammar crew in lane 4, working extremely hard, but it's just going to not have enough to get up to get that third place into the final. But the Furbank Grammar crew now stretching it out.
Oh, good race.
Yeah, that is a great form. And they're coming down to the line with about 3 or 4 strokes to go. They will cross the line to take out first position. Very close to race for second, but it will be Loreto Turak who cross the line in second. It will be Sydney Rowing Club in third. Those three crews going through to the final. Geelong Grammar, a very valiant row from these guys, looking very, very tight as they come down to the line. And they will take out 4th place, and it will be back to Geelong College in 5th. And Melbourne Girls Grammar coming down the line now to complete the field.
Yeah, so as our final 8 crosses the line, we confirm the results of the third and final heat of the Championship Women's Under 21-8. A win for Furbank Grammar, second Loreto Turak, third Sydney Rowing Club. Those 3 crews progress through to the final, race number 158. 4th Geelong Grammar, 5th Geelong College and 6th Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Those particular crews are now eliminated from the event. The winning time for Furbank Grammar provisionally 7 minutes, 2.72 seconds. Okay, so now we have a bit of a change of pace. We are going to move to the under 17 age group. and the women's under-17 double scull, with the first 4 to progress through to the semi-final. Now, we certainly anticipate that there will be some scratchings because the younger age groups have even tighter restrictions on them about racing in the heat. So we can certainly confirm that Pymble Ladies College, who were to be in lane 2, have scratched. So far it looks as though everybody else has turned up. Shoalhaven are in lane 3. Megan Smith and Mila Martin, coached by David Eddington and Catherine McKeever. Newcastle Grammar School in lane 4, Ella Walters and Sarah Brown. Sydney Girls High School in lane 5, Feiyang Zhang and Mia Zhang, coached by Cameron Ogilvie and Miku Johnson and Tao Lewis. Radford College of Canberra in lane 6, Lara Ward and Estella Thu, coached by Olivia Hickey and head coach Gordo Marks. In lane 7, from Darramarlin College of Canberra, Zoe Glover and Emmy Cook, coached by Lucy Jordan and Ashley Young. And in lane 8, the University of Queensland Boat Club, Coco Kent and Allegra Cavalucci, coached by John Pettigrew.
And through the 500 metre, it was that crew of Coco Kent and Allegra Cavalucci from University of Queensland holding down quite a substantial lead for a 500 metre mark, about 2 lengths over Radford College, followed by Sydney Girls, Darramarlin, Newcastle Grammar and Shoalhaven. So certainly early on in the race, but putting down a clear statement is this University of Queensland's under-17 women's double scull. As we move down towards the 1,000 metre mark, and we just got them in the screen now. They're certainly a very confident crew, Lizzie, I'd say, by on the broadcast. They're rating at about 24 or so, and looking very, very comfortable and
very accurate.
And very accurate, very accurate, and good display of rowing technique.
Yes, you can always count on good quality coming through from John Pettigrew, can't you? He's been there a long time, producing some really quality scullers.
And certainly in this case they have. They've gone through the 1,000 metre mark with about a 13.5 second advantage over the Radford College. Wow. Sydney Girls further 8 seconds behind, and followed by Newcastle Grammar, Darramarlin. So a very, very spread out field in this race, and probably the heat. Just looked at the My Willy weather, and it says we're at about 33 degrees and feels like 37, so it's getting up there now. So I'm sure all these clubs and schools are taking this into account and advising their athletes accordingly, not to overstress out in these conditions. We had Newcastle Grammar did not start in lane 4. No, sorry, they did start. It was the next race, Newcastle Grammar out. But yeah, a little bit of a step up and up, but that's okay. We're back to the racing as we move down. And once again, looking across a great picture on the broadcast at the moment with the Queensland University crew over in lane 8, looking very, very comfortable. We can look off to the Radford College onto their right-hand side, and as we move across the lanes, the Sydney Girls, Newcastle Grammar and Shoalhaven. But no problems whatsoever for this Queensland Uni crew, and they are looking very, very good as they come into towards the 1,500 metre mark. So once again, the reminder that the first 4 of these crews go through to the semi-finals. Though there have been a number of withdrawals, in a number of cases they've chosen to continue with the semi-final, progression of semi-final to final.
So just a public service announcement, a couple of things. The first thing is that the regatta is now running on time, and we'd really appreciate it. I know it's hot, and I know we've said don't stay out on the water for too long, but please make sure you are in the starters' hands 5 minutes before the first race of your event. So please make sure you're getting up to the start early. Secondly, we're halfway through the day and a number of bow numbers have not been returned, so we're running into trouble here. Please, can you have a look around your trailer and your boat park and bring any bow numbers that are finished with back to the boat bay number 1 on the water side, which is where bow numbers are collected from. So please be on time, please bring your bow numbers back, and cyclists, please put your helmets on.
And as we come down to the last 300 odd metres, the Queensland Uni crew just wandering around the lane a little bit, having a bit of a clash with the boys on the course, but certainly these first 4 crews are very well sorted for the final. So we'll, as we coming down to the we've gone through the 1500 metre mark, but certainly, sorry, we've also got the race behind us following us up. So it is this Queensland University crew who are holding down a great lead over the Radford College. So it was about 20 seconds going through the 1500 metre mark, further 10 or 12 seconds back between Radford and Newcastle Grammar, and then a little bit further back to Shoalhaven. Sorry, that was Sydney Girls in third position, but it will be this University of Queensland's Coco Kent and Allegra Cavalucci, coached by John Pettigrew, crossing the line for taking an easy win in this heat of the women's under-17 double scull. We've got the Radford College crew of Lara Ward and Estella Thu, coached by Olivia Hickey and Gordo Marks, coming across in second place. It will be the Sydney Girls crew of Fiang Zhang and Mia Zhang, coached by Cameron Ogilvie and Miku Johnson and Tal Lewis, coming across to take that third position, and a little bit further back to the Newcastle Grammar crew of Ella Walters and Sarah Brown, and they will be the 4 crews progressing through to the semi-finals in race 142 to 144 later on this afternoon. Now a little bit further back to Megan Smith and Miller Martin from Shoalhaven is coming down and probably finding the conditions just a little bit warm, as are the Darren Mallons, Zoe Glover and Emmy Cook.
And while Heat 1 finishes in the under-17 women's double scull, Heat 2 is in progress and is actually at the 500 metre mark to go. So Fremantle are in lane 2, Pymble Ladies College in lane 3 have scratched. PLC Sydney are in lane 4, Commercial 1 are in lane 5, the Cathedral School are in lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar are in lane 7, and Newcastle Grammar in lane 8 did not start. So of the crews that are racing, it is Canberra Girls Grammar that were in the lead at the halfway mark. They're in lane 7. Across to the far side from Mantle in lane 2, we're in second position at halfway, and the Cathedral School in lane 6 were sitting in third at halfway, and as we see them come through the 500 metre mark, those positions remain the same.
No, we've got a PLC. We have PLC that has taken over the lead from Commercial, Fremantle and Canberra Girls Grammar. And certainly a bit of a gap between them, remembering the first 4 go through to the final. So it will be the crew over on this side, the crew in the middle, probably the Cathedral School, that looks like maybe it's out at this point in time. We'll just check that as it gets closer. But certainly the PLC School crew of Zoe Leisha and Sophie Moore looking really quite comfortable out there at the moment, having a very nice row. Off to their left is Molly Gorge and Zara Lyons from the Commercial number 1, and over to Fremantle's Lily Duke and Lily Offer, coached by Jack Sheriff, who are currently sitting in third position. But there are 4 to go through, and it does appear that it's the Canberra Girls Grammar School over on this side of Newcastle Grammar. We're just checking. In fact, it was the Canberra Girls Grammar crew that is in 4th position, but it will be the PLC crew of Alicia and Moore crossing in first place, followed by Commercial. It will then be the Fremantle crew in lane 2, and over to the Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 4. They are the crews going through to the semi-finals. We also have the Cathedral School just coming down to the line now, and it does appear that the Newcastle Grammar School has not started, which we did identify earlier.
Yeah, so provisional time for the first heat was 8 minutes 35.96, and you'll recall that was the University of Queensland crew that won. The provisional winning time for the PLC Sydney crew in heat number 2, 8 minutes 29.91, and the margin between them back to commercial was 4.4 seconds and another 4.6 back to Fremantle, and a further 16.7 back to the fourth qualifying crew from Canberra Girls Grammar School. They go through to the semi-final, races 1:42, 1:43 and 1:44, which are at 3:20 through to 3:30. So heat number 3 is now on the tracks with Roseville College in lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 3, Commercial 2 in lane 4, Pymble Ladies College in lane 5, Newcastle Grammar in lane 6, the Cathedral School in lane 7 and Fremantle in lane 8.
As we come down to the 1500 metre mark, we've just gone through the 1500. It was the Canberra Girls Grammar School holding about a length and a half advantage over Roseville, followed by the Cathedral School. A little bit further back now, a little bit further back to Pymble Ladies College. So they're the 4 crews at the moment who are in the standing to get through to the semi-final. So the full complement in this race, no withdrawals, no scratching. So it's a full field. And certainly the Canberra Girls Grammar School holding down just probably a little bit more of a lead now than they were at the 1500 metre mark, as they come down about 300 metres to go. Certainly Canberra Girls Grammar over there in lane 3. Just off to their right, Roseville College. Over on this side we have Newcastle Grammar. And a little bit further back to Pymble Ladies College. So, as I said, with about 250 metres to go, looks fairly clear cut at this point of time. Does look like the commercial crew in lane 4 won't quite make it to the final, with the first 4 going through the semi-finals, and certainly having a good row over this side. The crew from the Cathedral School, it does look like. So we've had a bit of lane changing, but they're back in their lane now. So it's the Cathedral School, it does look like, coming down to the line, about 200 odd metres to go. So not really having to do too much at the moment, any of these crews. Pymble's the only one who's got a crew anywhere near them that could threaten them for the final, but I don't think that's going to happen. It does look like the Cathedral School now may well have drawn up onto Canberra Girls Grammar, but Canberra Girls Grammar just doing enough. Got the rating right down and just taking their time now. Both crews just totally aware that they're going to get through to the semi-final, so probably just a bit of conservation going on there. Roseville College over in lane 2, holding down 3rd place. It will be Pymble Ladies College holding down 4th place. So crossing the line now, Cathedral School, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar. It will be the Roseville College crew of Harris and Ben coming across in 3rd, followed by Pymble's Lay and Torbeschlag in 4th place. And they are the 4 going through to the final. Commercial now coming down to the line, as are Fremantle, and a little bit further back to Newcastle Grammar.
And the winning time for the Cathedral School under-17 women's double scull in the 3rd heat was 8 minutes 32.71, so in between the times from heats 1 and 2. 2nd place, Canberra Girls Grammar School. 3rd place, Roseville College, and 4th place, Pymble Ladies College will progress through to the semi-final. And now moving out of the event, the crews from Commercial, the 6th place Fremantle, and 7th place, just coming towards the line now, Newcastle Grammar School. Heat 4 of the Championship Women's Under-17 Double Scull is now in progress, with Centenary of Queensland in lane 2, Chloe Robertson and Alexis Galea, coached by Kerry Tickle and Peter Wadsworth. Fremantle's crew of Emmanuel McCardle and Olivia Kelly in lane 3, coached by Jack Sheriff. The Armidale School crew of Jasmine Ryan and Isabel Glover in lane 4. Canberra Grammar School Harper Nottle and Charlotte Murrells in lane 5. Nepean Rowing Club crew of Elise Currell and Maya Edwards in lane 6. Commercials crew of Philippa Steer and Polly Pickford in lane 7. And Torrens Rowing Club's crew of Rachel Luscombe and Eugenie Anderson in lane 8.
As a race 124 rolls down towards the business end of the park, we thank Lizzie Chapman, ever capable, ever enthusiastic, and Rob Glendenning for their time over the past hour or so, joined by Henry Lees again for the next hour or so of racing.
Thank you, Michael. Great to be back on the airways on the beautiful cirque for day 2 of the 2026 New South Wales States. Privileged to be out here.
Excellent. And it's a tale of 2 races, more or less, in the race 124, Henry. It looks as though that Torrens crew on the near side is doing well in that in those horizontal stripes. But have a look at the crew from, I think it's a Centenary crew over there on the far side in lane 2.
I think they're very much over there doing their thing. From the 1500 metre mark, they had about a 12-second margin. So, you know, whether or not they're bringing it down to save some energy for the next round, or you know, they're just tactically doing this. Either way, it's their race.
Well, have a look at them. As cool as you like, Chloe Robertson and Alexis Galea, a significant advantage enjoyed over the rest of the field. Coached by Kerry Tickle, and Peter Wadsworth of the Centenary Rowing Club.
Kerry's a funny man, I hear.
A Torrens Rowing Club from South Australia, of course. Over here in lane 8, represented by Rachel Luscombe and Eugenie Anderson. And doing their best to stay in touch with Centenary, but no great urgency from either of those crews. Of course, the progression is that the first four crews across the line will go through to the semi-final. And that is the way that Centenary and Torrens will go through.
A tidy time, I must say, as well. You have an 8:28 here, and having a quick look through, that seems to be the quickest time of the final 3 races.
Nepean are going to claim 3rd, Henry, but have a look at this battle between a Commercial in lane 7 and Fremantle in lane 3 for the final qualifying spot. It's a late surge by Commercial, but Fremantle claim it in the end by a narrow margin. Commercial settle for 5th place.
It was a great finish there from the Commercial team. You know, I think if they were racing at Henley, which is a little bit longer, they might have got the win there.
Just a couple more strokes is all they needed. Fast finishing Commercial crew there. Philippa Steer and Polly Pickford. Commiserations to that crew missing out on qualification for the semi-final. 2 crews, by the looks of things, yet to finish. 3 crews. I'll retract that. 2 crews are yet to finish. It's the Armidale School in lane 4, represented by Jasmine Ryan and Isabel Glover, and then the Canberra Grammar School, Harper Nottle and Charlotte Murrells, and they're in lane 5. Finishing their race in testing conditions, of course, with the heat the way it is this afternoon. Feels more like 35 on the mercury out there, doesn't it, Henry?
It was. You know, I'm walking around here feeling warm, so I can only imagine what these athletes who are putting in a 2,000 metre race are feeling. So yeah. I hope they're all having their Gatorades, their ice, staying in the shade, staying cool, and you know, adhering to all the protocols as well.
Yeah.
Especially some of our younger athletes who, you know, probably get into the 2,000 metre race for one of the first few times. Very important that they stay safe out there.
Absolutely, and spare a thought, and do ensure that you're being safe and wise out there, coaches and athletes alike. Of course, we talk about under 17 as an age category being really formative in terms of athlete development, Henry, because it's the first age group at which 2,000 metre racing is the norm as opposed to the exception. And yeah, really a valuable racing experience for these under 17 athletes. But you know, even on a cool day, it is a long afternoon. Heat, semi-final for these double and single scullers as well that we'll see later on.
And they might have been doing a schoolgirl quad, schoolboy quad at 4 and 8 as well. So, you know, they might have 3 races for the double, but they've done 6 races today.
So just recapping the results of race 124, a win for Centenary, represented by Chloe Robertson and Alexis Galea. Second place went to Torrens, represented by Rachel Luscombe and Eugenie Anderson. Third place, Nepean Rowing Club's Elise Carroll and Maya Edwards. And fourth place and final qualifier, Fremantle Rowing Club, represented by Emmanuel McCardle and Olivia Kelly. And the fifth heat of the women's under 17 double scull is underway. Looks as though we have a full complement, Henry, of crews, or maybe a couple of scratchings.
Potentially, you know, I think with some of this heat, some of the schools also have their own sort of overarching safety protocols as well. So potentially this afternoon as the heat rises, some schools might be tapping into that for their young athlete safety. Well,
for race 125, we saw Pymble Ladies College, represented by Madison Landgrebe and Harriet Murphy, cross the 1,000 metre point in the race in the lead, some 3.24 the margin ahead of Heidi Heap and Ava Baker of Mossman Rowing Club. Then it was back to Camille Zankel, and Mia Williams of Sydney Girls, and the final qualifying spot, fourth place, occupied at that time by Sophie Whalen and Amelia Edwards of Loretto Normanhurst, and quite a distance then back to Canberra Grammar and Maroochydore.
Again, Michael, we've sort of seen this a few times as races within the race. You know, obviously everyone's gunning for that top 4, but we do have a clump of 2 crews at the start in the first and second position, and then that gap back to third and fourth, and then that further gap back there. So, you know, do these athletes start making those decisions of saying, I have a lead, I've qualified, it's hot, I've got other races. Do we turn it down, or do we just practice racing and race this race if it's the last one?
It's also worth sparing a thought that racing over 2,000 metres is a real skill. It takes some time to develop, and you know, there's a range of, I suppose, experiences and you know, skill levels out there on the competition, like not just today, but every time we see under 17 age athletes out there on the water. So yeah, I suppose explaining some of the bigger margins, particularly you know, if you compare some of the athletes out there who are rowing in school programs in the context of those programs against some of the club crews as well. So in any event, it's a Pymble Ladies College making the best of things in this race. Time of 6 minutes, 10 seconds, 0.31, and 10 seconds the margin back to Mossman. That's Heidi Heap and Ava Baker, and then Loretto Normanhurst, Sydney Girls, and the margins really quite spread out now, and be a matter, I would have suggested for those top 4 crews just to more or less go through the motions to conserve their energy and to you know, set themselves up for the semi-finals, which are going to be in races 142 rather to 144 this afternoon. So, which is really
20 races away, and considering, you know, getting off the water, cooling down, having a debrief, maybe getting something to eat, putting your feet up, and then getting back on the warm-up lake, your time is quite limited. So, you know, having this bigger picture approach, a mature approach to it as a 17-year-old athlete is, you know, is a skill. And you can see some of the crews here really, really sort of taking that bigger picture approach to sort of repeat myself there. But then, Michael, as you said, you know, the Pymble crew here, it's their race. They're rowing this one. They've brought the rate down. They're taking care of themselves. They're looking like they're having, you know, going through the calls. They're probably talking to each other about what they would be doing if this race was a tighter, higher rate, visualising, you know, one of the most important things in rowing. And, you know, they're just rowing through the line now, which is fantastic to see. Rowing very nicely as well.
And their coach, Harry Randall, will be really impressed with this performance. It's dominant and ostensibly in the lead from start to finish, and they're just finishing this race very calm and in control. Madison Landgrab and Harriet Murphy, your winners in race 125 and first to qualify in this 5th heat of the women's under-17 double scull. Second place is going to go the way of Torrens out of lane Mossman, rather, out of lane 8.
Well done to Mossman.
Third place goes to Loretto Normanhurst, Sophie Whalen and Amelia Edwards. Fourth and final qualifiers will be Sydney girls in lane 7, Camille Zenkel and Mia Williams. Coming across the line next is going to be the crew from Canberra Grammar. That's Claire Gow and Demi Seraphim, looking poised to claim 5th place.
And then, Michael, by my count, I think we might have had a scratching on the lake today. Lane 5 from Barker. I'm not seeing them.
Yeah, I think you might be right. So that's Canberra Grammar crossing the line, and then it'll be Marucci in lane 3, who finalises this race and does appear as if it's scratching or a non-start from Barker College in lane 5. So that's how they finished the 5th heat.
And Michael, just commenting on the timing again, the pinball crew did bring the rate down towards the end, but they still pulled one of the quicker times out of all these heats. So that's, you know, a confident building performance leading into the next round of racing. It
does look as though that is the fastest time of the under-17 qualifiers so far. It's looking as the Lizzie's are fastidiously taken notes. So 8:35, 8:29, 8:32, and that was at 8:21.
Previous race was an 8:28 as well. So
yes,
7 seconds between crews, but we don't know, right? Every crew has done their own race approach to conserve energy for the next round. So while it is impressive to pull the best time, it's still important to note that everyone was rowing their own race.
And we'll turn our attention now to the 6th and final heat in the women's under-17 double scull. This is looks as though we do have a couple of scratchings at least. Let's run through the crews. It's Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3, represented by Emily Lenfield and Lucy Dale. The Armidale School in lane 4, represented by Luella Caulfield and Matilda Coddington, coached by Martin Inglis and Emily Stevenson. In lane 5 is the MLC School, represented by Molly Bentley Lamp and Lucy Stoddard, coached by Charlotte Almond and Rafe Stanford Meisel. In lane 6 is Loretto Marriottville, represented by Isla Allgrove and Bronte Pryor, coached by Dario Sportelli and Madison Johansson. And finally, in lane 7 is Canberra Grammar, represented by Marsha Bodie and Charlotte Prosser.
And as we come down here, Michael, on the far side, we've sort of lost them in the verge. The crew from Canberra Girls Grammar of Emily Lenfield and Lucy Dale seem to be in control and are going to pull over the line in quite a tidy time by the looks of it.
I'm just wondering if that is indeed the Canberra Girls Grammar School. That might be a finish, a crew from a different race, just rowing in lane 0 over there. But
my eyes deceive me, Michael. I'm showing my age here. You know, you are a few years my junior, and I have misled everyone. So my apologies for that.
Looks as though it is the Armidale School, represented by Luella Caulfield and Matilda Coddington, commanding quite a significant lead, and qualify with no dramas whatsoever. Well done to the Armidale School. Distinctive yellow hats. High fives all round.
You're not losing them in the fog.
No, absolutely. And it's Canberra Grammar in lane 7, coming into second place. A couple of spirited strokes to conclude their race. Marsha Bodie and Charlotte Prosser, congratulations. Our second qualifiers. And third place is going to go the way of Emily Lenfield and Lucy Dale from Canberra Girls Grammar.
And then Loretto Maryville coming in the 4th position and 4th and final of this race, I believe. Unless my eyes deceive me again, Michael, I believe we've only got the 4 crews in this race today.
I don't think there's any deception there, Henry. That's right. And MLC the Marriottville combination rather finalises that race.
And a nice time there.
8:32. So as we saw, that Pimble crew set a really cracking time in race 125. They qualify fastest. And I think the next fastest crew to qualify was the Centenary boat in Heat 4. But in any event, we'll move along for the next event on the program, which is the Championship Men's Under 17 Double Scull. And the progression is a little bit different this time. It's the first 3 crews across the line will go straight through to the final, Henry, in race 161, so towards the end of the program.
Yeah, I'm looking down the timesheet. It looks like we've only got 3 of these heats, so it does make sense that we just have the straight final. So, you know, a bit more to play for in these sort of shorter stepped races. You know, I say that as in there's no quarterfinals or semifinals.
Yes.
It's here and you're one and done, effectively.
Indeed. So, all right. So, race 127 underway. Lane 1 is a crew from Cranbrook, represented by Tate Leggett and Sebastian Koskar. In lane 2 is Newcastle Grammar, represented by Bill Sandoz and Connor Scott. In lane 3 is Canberra Grammar, represented by Julian Souza and Archer Glaskin. In lane 4 is Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Charlie Huggins, and Justin Roberts. In lane 5 is a crew from Gippsland Grammar, represented by Andre Wasserman and Ethan McDougall. In lane 6 is Radford College from the ACT, represented by Louis Hayward and Archie Davis. In lane 7 is a crew from the King's School, represented by Hugo Strang Iori and Harry Mann. In lane 8 is Kinross Walleroy, represented by Xavier Zinger and Heathcliff Bell. And finally in lane 9 is a St Augustine's crew, represented by Oliver Kennedy and Daniel Corrigan. And it is that St Augustine's crew ostensibly in the lead, Henry.
And looking at their difference from the 1500 to the 1000 metre mark, they have overturned about a 3.5 second deficit. So, you know, if anyone was listening to the dulcet tones of me this morning, I was harping on about it, the third 500 being the championship 500, and the St Augustine's crew looks like they've done quite well. I also think, you know, Heathcliff from Kinross Rollaway, it's a bit of a name that's come up in the press at the moment with the recent Wuthering Heights film. Jacob Elordi, Heathcliff, you know, he's probably getting some great attention from everyone out there at the moment. But we'll stick to rowing for the moment. I won't devolve too much.
Well, of course, Henry, the important position and the important race to watch within this race is, of course, the race between 3rd and 4th.
Yes.
Of course, for that all-important 4th, the important final qualifying spot.
Exactly right. You know, I think our top 2 crews are, you know, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on them, but they seem to be quite secure. But the 3rd and 4th position, it's only a second and a bit in it.
Well, it's Radford College at the moment, Louis Hayward and Archie Davis, who are more or less in the hot seat. 1.20 was the margin at the 1500, so they are in lane 6. Let's just see, and yeah, okay, I can see that they have mounted a concerted effort now just to perhaps get ahead of the Cranbrook crew, who's over there in lane 1. And it's difficult to judge that far away, but they really are putting in effort here just to knock them out of that 3rd qualifying spot, just to take it. But they are running out of water to do so. In any event, St Augustine's on the near side, lane 9. They are your leaders and looking all now but certain to claim a win. The first heat of the Championship Men's Under 17 Double Scull. A win for St Augustine. 2nd place, it's going to go the way of Kinross Walleroy. Lane 8, 3rd and final spot. It is going to go to Cranbrook, notwithstanding that late surge from Radford, who's have to settle for 4th. And 5th place goes to Newcastle Grammar in lane 2. And the race is a little bit more spread out now, and 6th place is going to go to a crew with a 2 on their bow, but I think that is the Sydney Rowing Club combination. Charlie Huggins and Justin Roberts claim 6th place. And then back to the Gippsland Grammar's Andre Wasserman and Ethan McDougall, looking poised to claim 7th place. Followed across the line, there's still a little bit of water to row yet, is the Canberra Grammar combination of Julian Souza and Archer Glaskin. And unofficially, Henry, it looks as though we haven't had a start from the King's crew as well. Just looking at that. But, unofficially, Henry, that race was won by St Augustine's in a time of 7 minutes, 35 seconds, and 14 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that time as these heats unfold. As you say, there are only 3 of them. It'll be interesting to see which crews are able to, preserve their energy ahead of the final. And that'll be the real test in race 161. But in any event, the second heat is underway. Lane 1 is a crew from Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Oscar Nicolaitis and Clancy Woodbridge. In lane 2 is Northern Beaches Secondary, represented by Jake Krause and Harrison Peaty. Newcastle Grammar in lane 3, represented by Daniel Veazey and Charlie Martin. Kings is in lane 4, represented by Ethan Childs Tor and Arthur Zhang. The Cathedral School in lane 5, it's Benjamin Sharp and Remy Johnson. Radford College in lane 6, represented by Jay Irwin and Victor Cumston. Canberra Grammar in lane 7, represented by Edvin Grimland and Jackson Miko. Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 8, represented by Soren Anderson and Luca Wilson. And Gippsland Grammar is the final crew. They're in lane 9, represented by Eamon Brady and William Edgar. And Henry got some clear race leaders, I think.
Yeah, the crew from Leichhardt down on the bay here seem to be at the 1500 metre mark, commanding about a 4.5 second lead, which is great to see a crew sort of having that come in for final 500. And from our finish position here, looks like this race is a bit, there's a bit more on the line here. The crews in the 3rd and 4th position going for that, important 3rd qualifying spot are in a tight tussle for that race there between Mossman and, I'd say, Northern Beaches Secondary and Radcliffe, I would say.
Yeah, Radford and Northern Beaches Secondary, well, they're the ones in contest, I would say, for that final qualifying spot. But Leichhardt certainly in the lead in lane 8. And Canberra Grammar not too far away from them. So those 2 crews will certainly qualify. It looks as though the Northern Beaches Secondary over there in lane 2, I think they might be in Mossman colours though, Henry.
That's why my confusion. Apologies for everyone watching and online.
All right, so there's Leichhardt. They're your first qualifiers across the line. Second place to Canberra Grammar. And yeah, it will be the Northern Beaches Secondary crew, Jake Krause and Harrison Peaty, that snatched that final qualifying spot. And settling for 4th place now is the Radford crew of Jay Irvin and Victor Cumston. Claim 4th place.
And looking at them finishing the line, they look like they put everything into it. So well done to them.
Absolutely.
Racing hard all the way through to the line.
Finishing now to claim 5th place is Oscar Nicolaitis and Clancy Woodbridge from Sydney. Claim 5th.
Looks like it's going to be lane 9 just down here, Michael, on the line from Gippsland Grammar. Well done to them, just racing through, even though they weren't in the position to qualify. Racing is still racing, so valuable experience gained by the Gippsland Grammar crew. Yeah,
and the Cathedral School finishes 7th, and back to Newcastle Grammar, and looks as though we've got another scratching. It's the King's School, so query whether we have any King's athletes remaining this afternoon. But in any event, that concludes race 128. It was one Henry in an unofficial time of 7:20, which is a
15-second margin on the previous heat.
10 seconds faster. So,
but as we said before, the crew here from Leichhardt had a bit more competition on them. So the heels are getting snapped out, so they had to push a bit harder than the race previous. Yeah, under a bit of duress in the end, Leichhardt, but definitely got the job done. Race 129. It's the final heat of the men's under-17 double scull. And as with the previous 2 races, it's the first 3 across the line to qualify for race 161, and the remainder of the crews will face elimination in the event. In lane 1 is a crew from Hunter Valley Grammar School, represented by Thomas Graham and Fergus McCormick, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. In lane 2 is a crew from Newcastle Grammar, represented by Joshua Brown and Oscar Sousa Mountsie.
In lane 3 is Radford College, represented by Jake Espinoza and Billy Miller, coached by Stuart Sampson and Gordon Marks. In lane 4 is a crew from the King's School, Thomas Archer and Archer Petrovic. In lane 5 is Barker College, represented by Kobe Neal and William Ryan. Bundaberg is in lane 6, represented by Max Lee and Archie Becker, coached by Ashlyn Chapman and Kimberly Brown. Canberra Grammar is in lane 7, represented by Oscar Timpson and William Maltby. Marist College is in lane 8. That's Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin. And finally in lane 9 is Northern Beaches Secondary, Geordie Lewin and Banjo Kirkham, coached by Kieran Kabelki. So that's how they lined up at the start of race 129. It's the Marist College crew that you can see on the screen. They're in lane 8, Cooper Clark and Jonah McLaughlin. The Territorians making the best of things so far, and it is a phenomenal lead that they're enjoying through the 1500 metres. They're in lane 8, and gosh, they're going to need binoculars to see the rest of their competition. You can see a bit harder to see who's in second place. Just can't quite make it out at Bundaberg in lane 6. 11.67 seconds the margin. So Marist College, well, keep an eye out for them. That's a shot across the bow for the final in race 161. They've certainly done the work earlier on in this race. But, of course, the real race is going to be for the third and final qualifying spot, and that'll be between Barker College and Northern Beaches Secondary, ostensibly. And for the moment, it's a Barker College with the advantage, and plenty of work to do for the Northern Beaches Secondary combination, Geordie Lewin and Banjo Kirkham, if they're to avoid elimination. But certainly, as Henry's been saying all afternoon, the championship quarter of the race can turn up all sorts of funny occurrences, and so let's just see what happens. We come into the final 250 metres of this race, and just looking, Henry, at this quality Marist College crew in lane 8, looking really in control.
They're looking imperious, Michael. You know, they've got a commanding lead, but they're still bringing the rate up. They're racing a race so they can practice for the next, which is great to see.
Gosh, they are looking as though they're about to set a cracking time as well.
Definitely. Considering the race before came down to a pretty blistering time of 7:20, and we're in the last 500 and we're at 7 minutes now. So well done to these two boys. And
we'll have a look at the race unfolding between Barker College in lane 5 and Bundaberg in lane 6. It's a Henley-style competition going head-to-head there. 7:11 or 7:13 roughly the time for Marist College. So cracking time there. Well done. And keep an eye out for the Marist College crew in the final.
And it looks like here the crew from Bundaberg, who've just brought the rate up very nicely coming towards the line, really bouncing the double and rowing it like a double, have got the win for second, and then Barker in third, and they're elated to get through to the final. Well done to them. And coming in fourth here in lane 9, we have the crew from Northern Beaches rowing in the Mossman colours there.
Yet to finish is the crew from Kings in lane 4. They'll claim 5th place, and that is Thomas Kirsten and Archer Petrovic.
Interesting that we have a King's crew in this one, Michael. We sort of noticed before that 2 of the other crews had scratched, so potentially it's a case by case.
Yeah, perhaps. And Radford College now about to cross the line. That's Jake Espinoza and Billy Miller. They'll claim 6th place. They'll be followed across the line by Canberra Grammar's Oscar Timpson and William Maltby. Claim 7th, and I think one crew yet to finish. Yes, that's right. It appears as though it is Newcastle Grammar. And that's Joshua Brown and Oscar Souza Mountsey in lane 2. Just a little bit further back, and perhaps haven't had a start there in race 129 for lane 1 Hunter Valley Grammar. Hunter Valley, Newcastle Grammar, rather, crossing the line there to finalise race 129. And before we bring you race 130, which you can see on the screen is bearing down upon us, just a shout out for anyone who might be interested in doing some timekeeping and volunteering for Rowing New South Wales this afternoon between 3:15 and the end of the day. can offer aircon, snacks.
Great company.
Great company and a meaningful contribution to the running of the regatta. So
and a fantastic volunteer shirts as well.
Do make yourself known to Rowing New South Wales staff if that be of interest to you. Well, race 130 is on the course now, Henry. It's the Championship Men's Under-21 8, and it's the first of 2 semi-finals. So the first 4 crews across the line will go through to the final on race 159. The remainder will be eliminated. So crews looking for a top 4 finish in this race, and looking as though it's going to be a fascinating competition as they come down towards the business end of the park, Henry. You couldn't quite tell who's in the lead at the moment up here in the tower, but
either way, it looks like it's a blanket field. Or
it does.
A cashmere field for, you know, my sort of distinguished friend here, Michael. And as we come up to the 1,500 metre mark, it looks like the crew from Scotch is going to be in the lead there by about a canvas and a half over one of the many Sydney crews in this race. But it's...
Gosh, it's looking tight, and look at that delectable race developing for the 4th and final qualifying spot between Melbourne University, 0.92 behind Xavier, at Sydney University in 5th place at the moment, 0.23 the margin. So look at that, 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's just nothing in it. But it's all going the way of Scotch College at the moment. That's a crew represented by August Bordens, Zeke Rufail, Will Richards, James Temple, Lewis Lamont, Thomas Simpson, Clancy McLaughlin and Clancy Gelbart, coxed by Sebastian Pangan.
Now, Michael, I want to quickly jump in here and say I've just been reliably informed that this is Scotch's 4th run down the course today.
Goodness me, the 4th run.
It is 8,000 metres of pure racing these boys have done, and by the looks of it, they're going to get their 5th when they make it through the final as well. But I won't give them the commentator's curse at this stage.
Let's not write anything in stone, because look at the crew from Sydney Rowing Club who have just lifted their rate of striking, and they're ferociously throwing their bodies back towards the bow of the boat in an attempt just to snatch the win off of Scotch College to their right. Can Scotch College hang on? I don't know. I think they might run out of water. Sydney's coming at them really fast, but look at the race for developing for 3rd between MUBC and Xavier College as well, and Sydney University in lane 3. Oh, gee, I can't tell who's going to win. I think it's going to be Sydney Rowing Club who claims the win. 2nd place to Scotch, 3rd place to MUBC, 4th place to Xavier.
What a finish.
Yeah.
We are lucky to be able to witness that from the finish tower. 5th place there coming in from Sydney Uni. Lane 7, Newington coming through there. What a race.
Yeah, really quality bit of racing there, Henry. Win to Sydney Rowing Club, who just snatched the win off of Scotch College in the end there. Scotch was really, you know, thought win that one. But snatched off them by Sydney Rowing Club in the final couple of strokes. And you're just seeing there the finish between Xavier College and Melbourne University, the Victorians. And, it was Melbourne University in the end by a really narrow margin, just on the surge, claimed 3rd place. But in any event, Xavier College did really well, and we'll see them in the final later on this afternoon in race 159.
And Michael, I'll say it, and I'll sort of sound like a broken record, having school crews against club crews here at this level of racing, and the performance that that school crew from Scotch put in on their 4th run down the track on this warm day, I tip my hat to them. That was
absolutely.
Excellent experience. You know, that'll only do them well for the school racing season. Yeah,
spare a thought, some tired legs in many of these boats, and particularly the school crews. Race 131 now underway. It's the 2nd and final semi-final of the men's under-21 8. So in lane 2 is a crew from Brighton Grammar, that represented by Will Flanagan, Baxter Alderson, Luca Claret, Henry Haycox, Will Church, Hamish Hanley, Flynn Quill, Jack Carson and Henry Hoffman, their cocks. In lane 3 is the Canberra Composite Black Mountain combination, and that, I'm reliably informed, is the Australian Capital Territory Youth 8.
I have heard this as well from a reliable friend here in the commentary, Mr. McCarthy.
Mr. McCarthy, indeed, he's a font of all knowledge.
Oh, he's a wealth of knowledge, I would say,
indeed.
as well.
And lane 4 is Sydney University. It's Raphael Corbett, Max Garnett, Finn Mitchell, Monty Salabank, Matthew Coleman, Gus Chesciola, Samuel Basher, William Rogers, Sophia Tayeb, their coxswain. In lane 5 is Mercantile, represented by Maxwell Finlayer, Luke Vallely, Joe Lee Conway, Henry Reiner, Eric Wiseman, Harry Pollock, Joe Collingwood, Fletcher Douglas, Nicholas Bogdan is their cox. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, that's Ferdinand Hanlieb, James Bell, Henry Pursehouse, Edward Leckie, Thomas Maloney, Oliver Edwards, Ben Muffet, Matthias Maloney, Moira Geraghty, the coxswain, Swan River, Fremantle and the Western Australian Rowing Club, potentially a Western Australian Youth 8 combination in training there. That's Blair Parnell, Banjo, Morris Luck, Lucas Cardarci, Remy Payne, Liam Davis, Quinton Marquetos and Samuel Bredel. And finally the Southport School is in lane 8. Josh Cameron, Jermaine Parker, Peacock, Thomas Rogers, Will Holt, Wilbur Arthur, Joe Noon, Hugh Atho, Charlie Allen, Andrew Trimble.
Michael, you are an absolute legend for getting through all those names in such a fantastic fashion. And as we see here, we've got the Sydney Rowing Club crew coming down the course. And Michael, I don't think it'd be sort of too outlandish of me to say that they're dropping the rate a little bit just to sort of recover and not expend all the energy before the final.
I think they are, and of course they're looking poised to qualify without much of a drama, but said the real race is going to be for that 4th and final qualifying spot. Sydney Rowing Club's going to qualify, as is Mercantile in lane 5, as is, I would suggest, Sydney University in lane 4, and I think it's going to be the crew in the Swan River Composite boat who claim the 4th and final spot. It's a fast finish between Brighton Grammar and the ACT combination. Oh, they're the far side, but missing out on qualification, unfortunately, those two crews.
And then, if my maths is not failing me, I believe we've had a scratching from the Southport School.
Yes. Yes, by the looks of things.
Maths and my eyes not failing, so I'm happy with that one at my ripe old age, Michael. So
there they are, your qualifiers in the men's under 21-8. Semi-finals done and dusted. So we'll see those 8 crews in the final in race 159 later on this afternoon. But for the moment, we're going to turn our attention back to a Schoolgirl Coxed Quads Scull racing, which is lining up down the blocks down the far end of the course.
And Michael, can I very quickly interrupt you there? The time unofficially for that race was a 6:03 as well. So that's about 7 seconds on the first race. Obviously, we don't want to compare and contrast, but you know that Sydney crew in the latter of the 2 races did look like they were in control there, and might be one to beat come finals time.
So the crews are preparing for their start in race 132. We'll bring you that start just as soon as it happens. It's a race scheduled to get underway at 2:20, so it looks as though we are making some time up on the program. In lane 2 is MLC Q, represented by Isabel Egan, Anna Demortier, Chloe Poor, Holly Collette, Abby Bourne is their coxswain, Matt Wilson and Emily Montague, their coxswains, their coaches rather. In lane 3 is the Armidale School, represented by Olivia Bellinger, Isabel Coddington, Elsie Caulfield and Georgie Jones. Lucy Taylor is their cox and Martin Inglis their coach. Dara Marlin from the ACT is in lane 4, represented by Olivia Spirit, Kaylee Deisker, Emma Williams, Grace York and Zoe Glover, their coxswain. They're coached by Lucy Jordan and Ashley Young. Cranbrook is in lane 5, represented by Amelie Fletcher, Raffi Reid, Florence Vindel and Rio Churchill. Zinnia Shu is their cox. Crew from Redlands is in lane 6, represented by Ava Ford, Grace Ford, Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell. Lily Van Holzen is their cox. Commercial from Queensland is in lane 7, represented by Sophie Brett, Olivia Dunn, Lucy Quarterman, Ella Thorne, Claire Ross is their coxswain and Jacinta Edmonds their coach. Lane 8 is a crew from Roseville, presented by Emily Wang, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestich, and Zia Chapman. Their coaches are Alex Brown and James Petering. And finally, in lane 9 is Gippsland Grammar from Victoria. They are represented by Alicia Turnbull, Maggie Sheridan, Tara Diehood, and Cecilia Anderson. Their coxswain is Grace Frew, and they are coached by George Pearson and Henry. They are underway, but plenty of water to row. Exactly right, Michael. And I think the Coxed Schoolgirl event is one of the premier events in the sort of the Schoolgirl rowing regatta sort of plethora of boats that they race in today. So we're looking forward to seeing some very exciting racing as we come down the course here. Through the 500 metres, it was the crew from Redlands making the best of things. Darren Marlin not too far behind at all, 0.34. That's the margin. And Gippsland Grammar, Commercial, the Armidale School, MLCQ, Roseville and Cranbrook. That's the order in which they went through. Margin's still pretty tight, of course, plenty of water to row, but Redlands and Darren Marlin, the race leaders. The qualification we saw with some of these earlier schoolgirl events is that the first 4 crews across the line will go through to the semi-final. Goodness me. In races 149 and 150. Of course, they'll then have to race the final if they're successful there. So expect some tired legs to be on board these schoolgirl coxed quadruple sculls this afternoon. And a bit of a skill, Henry, just to learn how to back these races up. Gosh, I remember what a tiresome afternoon this is in the under 7, in the school age categories in this regatta. It's just, it's exhausting and but hey, that's the skill and that's the game. Exactly right. And, you know, I hope everyone here is looking at this as a privilege, right? You know, we're lucky to be doing such an amazing sport out here at a previous Olympic level course and, you know, representing your school or your club with pride. So we get a bit of footage here on the screen for everyone joining us on the live stream of the Redlands crew, and they're rowing very nicely, sitting up tall, striking the water as they reach forward at the front. And, you know, they're deservedly coming through the 1,000 metre mark and I would say a bit of an open water lead. And now looking very fine doing so is the crew from Redlands. That's Ava Ford, Grace Ford, Alana Winder, Isabel Campbell and Lily Van Holzen at the on the strings. Potentially some sisters in this crew, so, you know, a bit of chemistry there to bring them down the line, which is always a good thing to see. Quite potentially, and it's the crew from Commercial currently occupying the 4th and final qualifying spot. The Armidale School, the first crew sitting outside that qualification zone at this stage, and they're followed across the 1,000 metre mark by MLCQ and then Roseville. So plenty of work to do for those 3 crews if they are to contend for qualification in this event. And just touching on the sibling aspect, there have been some pretty famous siblings who have come down this course. You know, the Stewart brothers spring to mind first and foremost, and then also the Waldersey brothers as well. Champions in the lightweight men's pair from a few years ago, and James winning the Penrith Cup for the first time for New South Wales in a long time as well. So siblings performing at this course is not a unusual the Purnells, event. The Cyphers, the list goes on, you know. Forgive me for not mentioning them all. They are coming towards the 1,500 metres now as this crew from Redlands in lane 6. in this race 132. This is the first of 4 heats in the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quads Scull. And the race, the semi-finals rather, are on this afternoon. Races 149 and 150. Plenty of opportunity for qualification for these crews, but it's, positioning remaining unchanged from the 1,000 metres. Redlands currently occupying first place. Gippsland Grammar, Darramarlin and Commercial. The Armadale School and MLCQ not poised for qualification at this stage. The Armadale School has some 4.67 seconds to make up on Commercial if they're to qualify. But thankfully the afternoon wind, which so often blows up here at the Regatta Centre in the afternoon, is so far remaining at bay, Henry.
Yeah,
it can make racing so difficult in a long and hot afternoon, but yeah, really flat water. It's really nice conditions.
And it's favouring everyone evenly as well, Michael. You know, it's nothing more annoying than having an afternoon wind that, you know, might impact a certain lane over another, and, you know, you might be putting in all the effort you can, but you're just not getting the rewards you need. So good to see from the finishing position here, the flags are sitting quite neutral. So the wind is non-existent, I'd say. And
yeah.
And that sort of leads us into the final 250 metres here. The crew from Redlands, you know, they've dropped the rate down. They've safe to say they've got the win and they're just conserving energy for the next round. So the crew's looking really nice to come through the line here. And
yeah,
second place, I think.
Yeah.
Top 4, you know, barring disaster, I would say are pretty well settled there. The crew from Taz in striking distance to get that 4th spot, but I think, Michael, like you said many times, they might run out of water for that one. But, you know, racing at this age is still about learning and getting experience. So even though you might not qualify, racing and pushing hard is worth it, because your next race, your next year, and the years after that, you'll only gain valuable experience from it all.
The Armadale School crossing in 5th place, missing out on qualification, and MLCQ similarly. And the crews from Roseville in lane 8 and Cranbrook in lane 5 will finalise this race. So recapping the qualifying spots: a win for Redlands, Ava Ford, Grace Ford, Alana Winder, Isabel Campbell and Lily Van Olsen. 2nd place went to Gippsland Grammar, represented by Alicia Turnbull, Maggie Sheridan, Tara Dyhood and Cecilia Anderson and their Cox Grace Frew. 3rd qualifier was Darramarlin, represented by Olivia Spirit, Kaylee Deisker, Emma Williams, Grace York and Zoe Glover. And final qualifiers, Commercial, represented by Sophie Brett, Olivia Dunn, Lucy Quarterman, Ella Thorne and Claire Ross, their coxswain. And just as Cranbrook crosses the line, finalise race 132. We'll move ahead for race 133, the 2nd heat of the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quads Scull. Of course, the first 4 crews across the line will qualify for the semi-final, and the remainder will be eliminated. In lane 2 is a crew from Albert Park College, represented by Naomi Hibbard and Julia Kwiatkowska, Anna Lil and Michaela Stambolziev. Romy Sekulic is their coxswain, and their coach is Eric Schrader. Radford College is in lane 3, and they're represented by Rosie Humphreys, Natalia Costanzo, Kate Collier and Lucy Mihalovic. Gigi Hickey is their coxswain, and their coaches are Oscar Willink, Claudia Kendall and Gordon Marks. In lane 4 is Pymble Ladies College, represented by Lucy Simpson, Genevieve Bazina, Arabella Murphy and Zara Kinneberg. Their cox is Emily Bartrop and coached by James Blackman. Lane 5 is a crew from Redlands, represented by Livia Goodland, Eva Simpson, Olivia Pollock and Matilda Hugman. Lillian Chen, their cox. Queenwood is in lane 6. That's Elsie Hood, Lucinda Doku, Lauren King and Claudia Gassman. Jazz Salmon is their cox. They're coached by Kieran Glynn and Ella Davidson. PLC Sydney in lane 7. So, Willow Swift, Chloe Lau, Vicky Russell and Carla Rasica. They're coxed by Isabella McFarlane. Gippsland Grammar in lane 8. They're represented by Mia Kantzidas, Rio Smith, Lily Canfield, Eloise Tavashi and Chloe Olinjek is their coxswain. And Trinity Lutheran College from Queensland in lane 9. The final crew, and they are represented by Ella Mae Brown, Megan Roberts, Layla Galley, and Ashley McKinder. Their coxswain is Charlie Voigt, and they're coached by Callum McCracken. And for the moment, Henry, it is the crew from Gippsland Grammar, looking almost completely unchallenged.
Look, Michael, I would say at the 1500 metre mark with a 15-odd second lead, it is your race. You're controlling this one. From our poised position here in the Eagle's Nest to the finishing tower, it looks like they've brought the rate down a little bit and are sort of controlling themselves, probably understanding that they've got, you know, a semi and potentially a final to race this afternoon as well.
Looking as though Radford College in lane 3 are their nearest rivals, some 14 seconds behind. So quite a phenomenal lead being enjoyed there by the Gippsland Grammar crew.
But I think, you know, potentially this race for 4th place is heating up a little bit, Michael, with I believe maybe Radford on the far side there, potentially challenging the crew from Pymble Ladies College for a spot. It looks like there is some overlap there between the crews.
Yeah, it'll be a race between Queenwood in lane 6, Pymble Ladies College in lane 4, and Albert Park College in lane 2. Those are the 3 crews vying for qualification. One of them will miss out, and at this stage, Radford's going to cross the line in 2nd place in the next couple of strokes, and Queenwood now look as though they'll qualify in 3rd place. 4th place, well, it's going to go to Pymble Ladies College, who just pull away from a fast finishing Albert Park College crew in Station 2, who have to settle for 5th place. 6th place is going to go the way of a Trinity Lutheran over here in lane 9. And looks as though one final crew to finish. It's the PLC Sydney crew in lane 7. And so it looks as though we haven't had a start from Redlands in lane 5. Yes. So PLC Sydney, the final crew to finish this race.
And Michael, quickly looking at the unofficial times here, we've got a 7:30, 8 seconds quicker than the previous heat. So, you know, obviously we've mentioned every heat is different. Competition, are you saving yourself? Are you doing whatever, you know, a multitude of things? But, you know, 8 seconds between heats is, you know, makes for an interesting round of semi-finals coming up as well.
It certainly does, and we'll compare those times with the race 134, the 3rd heat of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quads Scull. And lane 2 is a crew from Trinity Lutheran. They're represented by Sophie Clifford, Isabella Sieb, Emily Dobbin, and Isabella McMahon, coxed by Havana McMahon and coached by Shay Olsen-Jones. PLC Sydney is in lane 3. They're represented by Grace Moody, Amelia Barry, Kiara Ewing, Mia Wilson, and Lily Cameron. Tara School is in lane 4, represented by Rita Liu, Isabel Dulimov, Layla Odbert, and Amy Rouse. Charlotte Goy is their cox, and their coach is Jessie Allen. In lane 5 is a crew from Radford College, represented by Lily Soderblom, Hannah Kosh, Freya Teschendorf, and Isabel Egan, coxed by William Huang and coached by Oscar Willink, Claudia Kendall, and Gordon Marks. MLCQ from Victoria is in lane 6, represented by Eloise Spinks, Taya Dixon, Lily Fowles, Harriet Slee, and Freya Kuznana, coached by Eon Popper and Shah Will. Lane 7 is a crew from Loretto Normanhurst, and that's Mia Dranganudis, Amelia Branley, Gracie May Lander, Matilda Cronin, and Harriet Lamp. In lane 8 is the MLC School. They're represented by Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Rebecca Beaton, Eve Parker, Sophie Winnell, Alana Ang is their coxswain. Charlotte Ullman and Rafe Stanford Meisel, their coaches. And finally, Barker is in lane 9. That's Lucia Stimoli, Lucy Watkins, Taylor Grayson, Meg Anderson, and Yugia Zhu, their coxswain.
And Michael, I think as we can see here on the screen for anyone in the live stream, we're coming through to the 1500, and it looks like there is a clear leader at this stage. Radford College in a time of 5:31. Second, MLC School 1 about 3.5 seconds behind. From there, 3rd place looks like it's going to be the crew over in lane 2, the Trinity Lutheran College, and then taking up the final spot for the qualifiers, beg your pardon, is the Tara School. And then looks like from there we have a bit of a gap back to the 5th place crew coming in from the Barkle College, a school that's really come up in the rowing world recently. I think big things to come from them in the next 3 or 4 years as well. 6th place MLCQ, 7th PLC Sydney 1, and there's a bit of a race there between those two.
Yeah, that's how they went through the 1,500 metres, and the question is whether we'll see any changes in the placings as they come into the final 250. But as you pointed out, Henry, really a race of 2 races.
A race of 2 halves, you know, and I think a thing here to note is we've got a pretty tight race coming together for this first place position here. I'm not quite sure who is in the lead here from our finishing tower, but Michael, you've got a better angle than me. Who do you think, you know, I'm putting you on the spot here, but who do you think has got the chance on them at the moment?
I think it is Radford College who remain in the lead. The lead is at the 1,500, and I'm not sure if they extend that lead or not, but MLC are the crew in lane 8 who are their nearest rivals, and no dramas, they'll qualify as well, but certainly the win going to go to Radford College. Gosh, they produce some powerful quadruple sculls over the years, have the Radford College athletes. So well done, win for Radford. 2nd place is going to go to MLC in lane 8.
Great racing there, you know, through to the line. They were bringing the rate up, pushing hard all the way through, which is fantastic to see. And on the far side of the field here, we've got the crew from Trinity Lutheran College coming through in 3rd. And then from what I can see, the 4th and final qualifying spot is going to be there from the Tara School in lane 4. So,
yes, yeah,
you know, some 4 crews there going through the semi-finals, well done. And then coming back down the field a bit, we still have racing hard, you know, pushing hard, even though the final isn't there. This race will be valuable experience for the future.
Well, Barker crossing the line now in 5th place, and they'll be followed across by MLCQ.
Tight finish though between MLCQ and then the crew from PLC Sydney there.
And, to finalise the race, it's going to be the crew from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7. And unofficially, that race was run by Radford College in a time of 7 minutes, 24 seconds and 52 milliseconds, which in comparison to the previous races, well, it's the fastest, Henry, so there you go. And, we'll compare that against race 135, which is on the course. It's the 4th and final heat of the championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quads Scull. So in lane 2 is a crew from Queenwood, represented by Charlotte Garner, Charlotte McWilliam, Chelsea Yates, Tessa Calvley and Juliet Yardley as their coxswain. In lane 3 is Albert Park College, represented by Jocelyn Doig, Lillian Hinneberg, Coco Jones and Ella Strangwood. Their cox is Indigo Brown. In lane 4 is Roseville, represented by Annabelle Eburn, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin and Piper Robertson, coxed by Alex Davies. In lane 5 is MLC School, represented by Ella Hu, Nicola Keast, Clementine Hendricks, Jemima Blake and Steffi Liang. In lane 6 is a crew from Askham, represented by Isabel Bug, Lara Drower, Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard. Their cox is Ingrid Sabota. And finally, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. They're represented by Sophie Murphy, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin and Charlotte Bowen. Their coxswain is Rebecca Alicia. And Henry, I think it may be that crew from Canberra Girls Grammar we've just referred to that is in the lead.
Michael, I think at the 1500 they, you know, worked hard in that championship 500 to pull best part of an 8-second lead over their 2nd place rival. And I think we have the top 3, top 4. There's a potential Askham-Queenwood battle here, but we will wait to see until we bring the crews down to the final 100, 200 metres here in front of us.
Yeah, so the race is a bit spread out. Even the race for the 4th and final qualifying spot, which at the moment is between Askham and Queenwood, some 3.17 seconds of margin. So Askham is the crew that is in the hot seat, seeking qualification. They're over there in lane 6. So they're just needing to get up on terms with the Queenwood School over there in lane 2. But work to do for Ascombe now if they are to qualify. But certainly no doubt about the race leaders. It is Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7, followed by Albert Park College, and then by MLC in lane 5, and then Queenwood 2. So they are your prospective qualifiers, and looking to claim the final 4 qualifying spots in the semi-finals in this race. All right, so there goes Canberra Girls Grammar. A win for Sophie Murphy, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin, Charlotte Bowen, and Rebecca Alicia, their coxswain. Second place going the way of Albert Park College, Jocelyn Doig, Lillian Hinneberg, Coco Jones, Ella Strangwood, and Indigo Brown. Well done. Third place is going to MLC Schools, Ella Hugh, Nicola Keast, Clementine Hendricks, Jemima Blake, Steffi Liang. For fourth and final qualifiers, it's the Queenwood School, Garner, McWilliam, Yates, and Calvley. Unfortunately, missing out on qualification is Ascombe, who settled for 5th place, and Roseville College is the crew that will place 6th to finalise this race 135, the 4th and final heat of the championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. And we'll have a change in the commentary tower up here for the next hour or so. You're welcome back in the capable hands of Stuart John. Bit of a brainwave. And Ant Cosmo.
Our thanks to Michael McRae and Henry Lees for their commentary over the last hour and a half or so. As we move on to a bit of 1,000-metre racing here, it is the women's under-16 double sculls. The first heat, it's the first 4 to go through to the semi-final, with the rest eliminated from this event. And we've got quite a geographically dispersed set of crews here, Anne.
Yes, although no Victorians I'm noticing on this list, which
but there's Canberrans, and Queenslanders, so that's the important part.
All right, to you, not to me. No, I'm joking, girls. Anyway, they're off. In lane 2 from Marucci is Georgina Vernon and Ava Cook. In lane 3 from Roseville is Eleanor Forster and Alicia Jenkins. In lane 4 is Sydney Girls with Amy McDonald and Iris Yang. Lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Erin Riley and Grace Fogarty. Lane 6, Shoalhaven, we have a substitution, Miller Martin and Megan Smith. Lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst, Clara Bradford and Camilla Oliville. In lane 8, Commercial, Olivia Alford and Dominique Inarella. And lane 9, another commercial crew there, Waverley Palmer and Audrey Petty.
So just 1,000-metre racing for this one, and as we say, there is a little bit of a geographic dispersal. So we've got Marucci and Commercial from up in Queensland, Canberra Girls Grammar, Shoalhaven from the regional areas of New South Wales. And again, you can see that footage on the live stream and also on the big screens from the BRO boat. So they've got the cameras set up at the start of the boat. For those not at the ground that are watching us on the live stream, it is a little bit muggy here. There's a little bit of cloud about. There are potentially some storms a bit later on. I know my hair's been on the frizz walking outside with it being so hot and muggy.
For those of you who don't know what he looks like, he has no hair, so that's a very funny joke from in here. Meanwhile, my hair is actually frizzy because of the humidity.
It is. And there we go,
there
on the
we
screen.
go.
On the screen at the moment. Thanks for that, John. It is the crew from Commercial in lane number 9 who have the lead. That's Waverley Palmer and Audrey Peaty. We'll get a bit of an idea as they come up towards the 500-metre timing point. This is a 500-metre race. And so just as they're coming through, you can see their lane number 9. So that is the Commercial 2 crew ahead of lane number 5, Canberra Girls Grammar. And then back from them, we've got Sydney Girls and then also Loretto Normanhurst and Roseville, a little bit further back to Marucci, and then the second Commercial crew in lane number 8 and Shoalhaven. So top 4 through to the semi-finals. So it is going to be an interesting few races here. So we've got, that would
and
make
it's
it the 4
quite close
heats.
there between 4th and 5th. So, you know, Roseville's still in here with a chance there, particularly if they can put on a good sprint in the last 250 metres.
It's always that trying to maintain and particularly in this heat, you've got to try and have enough tickets left at the end to be able enough energy to be able to do that sprint when you get into the 250.
Yeah, and that's the thing, particularly for school kids. I find that the heat really does throw up different reactions and variations, and depending how experienced they are in it. So down in Victoria, we rarely sort of get this sort of heat, maybe once and twice at Ballarat. So coming up here, it's, you know, always an adjustment.
Well, it's no surprise then to see the crew from Commercial up in Brisbane training on the Brisbane River out at West End. Lovely part of Brisbane if you get the chance to get out there. But so they have the lead at the moment. And then it's about 5 crews going for those final 4 crews going for the final 3 positions. So Loretto Normanhurst sitting just ahead in 2nd place. There's a bit of a push coming here from Canberra Girls Grammar as well. And then next to them, we've got Sydney Girls and then across again to Roseville. So we'll keep an eye out as to how this is going to play out. It's Commercial in lane number 9. They're in now to the final 100 metres or so. Here it comes. Loretto Normanhurst, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sydney Girls and Roseville, who are going to be our top 4 qualifiers. Canberra Girls have started to put the rockets on and they are moving the boat quite nicely there. And they'll potentially go through in 1st place. It's level between Commercial and Canberra Girls. It's going to be Canberra Girls Grammar taking the win ahead of Commercial in 2nd place. 3rd will go to lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst, and then it's lane 4, Sydney Girls, just finishing ahead of Roseville in lane number 3 in 5th place. So the Roseville crew just missing out on that one. Then we do go a little bit further back to the crew from Marucci up on the Sunshine Coast. They'll finish in 6th. The second Commercial crew will finish in 7th, and then it is back to the Shoalhaven crew in 6th place. So a tight finish there, Ant, for 4th and 5th. Sydney Girls just holding on against Roseville.
You definitely got very excited there, up on your feet, having a look out of the window, seeing how close it is. You're exactly like Chris with that, getting in and around the Canberra Girls, which is good to see.
The bad and mean green machine. We move on to heat number 2 of the women's under-16 double sculls.
In lane 2 from Loretto Marriotteville is Gemma Lorna and Ava Waters. In lane 3 from Pymble Ladies is Edith Cullinane and Lily Oldfield. In lane 4 from Redlands is Pearl Brown and Annalise Beattie. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Georgia Foster and Ella Cousins. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar is Ella Windybank and Sienna Myers. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy is Andy Zinger and Ingrid West. In lane 8 from Loretto Normanhurst is Ruby Mullins and Lara Dwyer. And in lane 9 from Commercial there is Ruby McLeod and Katrina Cook.
So Redlands with the lead through 500, just ahead of Commercial, 0.06 of a second. Kinross Walleroy in 3rd, Loretto Normanhurst in 4th. Then it is a second back to Hunter Valley Grammar, and then to Pymble Ladies, Newcastle Grammar and Loretto Marriotteville. So we'll keep an eye out on that battle between Loretto Normanhurst and Hunter Valley Grammar. So Loretto Normanhurst in lane 8 and Hunter Valley Grammar in lane number 5. But again, this lane 9 for Commercial seems to be the trick.
I'm very impressed with the amount of scullers that we're seeing in doubles from the schoolgirls as well. There's 4 heats for this, so it's good to see such a spread really in the sculling.
And it's just starting to tighten up a little bit towards the top here. So Commercial and Redlands are our leading 2 crews, and then
there's nothing between them at the moment.
No, and then Loretto Normanhurst, Kinross Walleroy, and then Newcastle Grammar, I think are about a boat length back now. They're in now to the final 150 metres or so. So Newcastle Grammar, now is the time to put the sprint on if they are going to qualify through to the semi-finals. It is a little bit further back again than to Pymble Ladies, Loretto Marriotteville, and also the Kinross Walleroy crew in lane number 7. Battling it out, it is Commercial and Redlands. And then we've got, Commercial and Redlands, Kinross Walleroy and Loretto Normanhurst. Newcastle Grammar looking like they'll just miss out by a boat length or so. It's going to be Commercial again. Commercial take out another heat win. Second place will go just to lane 7 ahead of lane 8 and lane 4. So that is Kinross Walleroy finishing just ahead of Loretto Normanhurst, and then Redlands back in 4th place. Still all finishing ahead of Newcastle Grammar in 5th place, missing out on the semi-finals. 6th will go to Pymble Ladies in lane number 3. 7th will go to the crew from Hunter Valley Grammar, with 8th going to Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 2, the girls from South Australia.
Very tight there between 3rd, 4th and 5th. And I can see on the screen it's got photo there listed between Redlands and Loretto, so very, very close.
As we go down to the start of heat number 3 for the women's under 16 double sculls, we've got a scratching in lane 7, but again, well, this is a very geographically dispersed set of crews, Ant.
Yes, but again, I'm still missing a Victorian crew. Where are my Victorian crews, guys? Come on. Anyway, in lane 2 is Newcastle Grammar. We have Alison Capano and Paris Myers. In lane 3 from Commercial, we have Agnes Hooper and Grace Camellia. In lane 4 from Radford College is Emile Egan and Wenny Howe. In lane 5 from Fremantle is Frankie Champtaloop and Mayho Ono. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar is Olive Mufraj and Alexandra Cordis. Sorry there. The scratching in lane 7, as Stuart said, and lane 8 from Marucci is Theodora Smith and Sophia Biddle. In lane 9 from Queenwood is Elizabeth and Lucinda.
So just waiting for the start there in heat number 3. It's again first 4 to go through to the semi-finals. You can see Elizabeth Fainganuku and Lucinda Hughes from Queenwood just on the front of the screen there. Lane 8, from behind them, you've got Marucci, Theodora Smith and Sophia Biddle. And again, some great camera footage. I think one of the things that, and you would know it better than me, Ant, being involved with rowing for a little bit longer, has been the way that the coverage has evolved over the years. I mean, we've now got the drone footage, we've got the view from the BR rowboats, which I absolutely love. You're just really getting a close view of the athletes and how much, like, the pain face.
Yes, as a rower, going back and being able to review the footage of yourself in these races, because you don't always get to see in training the mistakes that sort of come out in racing, because when you're under pressure and you're trying to rate up and do all of those things, that's when you see most of the mistakes as a rower. So this is really, really nice to see, because you can go back and you can review and you can sort of work out what's happening to you as an athlete in those races. Although the one complaint I will have is I can't go back and pick the screens or the angles. I mean, that's me being picky, right? And obviously you can't expect a camera to follow one crew. But otherwise...
And here we are in Ant Cam.
Yeah, here we are in Antland when everything's about ant. No jokes. No, but this has been really, really nice to see. And I hope Victoria that's one thing that New South Wales has that a lot of other courses don't, is that ability to go back and review footage.
So we're just having a look now as they're approaching the 500 metre mark, and just looking down the course, it does look to be quite even. We've got 2 wins from 2 for the crews from Commercial Rowing Club. Commercial, similar to Mossman Rowing Club, we're seeing a real resurgence in their junior programs, and they're starting to really get some great results. Both those clubs at the Australian Rowing Championships last year, and then again we've seen some good results for them this morning. So we'll keep an eye out. It does look to be the crew in lane number 3, so that is the Commercial crew of Hooper and Camuglia, who are out in front at the moment. And then it's anyone's guess. I've got 5 crews all within half a boat length of each other. So Canberra Girls Grammar in there, and then we've also got the crews from Marucci and Queenwood, and then also Fremantle Rowing Club. So making the trek across from the west, all of them in with a shot. So I don't think those timings on the screen are accurate. I think there's a few extra crews that are included in there. So we'll just keep an eye out on them, but it is Commercial with the lead from Brisbane. Then closest to us, we've got Queenwood in lane number 9, Marucci in lane number 8, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 6, and then we'll go a couple across from them. So Radford College. So could be Radford versus Canberra Girls Grammar. You see that a lot down in the ACT regattas. Next weekend, we've got the ACT Head of the Lake and ACT Junior Championships. Looking forward to seeing a few of those rowers. And one of the other ones that they've got now, the Golden Oar, which started last year.
I was wondering if you're going to mention the Golden Oar today. Yeah, but
well,
definitely.
they've got the tent up the back there.
Oh, do they? I haven't seen that yet.
They do. The tent's right up through the back so we can see
I'll have to go check that out.
It's well worth a look. It was a great festival atmosphere last year, and the weather was absolutely perfect, which you don't always get in Canberra. It can be very, very variable. It's looking good for 3 from 3, though, for Commercial Rowing Club.
They look to I'm not sure if they've got clear water from this angle, but they look very comfortable in front there.
And I was going to say, it's going to be a battle for those final qualification positions, though. We've got Marucci just starting to get their bow ball out in front, and the big push coming from Canberra Girls Grammar and Radford College as well. Perhaps Queenwood just dropping off the pace a little bit. Commercial, can they make it? 3 from 3 in the women's under 16 double sculls. It's looking good for them. Who's taking the final qualification positions? Radford, Girls Grammar, Marucci or Queenwood? You can see the Marucci bow seat looking out to her right-hand side. Does she need to look to the left? It's going to be a win for Commercial. They'll go through to the semi-final. Second place will go to Canberra Girls Grammar ahead of Marucci. Radford College in 4th place, and then Queenwood just missing out. There was about a boat length between 2nd and 5th. A very close finish coming on there. We look back across the course. We've got the crew from Newcastle Grammar just crossing the line now in 6th ahead of Fremantle Rowing Club in 7th place. So again, a great finish there. 2nd through 5th, nothing in it.
No, very tight racing. Very good standard of rowing from these girls here as well. And they're incredibly calm. To be able to stay in the mix when you're that close to other crews, and particularly at this age, it's very nice to see that kind of quality racing coming out of the under-17s there. Under 16s, sorry, even younger.
Under 16. So we're about to go to heat number 4. Can Commercial make it 4 from 4, Ants?
I mean, I don't have a stake in this matter, so I kind of hope to see it. I'm sure they'd like to see it as well. But moving to heat 4, in lane 2 we have Roseville with Millie Hawkins and Mia Williams. Lane 3 is that Commercial crew there, Eva McGeechee and Maggie Rowan. Lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst is Annie Shepherd and Camilla Lampy. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy is Anna Orr and Millie Haliar. In lane 6 from Ashcombe, is it Ashcombe? Askham is Jess Robillard and Jess Brown. And in lane 7 from Shoalhaven is Iris Gollan and Heather Coulston. In lane 8 is Pimble Ladies with Emma Lloyd and Sky Mitchell.
So as we're coming into the 500 metre point, is just a little bit of rain starting to come down now. So we've had the humidity, we've had the heat all throughout the day, and now we've just got a little bit of the wet stuff. So down at the start of the course towards the 2K, it is still looking cloudless. So I think when we go back to the 2K racing, I can see a few crews starting to head down there. But it does mean potentially a little bit of slippage and making things, if your oars aren't perfectly clean.
If you've got sunscreen left of the oars, things like that, it'll be hard to compare this heat to the previous 3 just with the change of conditions rolling in, because it adds another variable into the race. It's not necessarily as comparative, and it's one of those extra things in being in an outdoor sport that you kind of have to prepare for, even on a 37-degree day.
So we're just having a look at the crews as they come up towards the 500 metre timing point. There's not a lot to pick between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. So we've got Askham, who are out in front, and then they're ahead of Commercial in 2nd, and then it looks to be Kinross Walleroy back in 3rd. Roseville are in 4th place, and then we've got Loretto Normanhurst in 5th, and then it is a little ways back to our final couple of crews. We've got Shoalhaven over in lane number 7, and I think we might just have Pimble Ladies are a late scratching, so in lane number 8. So just a few crews on this. So coming into the final stages of heat number 4 of the women's under-16s. And again, just that little bit of rain starting to come down here at the finish line. And our leading 3 crews looking comfortably out in front. So that is the crew from Commercial, surprise, surprise. Then Kinross Walleroy, and next to them, the crew from Askham. They're at 1, 2 and 3. But it's between Roseville and Loretto Normanhurst for that 4th and final qualification position as the rain starts to come down a little bit heavier. Askham have their bow balls out in front. Can Commercial make it 4 wins from 4 in the heats of the under-16 women's double sculls? I don't think they will. I think it's going to be Askham or Kinross Walleroy. They're on now to the surge to the line, and just Askham, it looked like, just ahead of Kinross Walleroy.
I just noticed their cheer squad that's coming down onto the podium there for those Commercial girls, which is quite good to see.
It was fantastic to see there. Kinross Walleroy, Commercial in 3rd. 4th place will go to lane number 4. That was Loretto Normanhurst, finishing just ahead of the crew from Roseville as the rain really starts to come down. And then we've got the crew from Shoalhaven who will finish in 6th place. So that was the women's under-16 double sculls. As we just see on the footage, you can see there some fairly heavy raindrops coming down. What this does do, even though there wasn't much wind, and what this does do, though, is flatten out the water a fair bit.
That's, as a rower, that's one thing that I mean, as much as the rain can be bothersome because it gets in your eyes, or what we were talking about with the oars before, it does flatten out the conditions. So sometimes as a rower, it's better to be rowing in the rain because you know that those conditions are just going to be a little bit more even.
Well, I remember at the national titles in 2023 over at Champion Lakes, which was windy as all get up, but in a double scull where it was raining quite heavily, it flattened out the water so as that it made it a little bit easier. Hasn't been so much of an issue today. The wind's been quite nice in that there hasn't been a lot of it. And it's very interesting looking down the course at the moment. About the 1,000 metre mark is where the clouds stop. So you can see a bit of water and then it's a little bit different. So we're getting ready for the start of the women's elite double sculls. And, well, there's a few familiar names definitely for you here, Ants, with some lighties in there.
Absolutely. In lane 3 there from ANU's Hannah Tippett and Alex Moylan, who I rode with overseas and is a fellow lighty that I know very, very well. In lane 4, you have the Mercantile Composite of Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri, both local Melbourne girls that I know very well as well. Lane 5 from Sydney University is Anika Reardon and Sophia Whiteman. Anika, another former lightweight there. Lane 6 is the Tamar Composite of Bella Wells and Ashley Cherry. In lane 7, you have the Barwon Composite of Abigail Schlitt and Tully Cumbridge, which are, again, good Melburnians. And lane 8, the Melbourne University Composite of Sarah Fard and Romy Cantwell.
I should probably point out Zoe Bond, ex-Canberra Grammar School. She rode with, I can't remember the name now, but Maddie Vag in the juniors a few years back in the early 2020s.
That's a fun fact. I didn't know that about Zoe. I'll add that to my list when I see her.
Yeah, no, she's formerly out of Canberra.
So would that form fit in with your state of origin for your when it comes to interstate racing?
Look, it would. I think there would be a very, very strong ACT Origin crew if there was one to be put out. But you can see there our rowers on the start line. So on the at the back of the course is Hannah Tippett and Alex Moylan, both having rowed in the lightweight events.
Yes,
the Victoria Cup, and I think Hannah's rowed in the Queen's Cup a number of times for Tasmania.
Tasmania, and they were recently, those girls were overseas at Women's Henley, and they missed out winning the lightweight double race by it was a fraction, absolutely. So they did really well overseas.
Well, Anika Reardon from memory has won the lightweight. No, she was with Sophie Gerapetridis winning the lightweight double at Women's Henley a few years back. I think it was Anika. I'm sure Nigel Harding will get on the messages and let me know soon enough if I've got that one wrong. But certainly Sophie was over there. I remember them doing some great fundraisers, knitting some beanies, which come in very handy for a cold winter's morning in Canberra when you're out on the water.
You've got to do what you've got to do in that regard.
Well, one of the things that's been really interesting, Ant, and I'd love to get your view on it, is that at the World Championships in particular, we saw a number of ex-lightweight rowers that did really well in the open weight events.
Yes.
So Stefanos Tuskos in there. I think a couple of the double sculls, you know, they've just transferred from the lightweight double sculls into the open weight double sculls and really absolutely blitzing it.
I think being a lightweight, so when you're a lightweight, you're all the same weight for people listening who don't know what lightweight is or are not familiar with it. So the power variations are really not a factor in your races, so you have to row well. If you don't row well, you're just not going to see the result because you're the same size as your competitors. So I think with the transition that we're seeing with the lightweights or the former lightweights who are now going to heavyweight, they don't lose that skill of rowing well or creating that beautiful arc through the water or just being efficient. And so as they're sort of, not having to worry about weigh-ins and things like that, it's almost like you've got a bit of an advantage, I'd say, over your other crews. The other thing being little. When you're little, you tend to rate up. If you look at the ratings of a lot of the lightweight crews versus the heavyweight crews, you're just taking more strokes in a minute. So if you can take that mentality as well into your open weight races, you should really do well. Never underestimate a lightweight in an open weight event. You never know what's going to happen.
So it was Eve Muir who won the women's Henley lightweight double sculls a couple of years ago with Sophie Gerapetritis.
Oh, it was Eve.
And Anika was in the Australian lightweight double sculls for a couple of years, and unfortunately just missing out in the final qualification regatta at Lucerne in 2024.
Massive effort from those girls. I remember watching them at the Australian Nationals leading up to that regatta. They were set a challenge, so they had to weigh in and they had to row in the open women's double, and they had to get within a percentage of the winner in order to be able to go to that. And they succeeded. It was great. It was really, really good to see. But going back to Eve Muir, she jumped in those lightweight eights last year at the Nationals. So she's a very, very good club person that you can sort of ring out, and she's always there to help with the rowing. So
And last year was the first year that we'd had the lightweight women's eights, because the men's lightweight eights have been going on for a number of years.
Yes.
Last year, 2025, first time they had the women's. Attention. We're on.
Is this one working?
So for anyone else joining us on the live stream, we've had an issue with power around the grounds, and we've suspended all racing. And if there's anyone joining us around the live stream who's here in the boat park, please out of the elements into shelter as soon as possible, and we'll have an announcement once we have an update on the rest of the afternoon. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick update. It'll be at least half an hour until we've got anything concrete as we monitor this weather coming through. So, just as a reminder, please staying under cover, not out on the towpath or out on the grass. Under cover, please. It'll be at least half an hour until we have an announcement on a plan for any potential future racing. So if you're just joining us on the live stream, we are currently pausing racing at the moment due to a little bit of lightning in the area, giving us a few dramas. It'll probably be sort of 20 to 30 minutes or so before we've got an update on racing. Please stay tuned to the Rowing New South Wales social media channels for as many updates as we can provide. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're hoping to have a further announcement of the resumption or any further planned racing that we are able to have at 4:10. So we'll hopefully have a further announcement at 4:10. That's in 25 minutes. In the meantime, please stay out of the weather. Please stay under cover, especially while there's lightning around. Please make sure you're staying under tents or under shelter. I believe the Lakeside Bar is still open and presents a great option at this time of the afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement regarding lightweight athletes. If you are scheduled to race a lightweight race today, your weigh-ins, assume that they are still at the same time. So lightweights who are due to weigh in this afternoon, assume that your weigh-in is still at the same time. And you head over to the boat sheds to get your weigh-in done as per normal. We'll have a further update at 4:10. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is our scheduled announcement on the remainder of the day's program. So, the good news is we do have an intention to restart racing at some point. All races up to and including race 162, which is the Championship Women's Elite Double Scull, have been cancelled and will not run. So all races up until 162, the Championship Women's Elite Double Scull, will not run. The intention for this afternoon, is to start racing again from race 163, which is the Championship Men's Elite Double Scull at 5:15 p.m. That is the intention. However, we need to wait a certain amount of time from the last lightning strike. So there is not to be anyone on the water until a final announcement at 4:30 in 15 minutes time. So once again, all races up to and including race 162 have been cancelled and will not run. We are intending to race at 5:15 from the Men's Elite Double Scull at race 163. But a final announcement will be made at 4:30 p.m. as to whether or not we can allow boats on the water. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick amendment to the announcement made earlier. The 2 under-21 eights events, which we're very sure that there's plenty of people hanging around very keen to see. We are looking into a possibility of trying to see how we can run those 2 events this afternoon. Please stand by for another announcement at 4:30, but we're looking into the under-21 eights. So please, if you can, try and hang around for another 10 or 20 minutes or so, and bear with us as we try and adapt the schedule. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting on an exact confirmation of the afternoon's racing schedule. Still intending to go racing from 5:15. But the one thing that we can announce for certain is that if you have a boat abandoned somewhere on the side of the course from this afternoon's racing, you can now go and get it. Please go and retrieve your boats. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, so official announcement confirming we are going racing again from 5:15 p.m. The Championship Men's Elite Double Scull. That'll be followed, so it's race 163. An updated draw is available on Rowing Manager now. Go to the Rowing New South Wales website for the updated draw. So the Championship Men's Elite Double will be at 5:15. Elite 4, Under 23 4, Elite 4, Under 23 4. Lighty doubles, 21 lighty doubles, School Quads. Check out the draw. So there are racers who have had semi-finals cancelled, and progression to finals has been based on times from the heats. So please check the draw to see if you are still racing this afternoon. We are going racing from 5:15 for the men's elite double scull in 35 minutes time. Testing. Nope. Testing. 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 Brilliant. Testing.
The schedule is unchanged. So let me stand up the speakerphone. 5:20 is the first race that they're going to run. And then from then on, it's just finals. So we've just got to find the time for the doubles. And it's the top 9 times. Well, they were first, I think they were,
So, ladies and gentlemen, just if you missed the last announcement, we'll be back underway on the course at 5:15, 5:15 p.m. with the men's elite double scull. If you missed the first announcement, 5:15 p.m. back on the water.
we will for sure. Yeah, yeah. If there's any delays, we will absolutely. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the New South Wales Rowing Championships. A slightly different looking program for this afternoon, but we've done the best that we can to get as much racing as possible in after this afternoon's lightning strike. Well, several lightning strikes, but a strike, we think, on the tower, possibly. But we've got the timing back up and running, as far as I know. We've got the live stream back up and running. Soon we'll have Michael McRae's mouth back up and running. Mine certainly is. Michael McRae and Chris McCarthy with you for the next few races. We'll have Ant DeCosmo in here. Her mouth has never stopped running. And Stuart John and Rob Glendenning to finish off the day. But to start off this revised afternoon session, we've got the Championship Men's Elite Double Scull. Just sitting on the starting blocks, Michael.
Thanks, Chris. Good to be back for some more action this afternoon, and indeed a star-studded lineup in race 163, which, as you can see, is assembling itself for commencement on the blocks. Lane 3, Western Australia Rowing Club Composite, Ben Clayton Lachlan Brown. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club and ACT, Academy of Sport, Alexander Wolf and Cormac Kennedy Leverett. In lane 5 is Newcastle Rowing Club's Jack Hanley and Ben Homer. Lane 6 is Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks. And in lane 7 is the Canberra Rowing Club ANU combination of Hamish Harding and Darcy James, coached by Tom Westgarth. We're underway, Chris, in 163.
And it's great to see that all 5 of those crews, after, I know that we are racing at the scheduled time, but after everything that went on, we do have all 5 of those crews there. We did have a worrying text from our commentary colleague, Ben Homer, about 25 minutes ago, asking what the go was, and said, mate, you're racing in 20 minutes. So it's good to see that he's down there with Jack Hanley and on the water in the Men's Elite Double Scull. Probably won't have too much bearing in this race. They are looking towards, or Ben is at least looking towards the club double later on in the season. So a good hit out in that boat class. But Alex Wolf and Cormac Kennedy Leverett should feature, as well as Tom Anderson, Hamish Danks, Hamish Harding and Darcy James. It's set to be a cracker, isn't it, Michael?
Absolutely. I mean, so many of these scullers compete in the single earlier on today. Cormac Kennedy Leverett, of course, taking out the Open Men's Elite Single Scull.
Very easily in the end as well.
And Hamish Danks and Tom Anderson, of course, up at the point into that race too. And Hamish Harding as well competing there. So plenty of pedigree out there on the competition lake at the moment. And I think that's the Sydney University composite of Anderson and Danks in the lead through the 500 metres. And in lane 7, the Canberra ACT composite as well, Hamish Harding and Darcy James.
Yeah, currently just running back in 3rd. So an early look back on the field for the Sydney University boys. Hamish Danks was on the 23 team last year. Was also our Sprint Eliminator champion. We've got that to look forward to in about 3 weeks' time. The lunch break of the Schoolboy and the Schoolgirl Head of the River New South Wales Sprint Eliminator. $10,000 in cash up for grabs for the winner of that.
And a fantastic pedigree of international competitors coming to the Regatta Centre to contend for that cash as well, Chris.
You'd think that the new holder of the 1,000 metre world record, Logan Ulrich, who is going to be there, Olympic silver medalist from the last games, you'd think that he stands a pretty good shot. But Hamish Danks out here on the course is proving that he is in for a shot at retaining his title. So it'll be a great one to watch that one unfold. Of course, Ike coming on as a sponsor of that event this year. You can check them out here at the regatta.
And phenomenal conditions now, Chris, after the chaos of the lightning and the rain earlier on this afternoon. It's flattened out and it's almost perfect conditions for sculling out there.
Yeah, I don't think you could ask for anything more. There was even, it was starting to get a bit windy before, it was even windy afterwards, and at the moment, absolutely dead flat conditions. It's cooled right down. We were starting to talk about heat alerts and getting worried about that just as the rain came through, so we've done well, I think, to get this pretty high quality block of racing in over the next hour and a half.
Yeah, a victorious return to racing, some might say.
It is still the Sydney University Boat Club combination there in the sort of 3rd crew from the left of your picture from the way that you're seeing. They're actually the 2nd one out from this side, Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks, the Shaw and Newington alumni respectively. coached by Tom Lorick. And over there, second from the right of the picture, the Sydney ACT crew, Alex Wolfe and Cormac Kennedy Leverett. So a Victorian and a Queenslander rowing in the ACT for a New South Wales club in that boat. It's a bit of a mouthful, but luckily we don't have all the states listed here on the draw, or we'd run out of ink. But Tom Westgarth overseeing the ACT High Performance Program at the moment. It looks like those two might just be coming under a bit of threat, actually, from the West Australians. Ben Clayton from UWABC and Lachlan Brown from the West Australian Rowing Club, starting to knock on the door of a silver medal here in the men's elite double scull.
Well, Chris, we saw Cormac Kennedy Leverett a couple of weeks ago at the Small Boats Regatta mount an almighty challenge very, very late in the stage of the single scull race, and we just know he's got plenty of diesel in the engine, and certainly capable of upsetting race leaders at very late stages of this race. So I wouldn't be, if I was the Sydney University combination of Anderson and Danks, I'd certainly wouldn't be sitting pretty at this stage. 500 metres to row or thereabouts.
Well, Hamish Harding as well and Darcy James on the near side. I think they've got themselves into a podium position, maybe even a silver medal. So the race will be on for the Sydney Rowing Club crew there to even make it onto the podium at this point in the race. It is getting very, very tight. Anderson and Danks still out in front. We've got three crews bow ball to bow ball for second, third and fourth. So there could be, well, there definitely will be some very disappointed faces here. The Canberrans on the near side starting to lift. I think we've seen a response from Kennedy Leverett and Wolfe. Second from the far side of the course there. I think they're going to give us a grandstand finish here. Anderson and Danks coming under some pressure. The West Australians have lifted as well. 250 metres to go now. Sydney University, they've led the entire way down the course. The Canberra Composite on the near side, who have started to lift, but I think everyone else has responded and maybe just starting to leave them in the wake for Hamish Harding and Darcy James. Sydney Rowing Club, Cormac Kennedy Leverett.
And look at them
Alex
go now.
Wolfe. Here they go. That big diesel engine, it's going and it's going. The two Sydney boys, I don't think they're going to be able to make up that much ground in the closing strokes here. Sydney University, they've seen the challenge coming. They've been able to respond. They've watched them come in and they are pushing back away or at least holding them off. Only a handful of strokes left. The Canberrans, Darcy James and Hamish Harding, put themselves back in contention, and I think they'll take the third spot on the podium. Sydney University, a late scare, but taking it in their stride. State champions in the men's elite double scull. Sydney Rowing Club with the silver medal, and the Canberra Composite with the ANU Boat Club for the bronze. The West Australians, a great row, but just off the podium and handy enough time as well at 6:30.7. And here comes the Hunter Valley heartthrob, Ben Homer of Newcastle Rowing Club, and Jack Hanley, who is a converted Novocastrian, but certainly loves the Steel City as much as anyone. Ben Homer and Jack Hanley across the line for Newcastle Rowing Club. And that completes the first race of this afternoon block in the Championship Men's Elite Double Scull.
Well, late scare is right, Chris. That Sydney University combination under all sorts of duress in the final stages of that race, from a fast finishing Kennedy Leverett and Wolfe combination to Sydney University, Anderson and Danks hanging on in the end. It's a fantastic return to racing. We proceed with race 164, which is on the course now. It's the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4 Final. And it looks as though, Chris, we've got a full complement for crews. In lane 4 is a Sydney University Mercantile combination comprised of Ruby Gialikis, Stephanie Prella, Olivia Natty, Tiff Botha, and they're coached by Tom Lorich. In lane 5 is a Sydney Rowing Club combination, and that's Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Isabella Scammell, Rihanna Sumpter, and Lila Anderton, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 6 is a Cand and UTS Haberfield combination. That's Rose Bidolph, Grace Burke, Ella McKenzie, and Laura Chancellor. And finally, in lane 7 is Melbourne University Boat Club, represented by Yolanda Hooper, Bridget Harwood, Beck Joyce, and Alia Dawson.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got this race to enjoy, but unfortunately, the news is that the Lightning passing by is far too close for comfort for the rest of this afternoon's program, and that is going to be, this race is going to be the final race of the afternoon. We'll have this medal presentation, but anyone planning on racing this afternoon or due to race this afternoon has been cancelled. This will be the final race of this afternoon's program. Anyone who's due to get on the water, please do not get on the water, and please start to pack up and head home. But not to put a dampener on this race, which I may have just brought a bit of a somber tone, but it looks like we're going to get a good final race of the day here in the Championship Women's Elite Four.
Indeed, Chris, a delectable competition developing on the course. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5. Looks as though they're commanding an advantage at the moment. McManus, Barrett, Scammell, Sumpter and Anderton, I think they're the ones in the lead, if I'm not mistaken. Let's get some better view as they come into view.
Yep, that is the crew in Station 5 who coming into the lead. You've got 2 world champions, actually, on board that boat, and Caitlin McManus-Barrett from a couple of years ago in the Coxed 4, and then Rihanna Sumpter for Great Britain 2 years ago. 2 years ago, indeed, in the under-23 Women's 8. So some serious horsepower on there. Caitlin McManus-Barrett, we definitely won't omit her in that conversation as well, being a under-23 World Championship medalist alongside Isabella Scammell, and then Lila Anderton in the stroke seat of that crew, and putting that experience to good use.
But have a look, Chris, at the competition developing for the silver medalists between the Sydney University Composite in lane 4 and the Canned Composite in lane 6. Sydney Rowing Club, as you say, out a little bit in front, probably a length or 2 at this stage, but it's on between Sydney Uni Mercantile in lane 4 and Canned UTS Haberfield in lane 6.
Yeah, and I wouldn't write off this Canned crew. They performed, pretty much dominated the Queensland State Championships. Many of these girls, Laura Chancellor and Ella McKenzie, did very well in the pair after Stewart didn't predict them to do very well, but they did anyway. But they're right up in the podium places here. They've got a friend from UTS, a local in Grace Burke, on board, and they are knocking on the door of the Sydney Uni Composite on the far side of the course, but they're not going to threaten Sydney Rowing Club in our final race of the day. It is Sydney Rowing Club who are going to take the gold medal in the Women's Elite Coxless 4. It is going to be right down to the line. It is stroke for stroke across the line here between the Canned and the Sydney Uni. It is going to be the Sydney Uni Composite just by the narrowest of margins for silver medal over the Canned and UTS crew on the near side, and Melbourne University finishing just off the rostrum in 4th place.
Presentation of medals on the rostrum at the moment for the Championship Men's Elite Double Scull. 3rd place and bronze medalists, Canberra Composite ACT. Hamish Harding from the Australian National University and Darcy James. In 2nd place is Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT, Alexander Wolf and Cormac Kennedy Leverett. And in 1st place, gold medalists, Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks from Sydney University Boat Club.
All right, so as it turns out, the fastest way to get off the course when we close the course is to, in fact, race. So we've got 2 more races on the program, I'm reliably informed. So a good way to finish the afternoon. We'll have the Women's Under-23 Coxless 4. But with our delayed start to this afternoon's program, we had to bid farewell to Michael McRae and bid farewell to half the hair in the commentary box as Stuart John joins me up here for the final 2 races. Stuart, welcome back.
Half the hair, double the IQ. It is the Under-23 Women's Coxless 4s. It is a Fremantle West Australian composite. Very talented one, this one. Ocean Jonorad, Charlotte Hansen-Naroy, Stella Wandell and Olivia Hansen-Naroy. Lane 3, we have a Mercantile Swan River composite of Isabella Edinger, Emma O'Neill, Sophie Carter and Eliza Jenkins. Lane 4, University of Queensland, Melbourne University, Meg Dumbrell, Chloe Nevins, Tyler Hutton and Gabrielle Ryan. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Ella Spalding, Hannah Ashley Carter, Nicole Vance, Amelia Carpenter, Lane 6 from Camden, Adelaide University, Millie Campbell, Lily Nolan, Gia Rinaldi, Zara Hilton. In lane 7, Swan River, Adelaide University, Adelaide, almost a licorice all sorts, Grace Barrera, Tamara Bates, Felicity Cox and Emma Pittman. And lane 8 from Sydney University, Alex O'Brien, Scarlett Woodbury, Alice Reddy, Alyssa Fickers.
So we've got 7 crews on the course, Stuart, and I'm counting 11 clubs. I think the Yellow Pages has had a good workout in preparation for the women's under-23 Coxless 4. There's plenty of cross-club combinations, all these composite crews. No doubt looking to draw the attention of selectors. The sole one club crew being Sydney Rowing Club in the centre of the course, who I can't quite see.
Sydney University as well.
Sydney University as well, as I have... Sydney University as well on the far side of the course there. I'm getting confused by the minute here at the end of the day, but that is the crew in the centre of the course there who are currently leading the charge with the Melbourne University and University of Queensland colours on. So Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Evans from Melbourne University, and Tyler Hunton and Gabrielle Ryan from the University of Queensland in the Mpacker shell. They're about to hit the 1,500 metre mark there. They're through it, 3/4 of a length up in the lead over the West Australian and Adelaide combination. Barrera and Bates, the under-21 state champions in the pair.
And Sydney sitting in about 3rd place at the moment, ahead of the Mercantile Composite in there as well. So it's a nice even race for these first four positions. Our leading crews, University of Queensland Composite sitting just ahead of the Swan River Composite. Sydney Rowing Club in 3rd, and then it looks to be the Mercantile Swan River Composite back in 4th place.
I think that Mercantile Swan River crew, maybe a few, just trying to figure out which lane's best in these changing conditions, of course, and trying out a few different lanes, as I think that's the under-19 crew, the Fremantle Composite there on the far side, who are right in contention for the medals. It is still Melbourne University and University of Queensland who are leading the charge, but Sydney Rowing Club and the West Australian and Adelaide combination and the all-West Australian junior combination, who were all on the podium of the under-19 pair yesterday, coming at them thick and fast, and I think it is going to be an entirely interstate podium here, Stuart.
It is. So we've got the Swan River, Adelaide University Composite have started to move up level with the University of Queensland, Melbourne University Composite. The West Australians over on the far side of the course sitting in 3rd place. They've got their bow balls ahead of Sydney Rowing Club, who are back in 4th. Then a little way back to the rest of the field. The Queenslanders, the Queensland and Melbourne University Composite, they're keeping themselves ahead. We're in now to the final strokes. Big finish coming here from Swan River, Adelaide University. Final couple of strokes. And it will be that composite in lane 7, Swan River, Adelaide University and Adelaide with the win by the half a canvas over the University of Queensland, Melbourne University crew. Then back a little bit to Fremantle West Australian Composite in lane number 2, finishing with the bronze medal. Sydney coming through in 4th ahead of Sydney University in 5th, and then the canned Adelaide University in 6th. Fantastic finish there from the Swan River, Adelaide University Composite. Led in the last 20 metres or so.
Yeah, what we're certainly, although we're missing out on quite a few races today because of the weather, we're certainly not missing out on any of the quality here, and I'm sure we are in for a humdinger of a race on the final race of the day. We've also just been instructed to all the crews on the water, no presentations. So to all of the ladies who have just finished the under-23 4, we've been instructed to get off the water as quickly as possible. That's why we all rowed so fast. And so no medal presentations. Please row around to the back lake and off the water as quickly as possible. And that's just what the men's elite Coxless 4 are going to be trying to be doing as they come storming down the course, Stuart.
Yeah, look, we've got Banks in lane number 3, and Ant Cosmo is bouncing up and down. He's bouncing up and down like Skippy in the back of the commentary box. That's Lockie Rose. Lachlan Ziggiter, James Meads and Nick Ziggiter in lane 4. Melbourne University UTS Composite of Winston Hooper, Paddy Holt, Joshua Wilson and Rowan Lavery. Lane 5 from Mercantile, James Simpson, Sam Chin, Charlie McIntosh and Matt Fielding. Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, James Fredrickson, Pasha Bevan, Connor McGillan and Charlie Hine. Lane 7, it's a North-Esk Mercantile Adelaide University Composite of Hamish Allen, Jake Polkinghorn, Matt Dickenberg and Jack Barrett. And lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Angus Aitken, Galen Quinn, George Robert, Benya Bell and Miles Harold. as we see our leading crews coming up now with about 500 or so metres left to go. It does look like that Melbourne University UTS composite out in front.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there'd be too many shocked faces to see Paddy Holt, Rowan Lavery, Winston Hooper and Josh Wilson leading this race. Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery racing in the pair today and comfortably winning the elite pair. Wilson and Hooper second in the under-23 pair, but have shown their mettle throughout the course of the season over the last couple of years as well on the under-23 circuit. So they all two composite pairs from two clubs, but separately UTS, Melbourne University, and making every post a winner here at the 1500 metre mark, 3 lengths clear of the field. But a good battle for the minor placings here. We've got Sydney Rowing Club on the near side of the course. I suspect a couple of these crew lineups may have changed in the past couple of hours, but we'll call them as they are on the draw. Angus Aitken, Galen Quinn, George Bell and Miles Harold there on the near side of the course, leading the Tasmanians. North Esk Mercantile, well, it's not really Tasmanians, half Tasmanian, half
well,
not half anything. It's
Tasmania,
the two.
South Australia, half Tasmania, then South Australia and Victoria.
Yeah, we're really testing my fractions abilities here. It's tough here at the Culture Rocks, but they are so they're currently in that battle for the silver medal, and the second Sydney crew of James Fredrickson, Pasha Bevan, Connor McGillan, and Charlie Hine right in there as well. And we don't want to forget to mention the boys from Banks on the far side of the course. I think this is a bit of a trial to hopefully take this 4 overseas maybe later in the season. A good Club 4 combination, and I've seen these boys down the course several times already. The battle hotting up for the minor placings here. UTS and Melbourne Uni are streaking clear of the field, and they will take a comfortable win as they just about cross into the red boys. But the Licorice All Sorts composite is doing battle with the first of the Sydney crews. Tasmania, South Australia and Victoria represented in that boat, and they are stroke for stroke with the locals from Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club, the North Esk composite, every single stroke the lead is changing. It is going to be Sydney, who have just managed to find some momentum in the closing strokes. UTS and Melbourne Uni cruising across the line there, not needing to lift. It is going to be Sydney Rowing Club who take the silver medal. The North Esk, Adelaide Uni and Mercantile composite for the bronze medal. And just off the rostrum will be the second Sydney crew there in lane 6. The Banks boys hanging with them in 5th place, and the Mercantile boys in lane 7 for 6th place.
So once again, there is no presentations on the pontoons. And that is our final race for day number 2 of the 2026 New South Wales State Championships. Some fantastic racing when we were able to get it in. Unfortunately, the weather, Chris, just meaning unfortunately that a number of events were cancelled for safety reasons.
Yep, it is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's happened a few times, but of course, especially when there's lightning, our hands are tied and we do need to get people off the water as quickly as possible and get them out of the open. So if you're hanging around now this afternoon, it is time to go home. We'll get under shelter, we'll get out of here, especially while there's still lightning floating around. And we will see you back here tomorrow morning, bright and early at 7:30 for hopefully a full, complete and another thrilling day of racing, Stuart.
Can't wait.